The world has changed dramatically. And it's not because of volcanic eruptions or the movement of tectonic plates. It's much more complicated than that. It's because of the monsters that have appeared, attacking people and destroying cities. They appeared everywhere and did all sorts of things, instilling a terror in everyone that neither psychologists nor stacks of tranquilizers could dispel. And there would have been no sorrow or trouble if, one fine day, a strange tower hadn't appeared in the human world, from which monsters poured out in droves. The Devil's Tower became a sort of forbidden fruit, like the one the serpent used to tempt Eve. Only now, the dark forces were tempting everyone, for whoever conquered the tower would receive whatever they desired, be it money, fame, power, or love. Who would have thought that the gods and demons would start a game with people's lives, fates, and souls? Yet that is exactly what they did by building a tower with 999 floors. Naturally, this state of affairs did not sit well with the rulers of various nations, as if someone had encroached upon their power and authority. So they tried to keep their citizens away from the tower, but all their pathetic attempts to keep the situation under control failed miserably. And who are these presidents, with their armies, to go up against gods and demons? How dare they disrupt their game? For this, they were severely punished. For 5 long years, people tried to conquer the tower. It broke many, wore them down, and spat them out. But then, a single team appeared that managed to reach the 600th floor. Without strength and determination, it would have been impossible to do so, and even with them, it was practically impossible. But the young man charged forward, not believing that the Star 9 could stop him. 1 against 9, a tough challenge, perhaps achievable. But if these guys hadn't been equal in strength to the protagonist, he wouldn't have been one to back down, for he saw his goal and saw no obstacles in his path. But the gods hadn't skimped on his opponent's magical abilities, and the demons too had lent a hand to their cunning and treachery. While everyone was sizing each other up, the Star of Death was the first to act. He didn't possess great magical power, and his swordsmanship was mediocre, but he had something the others lacked: power over the dead, whom he raised from their graves. The bony hands of the fallen adventurers slowly tore through the earth, rushing to answer the call of their master, who brought death to his enemies. After all, the greatest necromancer in human history had grown tired of the people who constantly stood in his way. People for whom something was always wrong. Now it was time to put an end to this charade and move on. But the young man had always been honest with himself. He made no secret of it and openly declared that he needed the power that would make him the most extraordinary person on the planet, and that everything else was of little consequence. Only the Star 9 had their own opinion on the matter. After all, they believed the young man had sold his soul to demons and needed to be stopped, but they could shove their opinion right back where it belonged. The Necromancer had given them free rein, which meant it was time to rid the world of the corruption that was spreading like a cancer. No matter how strong the protagonist had become after gaining his power, it was extremely difficult for him to stand up to the Star 9 on his own. Even when you're protected by hordes of undead, no one can withstand a direct attack from 8 people. Sadly, the young man was no exception. While he managed to fend off a few attacks, he had nothing to counter the magical spear. But this was just a beautiful, lofty fairy tale in which one evil necromancer betrayed humanity and therefore deserved to die. And it was this very fairy tale that was fed to the public, while in reality, things were quite different. 10 years had passed, but no one ever found out that it wasn't the protagonist who was the traitor. Rather, the Star 9, or more precisely, the Star 8, had decided to get rid of him that day so that all the glory for conquering the tower would go to them. A new day dawned 10 years later for the protagonist, who woke up in a small, unfamiliar apartment. Although he had been the greatest necromancer in his past life, he still didn't believe until the very end that his ingenious plan, which he devised at the last minute of his previous life, had actually worked. But since he was breathing and his arms and legs were moving, it meant that his secret skill, soul transfer, had worked perfectly. This skill had helped him find the new body best suited to his soul, and, just before his death, transfer his soul into that new body. The new body was definitely no worse than the old one, that's a plus. And as an added bonus, he was still in South Korea, so he didn't have to spend money on moving. But even with his new body, his anger toward his former friends hadn't subsided. How dare they treat him that way? He'd hold every blow and every word against them, for the bitter taste of betrayal still lingered on his tongue. At that moment, what the protagonist wanted more than anything in the world was to know why they'd treated him that way. What had he done to them, other than clearing the way for them? Memories of the past overwhelmed the young man. Kane and Carmen were in no hurry to respond. They had created a sacred zone where he could not use his power or summon evil spirits. Although the girl acknowledged her opponent's strength, she was certain that he couldn't stand his ground against all of them on his own. In other words, there was simply no point in resisting the inevitable. Overall, they didn't have a bad opinion of the protagonist. It's just that they no longer needed him. It would be easier to split the victory among 8 than among 9. Everything was clear with these guys, and there was basically nothing more to talk about. But it was important for the young man to know whether Jen Hong was actually involved in this carefully planned murder. After looking around carefully, he realized that no, his friend wasn't there. Citing some personal issues, the guy hadn't taken part in the sweep of the 600th floor. Most likely, no one had told him anything about this operation in the first place, nor had they let him in on the details of the plan, since everyone knew of his honesty and integrity, and that he would have intervened and prevented something like this from happening. And now time, like his life, was slipping away along with his blood. So his vision began to darken, and he realized that if not now, then never. The miscalculation was unpleasant, but what's done is done. Yes, he would die today in everyone's eyes, but soon he would be reborn, and then he'd see who would have the last laugh. They were wrong to declare war on him, very wrong, because he would grow stronger, and then he wouldn't leave even a wet spot on the ground where they once stood. Revenge was near, and no one would get off easy. He would turn them into his monster puppets and make sure to destroy their souls and prevent their rebirth. Suddenly, his phone reminded him of its presence. How beautiful it was, filling the protagonist with utter delight, perhaps because it had been so long since he'd held a phone in his hands. But here's the surprise. Outside the window, it was the year 2023, meaning exactly 10 years had passed since his death. He hadn't expected his hidden ability to have such an interesting side effect, though perhaps there was something useful about it. No one would connect his death to his appearance in a new body. Wait, a thought struck the guy like a bolt of lightning. Maybe he could use magic in his new body. Or maybe not. He had to check this immediately. Otherwise, how could he take revenge without any power? To test this, the young man killed a fly so he could bring it back to life. But the fly refused to come back to life, and it still lay as a cold corpse in the protagonist's hand. No matter how much he shouted and begged the insect to rise and open its bright eyes, the result was the same. The little corpse remained a motionless corpse. Sadly, his new body didn't have a single drop of mana, not even a tiny bit, which meant his quest for revenge had just become much more difficult in an instant. Given this state of affairs, he would have to conquer the Devil's Tower completely without any abilities, which was tantamount to death. That much was clear. What was interesting was finding out how far his enemies had gotten. It turned out they had advanced only 200 levels and were stuck on roughly the 800th floor. On the other hand, this was his chance to climb to the very top, where he could finally take revenge on those who had so cold-bloodedly betrayed and killed him. There was absolutely no point in sitting on a soft couch feeling sorry for himself. So the young man decided to head to the tower right away. Even though he had the body of a newcomer, the knowledge from his past life hadn't gone anywhere. It would help him move forward and become stronger. At the entrance to the tower, there was quite a crowd of people eager to test their skills and luck. After all, without them, there was nothing to do here. Every newcomer dreamed of becoming rich and famous and looking down on everyone else. But to do that, he had to avoid dying on the very first floor. Meanwhile, the protagonist was ready to move forward. This place held many stories and secrets that he intended to unravel and experience anew. Meanwhile, the blonde man, like Koshi the Deathless sitting on his gold, was wasting away in his office, waiting for at least some kind of interesting development. And his wish was soon to come true, for the entrance to the tower opened, and Jin Hek was burning with the desire to shake up the established order of this place. No sooner had the last person eager to enter the tower stepped inside, then the doors closed behind them with a deafening bang. And now, inside the tower, the caretaker's unpleasant voice welcomed Jin Hyuk to the game of survival. Of course, he didn't want to start from the very beginning and waste time on it, but there was nothing else to do. It was the training floor, after all. The difficulty level of this place didn't exactly inspire the protagonist, but he'd handled worse in the past. It would take several days to reach the end, since this silly floor was also full of traps of varying difficulty levels. The objective was clear, but before starting, it wouldn't hurt to understand what his stats were in this life. It was as bad as it could get. He used to have completely different stats. Obviously, they'd changed now, just like his talents, since his body was new as well. There was no way to rewind everything, which meant he had to make the most of this training. Fortunately, this body was highly trained, so developing high running speed was entirely possible. Now, his agility wouldn't let him down either, since the first magic arrow was already flying toward him and he had to dodge it somehow. At that point, he could breathe a sigh of relief. His secret skill was with him, which meant he could see the arrows the moment they were fired, and their direction, giving him an advantage when dodging. He managed to dodge one just fine, but now a dozen of these magic arrows were flying toward him. And they call this training? Apparently, the gods and demons were getting way too bored since they'd gone so wild on this floor. But as long as Jin Heku had enough strength and agility to come out unscathed, luck was clearly on his side today. Her favor didn't last long, though, and now 2 magical arrows had pierced the young man's body. Ha! They'll be waiting in vain. He won't back down from his goal. He won't return to the starting point. There's just a little bit left, and the exit will be right in front of him. He must have been daydreaming. Apparently, he hadn't suffered enough, because the entire sky began to turn red from the sheer number of magic arrows flying toward him. He tried his best, running without paying attention to the pain, but the wounds were too severe, and the tower's system sent him back to the starting point. His wounds began to heal immediately, but Jin Hek felt no joy at this. Failure, pure and simple. He needed a plan. Clearly, charging forward wasn't an option. So what should he do? That was the question. Alright, if that's the case, he should activate his first ability, Gluttony, and see what comes of it. He could absorb everything that was dead and make it his own. For example, right now, the entire floor was covered in his own blood, so he would absorb that. Yes, he didn't gain any life force, but he could take all the experience from the blood spilled up to that point for himself. After absorbing the blood, all of the guy's stats increased by 1, plus his experience level got a nice boost. And to get rid of the side effects, he didn't even have to go into the settings and search for anything there. It took him a whole week to complete the training, take a huge number of arrows, endure terrible agony, and absorb all the spilled blood. A whole month had passed since the guy entered the tower. Jin Hek had long been unable to achieve a satisfactory result, but nevertheless, he managed to complete the task at hand. And the exit at the end of the tunnel shone brighter than ever before, while a voice congratulated him on successfully completing his training. However, the clouds above his head darkened the very second his last wound closed, as several gods and demons took an interest in him. They all wanted to recruit this promising new disciple, but many of them were taken aback by his behavior. All except Ball, who smiled and asked how the protagonist was doing, which unnerved him more than a pink pony tattoo on a yakuza. In his past life, Ball had pursued the young man to make him his servant. Could it be that he had recognized him in his new body? But it would be wrong for the demon to complain, since it was he who had given Jin Hek the ability to transfer souls, for which he could even be thanked. More and more gods and demons wanted to interact with the guy, which annoyed him since he didn't really want to draw attention to himself just yet. The cacophony of sounds was getting on the protagonist's nerves, so he ordered everyone to shut up and not bother him if they wanted to keep watching the show he was starring in. The noise stopped, and now he could finally check out his training rewards. He was definitely very pleased with them, as he'd received a lot of goodies. He'd even managed to boost his mana. And at that moment, the tower presented him with yet another surprise, the unlocking of a second special ability. He already had a rough idea of what this was about, since he'd seen his past body, which had been obsessed with this very ability. But something went wrong, and he received multifacetedness as a reward, though he had no idea what that meant. So, with this ability, he could master any skill or ability of his opponent. Adjustments and the use of new skills were made automatically. This made the protagonist invincible. The demons and gods were also curious about what had made the protagonist so happy. But Jin Hek had no intention of showing Ball his stats. It was time for him to move on. However, the demon could follow him if he wished, and then, perhaps, he would find out everything for himself. So if the guy remembered correctly, the next room would be for training, and he should expect another trap. But Jin Huk wouldn't be Jin Huk if he were afraid of challenges, so he proudly crossed the threshold into the training room. The tower's system offered him the chance to choose the weapon that would suit him best, or that he liked the most. Once he made his choice, he would have to break through the floor beneath his feet, which would take him to the first floor of the tower. In his past life, when Jin Hyuk discovered he had mana, he didn't hesitate and became a mage. But this time, he needed to do things differently, because multifaceted had enormous potential that needed to be developed properly. Perhaps a bow would be a good option for this. The protagonist had to shoot at some targets to figure that out. The targets were generated, and the young man fired 3 arrows at them at once. The result was better than he expected. The bow proved to be a very useful weapon, so the young man asked for even more targets to be generated and for them to attack him. But the tower system warned him that, since he hadn't chosen a class yet, such actions could be life-threatening. Though it was a risk worth taking. With that settled, the targets were ready, and the protagonist could enjoy them to the fullest. If he survived, of course. In addition, the settings had been changed, and now the targets could move and attack the young man. From the outside, it looked quite intimidating, but not enough to scare the protagonist, who took out 3 targets at once. But 2 targets broke through and attacked the young man from above, making it difficult for him to shoot from that position. That didn't help them, though, because Jin Heck switched weapons and finished off the dummies, after which he asked for opponents that were stronger than these. Any whim at your expense, so to speak. The difficulty and durability of the targets, as well as their number, were increased. They should have been even slower to react. As it was, the protagonist destroyed the largest target with a single blow. It didn't even realize what had happened. It wasn't as if they were attacking or trying to do anything else. The 2 mannequins were just standing there, doing nothing, and they got on his nerves so much that the guy ended up destroying them. But this was interesting. Jin Heck sensed something was wrong, specifically a long-range attack. He realized he needed to run for his weapon, since these were the strongest targets the system could generate at this level. But the guy didn't run because he was scared. He had a plan for how to deal with his opponents, since he couldn't exactly call them the strongest. Given the situation, he'd have to return to the idea of becoming a mage, but there was nothing he could do about it. Blood boiled in the protagonist's veins. Excitement burned in his eyes. There was no fear, for he was faster even than the bullets flying toward him. He also had enough mana to create a powerful magic arrow and expand the area of effect. At one point, he even got bored. A single arrow was enough to destroy 3 targets, after which he enjoyed watching the purple fireworks. Multiformity is definitely an excellent ability. I wonder if he's already gotten the most out of it or not. All his efforts had led to the young man gaining a special class, a multi-class, since he'd used various weapons for training. Multi-class is interesting and good, but the protagonist couldn't afford to lose his main advantage over others. Therefore, the only right decision was to choose multi-class as a subclass. But the system was cunning, and had a nasty surprise in store for him, prohibiting such maneuvers. After all, he could choose a subclass after clearing the 100th level of the tower, but until he chose a class, he wouldn't be able to leave this room. But Jin Heck had no intention of giving up. He figured no one would hit him over the head if he asked whether he could use achievement points to unlock his subclass. The guy had broken the system. After all, a newbie wasn't supposed to know that players could alter how the system worked using achievement points. The protagonist didn't want to explain anything to the system or waste time, but he did want to spend 5,000 achievement points to unlock the subclass. But he was 50 points short. Of course, the young man didn't want to ask Ball for help, but it seemed he'd have to. The guy had no shortage of audacity. After all, how else could you describe the fact that he ordered the demon to reveal his identity and talk to him just to earn achievement points? Bale was more than happy to oblige, for which the protagonist received a bonus of 200 points, which he immediately spent to unlock the subclass. So a few moments later, the guy was already receiving congratulations on obtaining his multi-class subclass. Now it was time to move on to the next stage, and to do so, Jin Heck was going to destroy the training room. A fire ignited in the young man's eyes, and a wild grin twisted his face. After all, the time had come to serve up the bittersweet dish of his revenge. On the first floor of the tower, a monster awaited the protagonist in the middle of a vast forest. But the protagonist wasn't the only one defending that floor. There were others as well, though they were already starting to whine. Nothing was going their way, and it was all just too hard. Just as the other players, with their fragile psyches, were on the verge of tears, Jin Heck appeared, brimming with excitement and self-confidence. Well, what can I say? It was just bad luck for the goblin to cross his path, because death was guaranteed for it. But it wasn't just the goblin who was out of luck. Everyone was, because the guy was about to kill and devour each and every one of them. Admiration, surprise, and fear were written all over the faces of the people who, just a moment ago, had nearly breathed their last, and now watched as someone finished off the monster with a single blow right before their eyes. The naive second stranger, who just a moment ago had been whining about how hard life was for him, the poor wretch, now wanted to curry favor with the protagonist so he could move on. But he'd made that offer to the wrong person. Oh, definitely the wrong one. The guy was lucky that Jin-hook merely sent him on his way to a bright future with a few choice words. But the protagonist doubted that this guy possessed enough intelligence to understand him, so he gave him a cold, malicious look and added that if the stranger wanted to live, he wouldn't lay a finger on his prey. It worked like a charm, and the protagonist was left alone with his monsters. Jin-hook could feel the waves of hatred emanating from the monsters, and he even understood, on some level, their desire to avenge their comrade's death. But they didn't stand a chance from the start. He didn't even need to use magic to defeat his enemies. A single blow to the head with his staff was enough to splatter blood all over the clearing. He was so ferocious and terrifying that even a seasoned monster was frightened and fled. But that wasn't the end of it. Letting his prey escape wasn't part of Jin-hook's plan, so it was time to use magic. A magic arrow was an excellent option for long-range attacks, so the monster met the death of the not-so-brave. By and large, he had already fulfilled all the conditions for clearing this floor, but since he'd taken on the task, it wouldn't be a bad idea to earn the title of Kobold Slayer. To do that, he just needed to kill 1,000 of these monsters. Last time, he'd had to search the entire forest to do it. Definitely, that was something worth thinking about, but for now, he needed to replenish his energy reserves, to refuel, so to speak. Gluttony is a wonderful skill. And what's even more surprising is that Jin-hook could now even see the memories of the monster he'd killed. He had absorbed the Kobold's power, and along with it came the ability to understand these monsters' language. All his other stats had also increased, indicating that he hadn't cleared just the first floor, but the entire 10th floor. Only now did it dawn on him that this was how his subclass, that is, his multiclass, worked. Adjustments were made automatically, and along with them, he gained the benefits of each class. After scanning the kobolds' memories, the young man saw the king of the kobolds within them, exactly what he needed to earn points and experience. But to defeat a level boss, the protagonist needed an entire army of undead. No sooner said than done. The first 2 members of the undead army were right at hand, and all he had to do was summon them. Just like that, in a matter of minutes, the protagonist regained his primary class and became a necromancer once again. It was easier for him than for others, since his memories from his past life made this one significantly simpler. But that was far from all, for there was also a hidden class. To obtain it, he had to move forward. But then the newly minted servant began acting strangely, as if someone were approaching them. 4 new victims came to the young man of their own accord. Well, he would give them a fitting welcome. But why go to all that trouble? The soldiers would do all the dirty work for him, while he stood imposingly to the side. In total, out of 35, he had already defeated 10 kobolds, after which he turned them into his soldiers. A short while later, he found a small cottage that had been left untouched. Jin-hook entered the building and asked all his soldiers to close the doors from the other side, wait for him outside, and not get in his way. Kicking a hole in the floor of the hut, he saw a staircase and went downstairs. There, in a beautiful and mysterious room, stood a coffin. It was here that he intended to receive his secret spiritual master class. Lying in that coffin was none other than the first spiritual master. A coincidence? Luck? No, the young man had known everything in advance, just as he knew what he needed and how to get it. It was time for the old man to wake up and rattle his bones for the sake of the protagonist and his revenge. The man who rose from the grave was clearly puzzled at the sight of the protagonist standing before him, concluding that he must surely be his descendant. It simply couldn't be any other way. That was definitely the case, and besides, the protagonist already knew full well that standing before him was Vulcan himself, whom he hadn't seen since his past life. At that moment, Vulcan actually felt a little awkward, because he'd tried so hard to scare the young man, but he hadn't succeeded at all. The young man wasn't the least bit frightened at the sight of a walking skeleton. The young man said that since he'd read Vulcan's secret journal, nothing could surprise him anymore, though it should be noted that he'd done so in his past life, a fact he wouldn't reveal to his companion. In a past life, when Jin-hook switched his class to mage and lost all his items, he accidentally found the journal and returned to the first floor. It was then that he became a spiritual master, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get Vulcan to rebel. But now the skeleton was standing right in front of him, quite content with life, and he definitely liked the guy. In fact, Vulcan thought the guy in front of him was much better than the one who'd appeared 10 years ago. Only, he didn't know they were the same person. The protagonist was itching to kill the skeleton, but first, he had to change his class. And even there, trouble awaited him, since he had to reach the 10th floor to do so. After all, the Spiritual Master class ranked higher on the class hierarchy than the Necromancer. First, the young man would need to change his class again in the class change tower on the 10th floor, and only then, but the young man cut him off, since he was already a Necromancer, so all that unnecessary information could be skipped. As soon as Vulcan saw that the young man had changed his class on his own without going up to the 10th floor, his eyes sparkled with admiration. He definitely liked this guy much more than the one who had come to him earlier. Besides, this guy was far more talented and capable, whereas the other one had been kind of strange, a total non-starter in a word. Vulcan was so impressed by the young man that he needed to begin the class change immediately. After all, Jin Hyuk hadn't come here for nothing, and at that very moment, the class change process began, a violet glow swirling around the protagonist. Many years ago, before the tower appeared on planet Earth, Vulcan himself was one of the top players. Yes, in his day he had been the strongest necromancer, but he continued to seek ways to become even more powerful. He understood that flesh and bone weren't enough, and since that was the case, the role of a lich or death knight required summoning someone even stronger. Having decided that he needed to begin summoning the souls of the dead, Vulcan set out to create beings who would surpass all others. In the end, he succeeded in creating a new class called the Spiritual Master. But there was one small catch. His old body had exhausted all its strength, and the Spiritual Master class was on the verge of extinction. Therefore, he had no choice but to use necromancy on himself and hope that his descendants would honor his legacy. All of this was done so that Vulcan could find a successor who would follow in his footsteps, and it was in the main character that he now saw the very person who would be able to carry on his knowledge and pass it down to future generations. This young man was destined to become the greatest spiritual master. Now Vulcan understood that Jinhek would henceforth be the third spiritual master. He would have to use the soul vessel to capture souls. He would also be able to summon other souls and use them as he saw fit. But Vulcan had no idea what grand plans the protagonist had, for he intended to capture the soul of the very first master in the soul vessel. What's more, he had already finished all his preparations and had no intention of failing a second time. Unfortunately, the skeleton still hadn't realized what he'd gotten himself into. Overall, the protagonist believed that passing his work off to others was a bad habit, so he was going to set things right now, and he'd do it for free. But now Vulcan was beginning to realize that something had clearly gone wrong. And he was absolutely right, because the protagonist was planning to devour his soul and use it for his own purposes. But Vulcan wasn't going to give up without a fight. He didn't believe the guy had enough power to take his soul. But the protagonist had set a trap in advance, placing special crystals on the dungeon floor. And that was downright insulting. So Vulcan made an obscene gesture at the young man, eloquently pointing him in the right direction. But no matter what gesture he made, Jin Hyuk's magic was far stronger this time, and the trap snapped shut. Using a magical wall, a spell that seemed as simple as could be, the young man created a personal prison for Vulcan. The skeleton was certain he had enough strength to break through the barrier with a snap of his fingers, but nothing worked. But that wasn't even the most interesting part. On his way here, the protagonist had scattered mana stones and was using magic to activate them. Yes, the young man clearly remembered and had heard his captive's words, but the question was a different one. Would he be able to break through the wall of his personal prison before the protagonist caught him? But now Vulcan wasn't in the mood for jokes. Something didn't add up. Standing before him was supposedly a novice, yet his power was far from that of a novice. It was time to lay his cards on the table. Jinhek admitted that he had failed in his past life, but in this one, he certainly wouldn't let his prey slip away. At that moment, it dawned on the skeleton who was standing before him, and this realization did not please him. The time for talk was over, and there was no point in further discussion, so the protagonist set about collecting the soul. Everything went smoothly. In principle, Vulcan had no reason to be upset, since he was now with him, which meant all his dreams would soon come true. With his new class acquired, the young man left the building and made his way back to his army of skeletons. Things were getting more and more interesting, although the young man really needed to get used to the fact that Baal was constantly watching him. The demon was curious about Jin Hyuk's new class, but the young man wanted to keep the intrigue going a little longer before revealing his new achievement. But now he had other matters to attend to. It suddenly dawned on him that he no longer needed his army of skeletons. so he had to get rid of it immediately. Instead, perhaps he was planning to summon the souls of the cobalt creatures he had killed and devoured. That army looked even less appealing, and besides, those entities couldn't speak either. Along with the kobolds, the protagonist summoned his now subordinate Vulcan, who was forced to kneel before him, a situation that did not inspire him in the least. The man, however, had a perfectly human appearance, could speak, and expressed his utter indignation at the situation. This was the first time Jin Heck had seen his old acquaintance in such a form, and it was clear that in his youth, the man had been quite handsome. The young man had clearly struck a nerve with the older man, and the latter had no intention of letting things slide. So he shouldn't be underestimated or dismissed as a nobody. And that's where a mistake crept in. An unpleasant, painful one that pierced his entire spiritual body. It was time for Vulcan to come down from the heavens to earth, and not to overdo it, for he was alive only thanks to the protagonist and his charisma. If the protagonist cut off access to the source, Vulcan's end would come, however much he might not want it to. Of course, all of this made perfect sense, but did the guy really think that such a great man, the first spiritual master, would obey and serve him like a faithful dog, bringing a stick in his teeth? Of course, those were all just pretty words. But the reality was that Vulcan didn't really have much of a choice. Then, Jin Hyuk reminded his companion of what he had done to those who refused to obey him. After all, souls can be turned into a sphere and then devoured. Only now did Vulcan begin to realize that he was in deep trouble. If he didn't obey the protagonist, the latter would simply devour him. There was nothing he could do. So the best course of action was to accept the situation as it was and find out what this man's plans for the future were. It was simple. Now, they just had to get rid of the one who lived in the castle on the mountain. Now was the perfect time to pay a visit to the king of the kobolds, and the young man was quite confident. He wasn't intimidated by the guards pointing their fingers at him. Jin Heck had no intention of fighting himself. Instead, he summoned the souls of the kobolds, who then attacked their living kin. The living monsters didn't stand a chance against the dead ones, so the protagonist calmly marched forward. It wasn't just down below that the kobolds were aggressively confronting the young man. A large number of monsters had gathered on the walls, determined to defend their home from the invasion. 30 guards attacked the young man at once, but they no longer frightened him. In fact, Jin Heck asked, or rather ordered, his enemies to take him to their king, or else they would all die. Meanwhile, the king of the kobolds stood in the middle of his home, realizing that an uninvited guest had come to visit him. There was little time left before Jin Heck's arrival, so the king of the kobolds ordered a servant to prepare an offering. But the protagonist's new army was handling the enemies with ease, helping the young man press forward. But the young man himself couldn't wait to get in on the monster-slaying fun, and his first victim happened to be right at hand. At that moment, a secret passage opened, and, taking advantage of the surprise, the monsters attacked Jin Heek. It was a decent attempt, but it wasn't enough to harm him, as his loyal soldiers immediately sprang to his defense. During the attack, the young man once again appreciated the appeal of his hidden class and its effectiveness. Suddenly, the young man bared his teeth. He looked like a wolf that had caught the scent of its prey, and the king's aura signaled that he was on the right track. The opportunity to level up was right before the protagonist's eyes, and Ball was there to offer him moral support. This didn't inspire the protagonist, since Ball was hardly a beautiful maiden in a revealing outfit, and without his light sword swings, Jin Heck was going to show everyone who was boss here. The King of Time, meanwhile, wasn't wasting any time. He was performing sacrifices, but he still needed more blood and power. The old monster had no intention of resting on his laurels, for the demon he served was still unsatisfied. Apparently, the monsters had run out of humans, so they dragged a half-breed to the altar. The king liked this type of sacrifice much better. It would be more useful than that of an ordinary human, but his plans were destined to remain just that, plans, because Jin Heck had nearly chopped off his hand with his sword, and he hadn't even gotten seriously into the fight yet. By and large, the guy didn't care what the monster was up to here. He was going to end up in a coffin anyway. Such blatantly dismissive behavior from an ordinary person angered Callum. He demanded an apology. The king had picked the wrong person to pick a fight with in the protagonist's opinion. He was far too arrogant for someone on the first floor, but if he wanted respect so badly, let him try to make him change his mind. Meanwhile, the hostage realized that this might be her chance to escape while Callum was distracted by the main character. And she ran, fast, without looking back, without hesitation. Even though the king was shouting something after her, she had to try to escape, but the monster had no intention of letting his prey go. so he turned to magic to stop her. To do this, the king used a corpse bomb to stop or kill the captive. The girl stumbled and fell, realizing she wouldn't be able to escape and that the bomb was about to hit its target. She looked back. Her chances were slim, but she wouldn't let herself die. Not here, not like this, not now. But while she was thinking, Jin Heck sprang into action, deflecting the enemy's attack with lightning speed. This wasn't what Callum had expected, his best attack, and yet some man had managed to stop and destroy it. The hero didn't need any thanks, so the girl had to get out of there as fast as she could. Things were about to get very hot. Only now did the guy notice the horns sticking out cutely from the stranger's head. Could it really be a goblin standing before him? It was all very strange. What was such a powerful creature doing here? One that should be on the 100th floor. Why had it come down to the 1st floor? And on top of that, the girl wasn't even of legal age yet. The conclusion was obvious, and not a pleasant one. Something very serious had happened on the 100th floor, which meant he had to save the stranger to get the information. Meanwhile, the king had come to his senses. He was furious that his sacred sacrificial ritual had been so brazenly interrupted. A scuffle was brewing, so Jin Hook asked the stranger to hide and stay in a safe place until he was done here. The opponent decided to attack the protagonist first, believing that he would hardly be able to fend off his new attack. This attack might have been effective against someone else, but not against Jin Hook. He was much faster than his opponent. Plus, the king had poor control over his mana, which is why he took a punch to the jaw. The opponent was sent flying into the wall. He could wonder all he wanted where the guy got such strength from, but he'd never know the answer. And just as the protagonist was about to land another blow on his opponent, Callum began pleading tearfully with his guardian demon to help him. The demon heard him and attacked the protagonist, coming to his vassal's aid. The blood golem was clearly a major obstacle in Jin Heck's path, and how the opponent had managed to summon it remained a mystery. Generally speaking, it's unpleasant when you're slammed full force into the ground with all your limbs in soft spots, and the guy certainly found it unpleasant. Callum, on the other hand, was pleased, of course, because he'd beaten the insolent fool, which meant he'd won, and now he'd claim his latest victim and feed him to the demon. But the attack had a strange effect. The guy was still alive, and extremely angry, because his opponent had no idea who he'd raised his filthy, stubby hands against. Now it was time for a demonstration, and the protagonist's spiritual army surrounded the blood-soaked golem. It took them only a few seconds to neutralize the threat. Standing in the rain of blood, the king couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Was he imagining all of this, or was it really real? Jin Heck's once white t-shirt was now red with blood, and his eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating desire to kill. He knew full well that his opponent had expended a great deal of energy creating the golem, but had miscalculated. There was nothing to discuss with the king, but he could have a chat with his demon patron. Boone had set everything up. He was curious to see what the boy was capable of after changing classes. Jin Heck would never forgive Boone for this trap. But for starters, he would kill one of the demon's followers. When the time comes, the protagonist will make Boone regret the test he'd just put him through, and there will be no mercy for either Callum or him. It didn't even take much effort to kill and devour the king of the kobolds. Callum was already more dead than alive, and at some point, his soul began to leave his body. But that very soul tried to escape from the protagonist, and he prevented it from doing so by seizing it at its root. And all because Jin Heku needed to create another soul sphere. This skill allowed him to collect souls and create medicines. After he created such a soul sphere from the king, it was time to enjoy a tasty treat. But the effect wasn't as good as he'd expected, and on the 50th floor, all of this would already be useless to him. Meanwhile, the young woman he had recently saved emerged from her hiding place to approach him. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart, and said her name was Har-Yu. By and large, the protagonist wasn't interested in any of this, since he'd come here solely to deal with the Kobold Lord. Everything else was of no concern to him. Jin Heku wondered what Har-Yu would have done if he had turned out to be a bad guy and was planning to kill her, or even sell her, or perhaps do something shameful to her. At that moment, the girl revealed her true colors, because if something like that had happened, she would have had to take action. Such behavior was typical of a goblin. But the protagonist had one question for the girl. Why was she on the 1st floor when she was supposed to be living on the 100th? The answer struck the protagonist like a bolt from the blue. The goblin village had been attacked. From his past life, the young man knew that goblins in the tower were quite powerful creatures. Even walkers found it difficult to compete with them. Given this situation, no one particularly wanted to get into a conflict with a goblin, so the conclusion was obvious. One of the four great beings had attacked the village. So, the one who could have disturbed the goblins was either an angel, possibly a demon, perhaps a dragon, or at the very least a giant. Or maybe someone had managed to enlist the support of a being beyond those listed above. There was a possibility that the Star Nine had a hand in this. You could expect anything from them. But the protagonist didn't particularly want to dwell on that. So he was going to go on with his business. After all, he wasn't particularly keen on standing any longer in the middle of a hall flooded with blood, his clothes reeking of and soaked in the liquid. Haryu thought for a moment, then asked the protagonist to take her with him, since she didn't want to stay there either. Although the girl was still young, Jin-hook decided he could take her with him after all, but warned her that he had no intention of protecting her. She could stand up for herself. It was hard to believe, though, since a kobold had just nearly killed her. It didn't really matter, since the decision had already been made, but it would be great if they could change clothes somewhere. Otherwise, wearing blood-stained clothes, the guy would attract too much unwanted attention. He noticed that an equipment icon had appeared above the Kobold King's corpse, which came in handy. The new outfit looked quite presentable on the young man, and he was ready to set off on his adventures. Just then, out of nowhere, Vulcan appeared before the protagonist and announced that not a single monster remained within the castles. It was a job well done, so the protagonist didn't skimp on praise for his servant. However, what came as a surprise to both Vulcan and Jin-hyuk was that Haryu could see the first Master of Souls, since some goblins had the ability to see the souls of the dead. At that moment, the protagonist thought to himself that it was a good thing he'd saved this girl. Such a gem had fallen into his hands. At one point, the thought even crossed his mind that it wouldn't be a bad idea to use gluttony to absorb her abilities. Though no, it was still too early. It would be better to train her a little first, and then he could absorb them later. And then, as if by magic, the tower's system suggested he create a wave of monsters to boost his experience points, so to speak, which was just what the doctor ordered. But Vulcan and Haryu weren't thrilled by this suggestion, or the greedy gleam in the young man's eyes. But the young man wasn't interested in their opinion, and Vulcan still couldn't believe it. It even seemed to him that the young man wanted him dead. The gods and demons were also in complete shock. Ordinary mortals can't understand geniuses. Jin-hyuk accepts the system's offer, and a wave of monsters is closing in. The other players, however, were utterly terrified. They realized that their skills and strength wouldn't be enough to withstand the approaching danger. Meanwhile, one of the group's commanders ordered his comrades to go up to the second floor if they had finished their quest, because once the wave of monsters began, no one would be able to leave the first floor. But the man had no intention of helping anyone. It was now every man for himself. The moment had been missed. The monster wave began, and the first to appear in the forest were the kobolds. The group of players was either very lucky or very unlucky. Who knows? But the main character appeared in the clearing and suggested that the players leave peacefully, since all these monsters belonged to him and him alone. After all, if even one of them so much as laid a finger on a single monster, they wouldn't make it out of that forest alive. The people didn't understand who had appeared in the clearing or what they were planning to do, since the situation was extremely dangerous. But the protagonist had no doubt in his abilities and summoned his spiritual army of kobolds. The guys didn't understand how a necromancer could have appeared on the first floor, since you can only gain a class on the upper floors. Meanwhile, the armies of living and dead kobolds charged at each other, preparing to clash blades, fists, and teeth. Everything was going smoothly until, all of a sudden, Haryu asked the main character if she should try to kill one of the enemies. It was a good idea, but she had to hurry, because soon there would be no enemies left. The protagonist didn't need to worry about that though, because a brilliant idea had just popped into her head. She summoned the sphere from which she'd drawn her sword, clearly preparing to take an active part in the battle. At the same time, she didn't move from her spot, waiting for the moment when a foolish enemy would come right up close to her. It took just one precise strike to cut the enemy's body in two and stain the blade with his blood. Interestingly, this sword was special, and Haryu, despite her young age, wielded it masterfully. A crowd of young men, burning with righteous anger, prevented the protagonist from finishing his thought. They were unhappy that he had summoned a wave of monsters without asking the others for permission. Suntae believed that since he belonged to the White Swallow Guild, he had the right to ask such questions. But to Jin-hyuk, neither that name nor the guild's name meant anything, so he didn't take the young man's words seriously. It turned out that Kane and Carmen had founded this subsidiary guild, and Songtae was proud to be a member of it. These names from the past were like a red rag to a bull for the protagonist. The guy shouldn't have brought them up. Songtae didn't notice or sense the change in Jinhek's mood, and continued to proudly talk about his older brother, the White Swallow, and his desire to reach the 10th floor. It was too late when the guy realized he'd signed his own death warrant. The protagonist's soldiers were already holding him in a tight grip. For now, Jinhek had no intention of killing the guy. Let him live for the time being. Because after destroying all the monsters in this wave, the main character would have a few questions for him. Still, he decided to enlighten the newcomer a bit about the realities of this place. Here, only strength matters. Everything else is dust. The strong people in the tower aren't known for their altruism, and the only reason he's sparing Songtae today is because he needs information. Otherwise, he and his buddies would have died long ago. Besides, if the guy still wants to stay alive, he'd better stay far away from the main character. At that moment, Songtae realized that there was only one monster here, and that to survive, he had to run as far away from it as possible, as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Jinhek and Vulcan didn't waste a moment and charged headlong into the crowd of monsters. A massive explosion thundered, sending the monsters scattering in all directions. However, this wasn't enough to emerge victorious. Vulcan realized there were simply too many enemies. Jinhek decided it would be best for Vulcan to monitor the situation while he fended off the monsters. But that wasn't going to work, so they simultaneously summoned their spectral arias, which attacked the enemies. Everything was definitely going according to plan, so Jinhek asked Vulcan to turn the new corpses into skeletons. But that wasn't enough, so the guy decided to hack away at the monsters left and right. Haryu wasn't far behind him. She'd gotten carried away, and the number of enemies fell by her blade was growing exponentially. But this was her first time facing such a heavy workload, so she was already tired and wasn't sure she could hold out much longer. She got distracted and didn't have time to react, so she suffered her first wound when a monster attacked her from behind. Infernal pain pierced her body, and she couldn't hold back the scream of agony tearing from her chest. That pain transported her back to the day her home village was burning. Back then, everything had been 100 times more painful and terrifying, so today, she would be able to endure anything. And since that was the case, she had no intention of giving up or sheathing her sword. She would avenge herself and the others, grow stronger, and overcome every challenge. But even her resolve wasn't eternal. Her body began to fail her, and she fell to her knees, realizing she could no longer hold her ground. At that moment, Haryu heard a massive explosion behind her, not understanding what it was. But as soon as she looked in that direction, her breath caught in her throat at the sheer power, technique, and intensity of Jinhek. She couldn't fathom how a player on the first floor could possibly be capable of such a feat. At that moment, she realized she had to stay close to him. Only then would she be able to avenge her family and her village as a whole. But that was for later. For now, she just had to survive. Because after all, she'd let her guard down, and the enemy was advancing. But she was lucky. Vulcan came to her rescue and killed the monster, so she owed him her thanks. Instead, she tried to stand up, leaning on her sword, knowing she had no right to be weak. With the wisdom of his years, Vulcan understood that he was looking at a child who had already endured something terrible, given how determined she was. Haryu didn't understand why Vulcan and Jinhuk had helped her. After all, when she was fleeing from the 100th floor, no one had offered her a helping hand. But at least they hadn't finished her off. But the man didn't know how to answer her. After all, he was a necromancer, not a psychic, so he couldn't know or foresee the future. Besides, he had been dead for a long time and had become a spirit, and the essence of every spirit is to obey the orders of its spiritual master without question. Consequently, he was now carrying out Jinhek's order to watch over the girl, help her achieve her goal, and prevent her from dying. But so far, everything was going well, so it was time for him to help his master. Otherwise, the master would give him a hard time later. Those words from Haryu were enough. Now she had found the strength to continue fighting, and the day would come when she could repay the protagonist for his help. After that, she took out a terrifying mask and put it on, hiding her face and becoming many times stronger than she had been before. Her speed also increased, so she began to kill her opponents much more quickly. The sight was both breathtaking and terrifying. Haryu's fragile body was bathed in a rain of blood from her defeated enemies. There wasn't enough blood. There weren't enough corpses. She needed more. and the girl rushed headlong into the attack. Watching the girl's actions, the protagonist confirmed his hunch. The village had been attacked because of her. Someone wanted her sword, but he would never tell her this so as not to break Haryu's spirit. After all, learning that you were the cause of your kin's deaths and the destruction of your own home could kill anyone. Meanwhile, the monster wave gate was shrinking. There was less than a minute left before it closed completely, and the last monster emerged from it. Jin-hyuk hurled his sword at the last enemy, piercing it right through. The gate closed, and the system congratulated the protagonist on stopping the monster wave. Jin-hyuk was used to battles like this, so he was still wide awake. But Haryu was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, so he held her by the shoulders and asked her not to use such skills when her strength was running out. His concern and closeness made the girl very self-conscious, but she managed to thank him. Meanwhile, the system announced that they had received a reward for defeating the monster wave, and the young man was eager to claim his share. In total, during the monster wave, the protagonist and his assistants had killed 2,500 enemies. So, all of the young man's stats were increased by 5, which, in essence, wasn't all that much, but it was something, and he also received 500 achievement points. Moreover, if he absorbs as many skills as possible through gluttony and multiclassing, he'll become invincible, and his growth will be guaranteed forever. Meanwhile, the system handed out rewards to the victors. Jin-hyuk was about to collect Vulcan's reward, since a spiritual soldier has no use for such things. What was more interesting was that Haryu decided to give her reward to the protagonist as a symbol of their long future together. It was a beautiful gesture, and the protagonist appreciated it, but he didn't trust her. Yes, he didn't mind moving forward together, but nothing more, because he would never forget the taste of betrayal. Besides, the reward for second place in the monster wave was quite substantial, so he couldn't just take it without a second thought. He didn't really need someone else's reward, but the girl had to prove to him that she could be trusted. Otherwise, they would move forward separately. That being the case, Haryu was ready to give the protagonist her goblin mask, the little that remained to her from her people. To take it or not to take it? That is the question. This mask contained all the power of a goblin, but they only give it to their one and only partner. And that was confusing. It seemed to imply something interesting. So the guy asked her to explain the meaning behind such an act. She was so naive and pure that she believed this was sufficient payment for her rescue. Besides, it was proof that she would not betray him. Vulcan was hanging on by a thread, while Jin-hyuk kept pressing her for the hidden meaning behind this grand gesture. He was right. She was driven by a desire for revenge, for her village had been burned to the ground, and she had searched for survivors for a long time, but couldn't find anyone. Therefore, she was most likely the last goblin in this tower, and the rest had perished. Since she had become the last of the goblins, the right to exact blood vengeance for the death of the Goblin King fell upon her shoulders, which is why she asked the young man to stay by his side. Jin-hyuk understood perfectly, or rather, sensed, that he and the girl were too much alike. So he decided to give in to her, but warned her that she'd better be a good girl and never betray him. By and large, the guy didn't care about the goblin mask, so Haryu shouldn't read too much into it, even though he accepts her as she is. This was exactly what the girl had wanted so badly, so she was excited and happy, and in a burst of joy, she called the guy little brother. Such a form of address was too strange, but nevertheless, the protagonist let her call him whatever she wanted. So, as a reward for completing the quest, Jin-hyuk received a mana ring, a mana earring, and a mana necklace. These items affected his mana reserves, increasing them. Vulcan appraised the dropped items. They were more than decent and would be perfect for a young man. These items would suit any necromancer, since they all used mana to create a ghost army. Thus, the young man would be able to increase the number and quality of his soldiers by about 45%. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk cheerfully addressed Boone, reminding him that there was no point in pretending he'd forgotten his promise. The demon didn't want to talk in the forest, so they made their way to the settlement, which was deserted. Obviously, everyone had fled when the wave of monsters began. It was time to claim the coveted prize. So the demon first got into the right frame of mind, and then a ring appeared before the protagonist. It was just what he needed. He had no reason to complain. So Jin-hyuk decided to test his theories and examine the item's properties. But the ring had a secret. It turned out to be filled with demonic energy. So, the guy could use the demonic energy when he put on the ring, but there were certain limitations which didn't faze the protagonist, as long as he could use the item as a source of mana. Generally speaking, to obtain demonic energy, one must become a slave to the devil, at which point it gradually begins to flow into the body. But he had received the ring. It was a good day for him today. For a gift like that, the protagonist was not only willing to shake Boone's hand, but also to forgive him for his recent antics. Ball, however, became terribly jealous. He too wanted to shake Jin Hek's hand, but the young man wasn't willing to do it just like that, though he was willing to consider it in exchange for a gift. But the demon couldn't find anything suitable, so he decided to create a special mission for the protagonist. Vulcan was ablaze with enthusiasm, realizing that it was very rare for anyone to get the chance to receive a special mission from a demon. This was their chance to prove themselves. The guy couldn't resist teasing the demon a bit, and then haughtily informed Ball that they accepted his offer. To be honest, that wasn't what the demon wanted, but he had no choice, so he announced the quest's conditions. By the time he reached the 100th floor, the guy had to become famous in the tower. As a reward, he'd get anything he wanted. If he lost, he'd become the demon's vassal. But all in all, the reward immediately began to tempt the main character. Yes, he didn't want to serve Ball, but Jinhook had no intention of losing either, so he accepted the quest's terms. That much was clear. Now he had to track down Suntae and extract as much information from him as possible. Vulcan would have to handle the search, though the spirit had no idea where to go to carry out the assignment. But there was no need to worry about that. The guy had planned everything in advance, and the spirit soldier was tailing the not-all-that-smart guy. Even though he'd gone quite far, he hadn't left the forest on the first floor yet. This made the task as easy as possible for Vulcan, and he set off after the young man, who had no idea who he'd crossed paths with. Meanwhile, Jin Hek decided to take a short walk with Har Yu and find out more about the mask she'd given him. There wasn't much to say about the item itself. It all boiled down to the fact that anyone who received the mask could harness the power of a goblin. This included the range of superpowers and spells possessed by members of that race. But Har Yu could use not only that, but also a power that allowed her to predict the future. It was sad to hear this because, by and large, this ability was useless on the battlefield, and he would have liked the girl's abilities to be useful. Har Yu hadn't expected such a reaction, and she even thought the protagonist was a bit of a strange person. People from all over the world came to the Goblin Village, met with the elders, and asked them to predict their futures and pass on the knowledge and ability to foresee the future. Many feared what fate had in store for them and wanted to change at least something in their lives in this way. Wasting his energy on such nonsense wasn't for the protagonist, who would much rather get rid of whatever was holding him back. But the girl possessed an unusual aura. A combat aura that was perfectly suited for battle. It was perfect, and Jinhook couldn't contain his emotions and hugged Har Yu tightly. Joy and anticipation swept the young man off his feet, for in his arms was a treasure that could radically change everything in his plans and lead him to victories over enemies he hadn't even dared to dream of before. He also pulled away from the girl just as abruptly as he'd hugged her, realizing that Ball had become completely brazen and had started taking pictures of them like a true stalker. How infuriating all this was for the young man. He couldn't even hug the girl without witnesses, so he grew angry and threatened the demon. But this was the reality of his life here. There was nothing he could do about it. Nevertheless, he promised Har Yu that he would help her get her revenge and make the most of the mask. That was what the girl wanted more than anything in the world, and she hoped the guy would keep his promise. Meanwhile, Vulcan was holding Suntae captive, waiting for his master, who was running late. A couple of minutes later, the main character arrived at the clearing. The spirit was fuming because it was so hard just to hold back and not kill this guy who was trying to escape. This guy, without even realizing it, would help them complete Ball's quest. If they could destroy the guilds of Cain and Carmen, it would bring them glory and help them complete the demon's quest. A plan immediately took shape in the main character's mind, so they could confidently move forward. And so the protagonist and his companions arrived on the second floor, in the safe zone, where other players were waiting for them. The players had many questions, but Jin Hek had no intention of answering them openly, nor of revealing his face, hidden behind a goblin mask, as long as he remained the phantom mask to everyone. The regular players couldn't believe that someone had introduced himself not by his real name, but by a pseudonym he'd made up in advance. Moreover, they wanted to demand some explanations, since the main character was acting too arrogantly, showing no regard for their feelings. But then one of the guys thought that the young man might have committed a crime before ending up in the tower, and was hiding from justice here. In that case, it would be best to stay away from him and avoid crossing his path, just in case something happened. Jin Hek, however, understood that in this place, many people concealed their true identities, and with his haughty and secretive behavior, he had most likely already drawn enough attention to himself for a first encounter. Right now, however, they had plenty of other things to do, so Vulcan had to transport them to the designated location in full view of the crowd. So they teleported to the second floor, where they had to complete a specific task, to kill 10 ordinary kobolds and 10 warrior kobolds. This task wasn't difficult for the protagonist, so he didn't plan to devise any special strategy for it, relying instead on chance. Moreover, the protagonist himself had no intention of doing anything. Vulcan could handle this quite well on his own. The man would have to take the girl with him, while the protagonist himself planned to experiment with demonic energy at that moment. This was a bit of a dirty trick, since Vulcan was very eager to see what would happen when demonic energy was used. So he was ready to complete his task as quickly as possible and return to watch this kind of training. Meanwhile, Har-Yu couldn't understand whether tasks in the tower could really be carried out this way. But the protagonist wasn't interested in the ethical implications of the matter. He didn't care who would do the dirty work for him. Right now, he was much more interested in trying to use demonic energy, since he hadn't had that opportunity in his past life. He put on the ring and released a certain amount of demonic energy. He was curious to see what would come of it, since demons were one of the most powerful races in existence today. The demonic energy captivated, mesmerized, and astonished the protagonist with its darkness and power. But he wasn't the only one drawn to this energy. A hungry and slightly crazed kobold emerged from the bushes. He wanted to get his hands on such a tasty treat for himself, so he attacked the young man. But this was exactly what the protagonist needed, and he wanted to test his newly acquired power on the kobold. So he created a sphere of demonic energy and hurled it at his opponent. Surprisingly, this kobold was smarter than the kobolds on the first floor and managed to dodge the first attack. But Jin Hek knew that wasn't quite true, because a blow of that force couldn't possibly fail to damage the monster. And that's exactly what happened. A few minutes later, the monster's shoulder shattered into tiny pieces, revealing its crimson flesh. This was hardly surprising, since demonic energy is a weapon of incredible power, and not everyone is capable of withstanding such an attack. And those who encounter such destructive power even once will never be able to tell anyone about it, since they are reduced to atoms and molecules, disintegrating into atoms and molecules. Now that the kobold's spirit had left its body, the young man was about to combine that very spirit with the demonic energy in order to create the perfect spiritual soldier. The problem was that the kobold's soul was disintegrating and thus could not withstand the demonic energy. Therefore, he now urgently needed to reduce the energy density from 10 to 1. This method worked perfectly, and a perfect spiritual warrior stood before the protagonist. All things considered, this process wasn't all that complicated, since few besides demons can control demonic energy, so few people know just how simple it is. At that moment, Vulcan appeared in the clearing with the kobolds he had captured. He noted that the spiritual soldier imbued with demonic energy was magnificent and worthy of being called a demonic spiritual soldier. That sounded quite interesting, and Vulcan was already sizing up the new spiritual soldier, realizing that the guy had aced the test. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected on the fact that Vulcan was capable of both summoning souls and commanding them during battle, a rather valuable ability which flattered the master's pride. But the old man's joy was short-lived. At that very moment, the protagonist began to fill the body of his mentor and first spiritual master with demonic energy. Jin Hek had a reason for doing this. If he filled Vulcan's soul with demonic energy, the fighters Vulcan summoned would automatically turn into demonic spiritual soldiers. Moreover, the man's soul was much stronger than those of the kobolds, so the young man intended to use all the demonic energy he had to carry out his plan. Har-Yu was frightened at first, but the protagonist asked her to calm down, since the first spiritual master wouldn't die from something so trivial. Vulcan began to get angry, threatening to eat the young man for breakfast after first tearing him into tiny pieces, like Tuzik tearing apart a hot water bottle. If, of course, he survived. But this only riled up the protagonist, and the man could challenge him. If he became strong enough, the young man would be only too happy to compete with the first spiritual master in skill. And yes, Vulcan survived and returned to Jin Hyuk much stronger than he had been before. Without a doubt, the first spiritual master was the protagonist's finest spiritual soldier, his greatest creation. Vulcan laughed. He believed that Jin Hyuk had made the biggest mistake of his life by creating a being many times stronger than himself. But this didn't scare the young man in the least. He put on the mask the girl had given him and was ready to fight, as he had long wanted an opponent equal to him in strength. Vulcan planned to show Jin Hyuk the full might of the demonic spirit soldiers. The army of summoned soldiers was enormous, and it looked terrifying as it surged toward the protagonist. Meanwhile, the protagonist put on the goblin mask and was ready to test the power of his creations. Although Har-Yu had given the mask to the protagonist, she hadn't expected him to actually use it. The goblin's power was something else entirely, and even the demonic spirit soldiers were now too slow for the young man. This was a fascinating phenomenon. It meant that during battle, the girl could see her opponents in this way. This ability truly gave her, and now Jin Hyuk as well, an advantage. Moreover, even though his appearance had changed, his character and ambitions remained the same. And Vulcan shouldn't forget that he is none other than the Death Star. His right-handed strike was still more than effective, so his opponent needed to give up and stop trying to show off. If you think the demons always remained in the shadows or in hell, you're wrong. Jin Hyuk was worse than any demon, and his gaze clearly told Vulcan that he needed to be a good little boy and obey all his orders. Overall, the guy didn't feel a shred of pity for the first spiritual master, but Har-Yu was very worried about him. The man was in full possession of his spiritual faculties and had clearly regained his composure, but even he was feeling the pain from the guy's blow. Har-Yu felt a weight lift from her heart, but she decided to test her hunch. Could it really be that the boy had used the power of her mask? Jin Hyuk didn't deny it because he liked it. He'd never felt so fast and invincible before. That was the problem, or rather a side effect caused by his lack of experience using this item. No, that couldn't be right. If this was a side effect, then what was the point of the mask at all? It was a little frustrating that the protagonist hadn't heard her words, or hadn't taken them seriously, because with this mask, one could anticipate enemies' movements during battle. Now Jin Hyuk could hear the girl and wanted to learn all of this, but Har-Yu couldn't help him since she did it all instinctively. That's what it means to talk to a genius. She was special, even among the goblins, so she'd hardly be able to teach him anything. But the protagonist was no ordinary guy either. He didn't feel any pain or dizziness, even though that's what always happens when someone unprepared uses the mask. And the girl couldn't always use her ability either. Although no, that happened because the guy couldn't activate the skill. But the girl was sure he'd learn everything soon. It sounded good, but a mistake is a mistake, and arrogance is arrogance, and that can lead to losses. The guy wanted to become the strongest on the second floor just a little too badly. Vulcan was also quietly suffering. Hugging his knees, he couldn't believe he'd ended up living such a life. He was, after all, the greatest spiritual master. At that moment, Har-Yu approached him, and the man hugged her, crying, thinking she was showing him concern, but she simply hinted that they needed to catch as many kobolds as possible for the main character. There was nothing else to do but follow the order, and then, in a hurry, clear out the third floor of the tower. The fourth floor also fell easily under the onslaught of the protagonist's spiritual army. On the fifth floor, the other players did nothing but gossip about Jin Hyuk, thinking he could only fight kobolds. They were wrong to think and say that, because Jin Hyuk knew better than anyone how the tower was laid out, and what was waiting for him where. Meanwhile, as the young man sat in the clearing, quietly weaving a magical shield around himself, a monster decided to attack him. But the poison dart didn't reach the protagonist's body. Har-Yu stopped it mid-flight. The wretched creature had made a grave mistake in daring to raise a paw against the boy. Now the girl was burning with righteous fury that could not be quelled. But she didn't even have to get her hands dirty, since the demonic spirit soldiers had already reached the monster. And she would have been happy about that, except that Vulcan noticed something strange beginning to happen to her. She reacted strangely to the praise. Har-Yu was smiling, and there was so much madness and a desire to kill in that smile that even Vulcan felt uneasy. Har-Yu's baffling behavior raised so many questions, and it was important for Vulcan to understand what was going on. For several minutes, the girl didn't react. She just held her sword and laughed. Only after a while did she come to her senses and nearly fainted at the thought of what she'd done. While his subordinates were trying to figure out what was going on, the protagonist finished preparing to carry out yet another cunning plan. As if the last wave of monsters hadn't been enough, he decided to create another one. And when? That's right, today. A few hours before the events described, at night, while the group was sitting around the campfire, Jin Heck announced that the monsters would soon change in appearance, goblins would start appearing in their path, and he wanted to earn the Goblin Slayer achievement. It's not that the guy hadn't considered attacking their king, but it's hard to predict on which floor he'd appear. Besides, he knew better than anyone else in this tower how to achieve the desired result without doing that. It was easier to manually summon a wave of monsters. Vulcan couldn't believe his ears. No one in the tower knew about this, and even if they had, they would have made active use of it. But it was secret knowledge that the protagonist had stumbled upon by accident. In his past life, when Jin Heck was climbing the tower, a fissure formed somewhere between the 3rd and 4th floors. That's when he learned about this method. He didn't want to repeat the same thing twice, so everyone had to listen carefully. On every floor, there's a special zone where monsters are created and born. If you find such a place and direct a large amount of mana there, you can create a new wave of monsters. The thing was, though, that this was the first time the guy was going to try something like this. It's easy to create a wave on the first 10 floors, because after the 300th floor, the monsters are much stronger, and not even 4 great beings could stop them. And now the players didn't understand what was happening, how an earthquake could occur inside the tower. It would have been better if it had been an earthquake, but no, it was a real wave of monsters, and the guys had no idea how to react. There was no time to stand frozen in place and hope for a miracle, as a horde of enraged goblins was charging toward them. The humans' attempt to escape failed, and poisoned darts, prepared and launched by the monsters, flew into their backs. There was no point in trying to fight back, since those hit by the darts couldn't get up. Their bodies were paralyzed. All routes of retreat were cut off. The situation couldn't have been worse for any of them. The young men felt like crying, for dying before even reaching the 10th floor was both sad and shameful. But God heard his prayers, and the young man didn't die, for the main character appeared before him, telling him to go to a safe place while he was still in a good mood. People, whether in the real world or in the tower, are the same. Few are willing to push past their limits and boldly face danger head-on. So now they've shifted all the responsibility onto the main character's shoulders. And Jinhook is more than happy to oblige, since the rumors worked in his favor, and there was no doubt that they would continue. Yes, and becoming stronger was part of his plan, so it was time for the spiritual soldiers to get to work. All of this was fine, except that it was Vulcan who created the soldiers, and the guy had taken all the credit for himself. They didn't get a chance to argue until the second coming, because they witnessed an incredible sight. A demonic spirit soldier was burning. No wonder, spiritual goblins had come for their souls. These goblins could attack and destroy the protagonist's spiritual soldiers, and if they weren't eliminated, the raid would be a lost cause. In this situation, Haryu decided to take the initiative. Her blade was as sharp as ever, her movements swift, agile, and precise, with a wide area of effect, taking out several goblins in a single attack. Everything was going so well, and the protagonist was able to absorb the spiritual goblin's power. His gluttony reveled in the feast. With that settled, he could dispose of the remaining monsters, aided by the spiritual fire. But even in the heat of battle, Jinhook didn't forget to thank Haryu for her help. However, her silence and complete lack of reaction greatly surprised and alarmed the protagonist. Then she lost control. Her sword began to radiate energy, glow, and sweep away everything in its path with an energy tornado. But that wasn't the main thing, because a minute later, Haryu was standing before him. Yet, at the same time, she wasn't Haryu. And this new, uncontrollable Haryu turned her blade against the protagonist. That wasn't enough for her, and a second later, houses began to collapse under the force of her attack, and huge chunks of debris rained down on everyone in her immediate vicinity. How the young man managed to survive in the midst of all this Armageddon is a big question, as is how their fragile Haryu destroyed an entire village with a single blow. But it was extremely difficult for Jin Heck to think, since the girl had no intention of letting up, and now he had to draw on all his agility to avoid becoming monster fodder. At this rate, he wouldn't last long, so perhaps if he took off his mask and shouted until she came to her senses, he might survive. She, however, either couldn't hear him or didn't want to, reveling in her power as she shattered the protagonist's defenses. Behind the wall of dust and smoke following the last attack, Vulcan tried in vain to make out the silhouettes of the young man and woman. Jin Heck was still alive for the time being, but Haryu had beaten him up pretty badly. It was a good thing that at least the men's telepathic link was still working. In the current situation, it was the protagonist he needed to worry about, since the girl had nearly finished him off with a single blow. No matter how you looked at it, the conclusion was the same. Standing before him was the leader of all the goblins. But even so, Jinhook wasn't the type to sit idly by. Besides, Vulcan had practically dealt with the wave, so all that was left for him was to either kill or subdue Haryu. The goblin mask was his only hope. Without it, he certainly wouldn't stand a chance against such a powerhouse. His intuition screamed that the sword in the girl's hands was dangerous, and he had to avoid it by any means necessary if he didn't want to end up as mincemeat. Yes, he'd come to sympathize with her sad story, but today they would part ways. After all, in the tower, there are no eternal friends or eternal enemies. He resorted to forbidden tactics. The girl smiled at him affectionately, just as before, and called out to him. And how could his heart not skip a beat at that? And so his heart skipped a beat, and at the same time, a hint of hesitation crept into his movements, giving the girl time to stop his attack. At any other time, he would have even admired her strength and her fighting technique, but clearly not now. It was his mistake that led to the first blood. It was a good thing he was still standing on his own 2 feet. If he couldn't defeat Haryu in close combat, then let the skeletons help. After all, he was a necromancer, albeit a kind-hearted simpleton. The skeletons crawled out from under the ground, grabbing the girl by her legs and arms, trying to hold her in their tenacious, dead embraces. But that was definitely not enough, and the skeletons' heads flew off their shoulders. Jinhook watched all this and saw nothing. Could this really be combat tactics in action? Victory was very important to the protagonist, but on the other hand, what good would it do him if he were to join his ancestors? So he dodged the girl's final attack. A chance. He had one slim chance to defeat her, since the girl was apparently exhausted after her last attack. No, it was something else. She was crying tears of blood. Perhaps this was the side effect she'd mentioned earlier, and if so, he could turn the situation to his advantage. For now, he could play a game of cat and mouse until he was certain that Haryu could no longer use her combat abilities. Then the provocations began. After all, that's how necromancers fight, using every means at their disposal, whether conventional or unconventional. And now the girl is flying, like a moth to a flame, into the protagonist's web. But he's quite the spider, and so he summoned a few goblins who fired their poisonous darts at the girl. Even she, at the peak of her strength and abilities, cannot dodge those poisonous darts now, which means she might as well start counting down the seconds until her death. But Haryu clearly had no intention of dying. So the goblins, the girl, and Jinhook found themselves in a strange red realm. And within this area, she managed to kill the goblins and charged at the protagonist, who had no idea how to counter her this time. Pushing himself to the limit, the guy managed to dodge the deadly sword. But if he thought he'd get even a minute's respite, he was sorely mistaken, because a second later, the girl attacked him again. This wasn't Haryu. The young man realized that from her frenzied and bloodthirsty expression, but somehow the protagonist managed to drive a poisoned dart into her shoulder. Although the young man had to make adjustments to his original plan as the battle unfolded, he still took advantage of a side effect of his combat foresight. Robbie, firing a poison dart from a blind spot wasn't a brilliant decision, and now she couldn't move for a while. Her arms and legs lost their strength, and she began to fall. But Jinhook barely managed to catch her. But he too was beginning to lose feeling in his hands, as the poison from the girl's body had gotten on his hands and seeped into his system through his skin. It was a bit unpleasant, so the guy ordered the zombie to fetch the poisoned needle that had fallen in the corner. To build up resistance to the political poison, the protagonist swallowed it, and now he felt wide awake. From the side, he could hear the girl's steady sniffling. The young man sighed heavily, as her ability was getting on his nerves and causing problems. But that was only the outward appearance of what was happening. There was another reality, hidden from prying eyes, where the girl and the sword hovered, facing each other. Suddenly, a stranger appeared beside the sword and called it the demonic sword of murder. The man hadn't expected a child to wield such a deadly weapon. It was also interesting that the stranger was a half-breed. Part of his blood was goblin. He didn't want to say much more about himself, but he was willing to give Haryu one piece of advice. If she drew that sword even once more without proper preparation, it would devour her without hesitation. It took some time before Haryu came to her senses, but by then she hadn't yet realized that Jinhook was carrying her on his back. What's more, she'd slept for so long that they'd already managed to leave the 5th floor, make their way to the 6th, and reach a safe village. Only now did it dawn on the girl that she was still on the guy's back, that he was carrying her, and how on earth that had happened. A clean, soft bed at the hotel welcomed her with open arms, so they had a little time to rest, check their gear, and then head up to the 6th floor. There was a large city on the 10th floor, but to get there, you had to defeat the boss. And he was no easy opponent. His combat power was comparable to that of a monster lord. But Haryu, the main character, had no intention of taking her with him. From that moment on, they would go their separate ways. The girl didn't understand what had happened during the monster wave, so she didn't know what she'd done wrong or what she'd done incorrectly. It was simple. She wielded a demonic sword that, when used, granted her power but devoured her consciousness, which is why she couldn't remember what she had done earlier. Moreover, during the battle, she lost her mind and attacked the protagonist. If not for his skills, he would be dead. If she continued to rely solely on her sword, she wouldn't make it to the 100th floor. But the guy had a suggestion. She had to reach the 10th floor on her own, without using her sword. There was definitely a point to this. That way, she could become stronger, and then the main character would be proud of her again. For the time being, Jinhook even lent her his cloak, since she was going to be traveling alone, and it was better if people didn't know she was a goblin. The protagonist didn't say goodbye to Haryu and promised to wait for her on the 10th floor, so she didn't need to rush too much. A few days passed, and on the 9th floor, the protagonist continued his vigorous sweep. No matter how big his opponent was, it wasn't much different from an ordinary goblin, so it would be best if it just went away peacefully. The monster didn't want to get out of Jinhook's way the easy way, so it would have to be the hard way. A single blow was enough for the young man to send his opponent flying toward the center of the earth. The young man's successes greatly pleased Vulcan, who had to continue devouring the monster's souls, as they needed as many spiritual soldiers as possible. The only thing that troubled the man was that Jinhook hadn't once thought of Haryu during all those days. There was really nothing to worry about. The girl was strong, and she would do anything for her revenge. In that respect, they were alike. But Vulcan was supposed to be working harder. This drove the man crazy. How could a kid show such disrespect to his elders? Did he not have parents? Unexpectedly, the master had most likely hit the nail on the head, which was a bit embarrassing. The protagonist had spent his entire childhood in an orphanage, since he was an orphan, which is why he lacked strong social bonds. How much the master wanted to feel sorry for the main character, who had never known a parent's love. Vulcan could have rolled his pity into a little tube, and you know what I mean. So, to avoid upsetting the guy even more, he carried out the task, and they were able to move up to the 10th floor to the testing room. There, the system's first cruel trick awaited them. They had to kill the boss if they wanted to move on, and if they failed to do so on the first try, the whole thing would repeat itself, over and over. The second trick was that the system displayed a list of names, people or non-humans, who had cleared this level in less than a minute. But neither Jinhook nor Vulcan were among them, and since that was the case, they now had the chance to break those records together. His hands were already itching to show who was in charge here, so the guy reminded his soldier that he would have to use the demonic spirit soldiers right from the start to hold the boss back. He didn't even need to remind him. The Necromancers were ready to do the impossible. To strengthen the spirit army, the protagonist summoned a massive magical spear. After this battle, no one would ever be able to dispute the power of a multi-class character, because the guy was planning to enhance everything he had with the power of the elements. Beautiful, multicolored whirlwinds of the 4 elements intertwined with the magical spear. That wasn't enough, so the protagonist cast a huge number of spells of various levels on the spear, and demonic energy was to be the icing on the cake. Now everything was definitely ready to kill the boss. All that remained was to wait for the countdown to end. 3 seconds later, the Great Orc was summoned into the trial chamber. Vulcan wasted no time and summoned all his demonic soldiers to hold the monster in place. They bound the monster's paws with necromantic chains, clinging to them to hold it in place, all so that the spear of the god Odin would hit the bullseye. Less than a minute later, the huge headless carcass of the Great Orc crashed to the floor with a thunderous roar. A second. That's all the time it took the main character to defeat the boss. Everyone was talking about it, and Haryu had also heard about it in a tavern on the 8th floor. It was amazing and inspiring, and it also gave her the strength to move forward and work even harder. Vulcan didn't hide his joy. After all, they'd managed to outwit even the great creatures. The 10th floor awaited them. There, they would finish all their business and wait for Haryu. Rumors about the main character were circulating, not only among ordinary players, but also among those with higher status. So on the 10th floor was the first major city, founded by people who had taken up trade. Moreover, this was where the first portal to the surface was located, for those who didn't want to go any higher. Jinhook also wanted to sell a couple of items and buy some potions. He could see that even though the ban on auctions had been lifted in the tower, the market was still thriving. This was understandable, since the city was also home to ordinary people who, for example, needed food and water, the most basic necessities. The entire way Jinheek and Vulcan walked, they were offered various services by the Golden Lich. The spirit had no idea who that was. By and large, the protagonist didn't know much either, except that the Golden Lich had founded the largest company in the tower, made a fortune for himself, was rolling in gold, but never showed his face to anyone. And this was the decisive moment, because the young man needed to find a sponsor. And if the young man considered himself the best of the best, then his sponsor had to be just as exceptional. And his choice fell on the Golden Lich. Although the businessman didn't know it yet, this was a done deal, and Jinhara had hatched a plan to achieve his goal. So first things first, the protagonist headed to his prospective sponsor's company, where he was greeted quite warmly by the secretary. It was a little paradise for those with money. Here, one could purchase anything one's heart desired, from rare items to information. But the protagonist had to wait in line for quite a while before it was his turn to speak with a consultant. The guy wanted to buy something, but he had no intention of revealing his real name. And besides, there was no need to do so. It was enough that he showed his mask, which made him instantly recognizable to anyone but a fool. The expected reaction wasn't long in coming. The consultant had heard plenty about the Ghost Mask's exploits. There was no need to shout after all. Jin Heck didn't wear a mask for no reason, so it was best to be more restrained in expressing his enthusiasm. So the young man brought 3,000 gold coins, and he intended to spend the entire amount on his purchase. But his requests were out of the ordinary and struck silent horror into the consultant, for the young man wanted to buy a meeting with the Golden Lich himself. Jinhook didn't see any problem with his request. He had the money, he had a request, and the company's employees were supposed to fulfill his order, since you could buy anything here. So that's exactly what he wanted to buy. A meeting. But this particular deal was in the impossible category, and there was nothing the young man could do about it. There were several reasons for this. First, Mr. Lich is constantly busy, and second, the young man had brought too little money. The amount wasn't even worth a minute of the boss's time. Something like this was to be expected, so the main character asked how much he would have to pay to meet with the manager. Vulcan felt a little embarrassed for the young man. He didn't understand where all that arrogance, audacity, and ruthlessness came from, since the consultant hadn't done anything to him. Yet the young man had set him up with his request. But the young man knew nothing of pangs of conscience, and he was ready to accept any advice or suggestions on how to meet the Golden Lich. And to start with, he could talk to the company's regional manager, the Puppet Master. The men had no intention of beating around the bush, so the young man stated clearly that he wanted to meet with the big boss. However, Jin Heck no longer offered any money for the meeting. Instead, he ordered them to summon the big boss right there. And when the boss saw him, he would want to become his sponsor of his own accord. It was a rather presumptuous move. Even though the puppeteer had heard a lot about the protagonist, he wasn't about to dance to his tune, especially since the protagonist had no right to speak in such a tone about his master. Overall, the man thought that his puppet ability would help drive the protagonist away, since with it, he could control other people. But such tricks didn't work against the young man. He could easily destroy someone else's marionette. This skill even worked on players from the 18th floor, but here it was only the 10th, and his puppet was broken, while the guy stood there as if nothing had happened, smiling. The first attack didn't work, but the second did, and the man transported the young man to another dimension. If the puppeteer had wanted to surprise the protagonist, he'd failed completely. The guy immediately recognized the infinite sphere, which separated the soul and mind from the body. In this place, the laws of physics didn't apply. And to fight, one had to rely solely on experience and the power of the soul. In that case, the puppet master was no match for the protagonist, and he would have to arrange a meeting with the Golden Lich. Jin Heck, however, could clearly see that his opponent didn't understand who he was dealing with, or what was about to happen. These abilities had no effect on the protagonist, so he easily broke free from the puppet's bonds. Incredibly, the young man possessed 100th level mental mastery, though not 200th level. But the puppeteer had no intention of admitting defeat, so he summoned an entire army of puppets from the water. The symphony of battle would be composed right now, and the man would be both the composer and the conductor. In this line of work, experience is everything. The man boasted that he had raised all these puppets on his own. Moreover, he had modified them so that they would grow stronger with mana transfer. All these puppets were just as strong as the players on the 50th floor. All in all, as soon as the guy entered this realm of the mind, the winner of this battle became immediately obvious. And within a second, the entire crowd of mannequins charged at the motionless protagonist. The guy's chances of winning were 0, but the man tried to console him by saying that his injuries wouldn't be reflected in real time. That was a mistake. You should never count the protagonist out, thinking he's a novice. Surprise! Jinhek didn't die, or even get hurt. He made a dramatic reappearance using lich magic, scaring his opponent half to death. It was excellent practice for his skills, since in the realm of the mind, it took a little more time to summon the dead. Now he could show the man what a real army was like, not this pathetic imitation that had attacked the protagonist. It was laughable to even hear that someone could take pride in such weak puppets. Jinhek's spiritual army was a different story altogether. Now, for the first time ever, the puppeteer felt afraid. The young man's power was staggering, and one question kept turning over in his mind. Who was he? And where had he come from? If the fight had taken place in real time, the man would be dead. But the strange thing was that they were back in his office. Only this time, he hadn't closed the sphere of mind. And if that was the case, control of the sphere had long been in the protagonist's hands. The man would whine another time. For now, he had to keep his promise and arrange a meeting between the protagonist and the Golden Lich. Although Jinhook was a necromancer, he wasn't a sadist, so he asked the puppeteer to simply deliver a letter from him to the boss. It wasn't difficult, but if the Golden Lich didn't respond, there was nothing he could do about it. There was no need to worry about that. The man would reply, and he'd do so immediately. With that, the young man had finished his business at the company for the time being. He could find a place to sleep and get some rest. Although, on the other hand, it wasn't time to sleep. There was still something important he could do, such as joining the White Swallows Guild. Meanwhile, at the guild, 2 girls were discussing their successes in conquering the tower, though neither of them had even reached level 100. At that moment, the main character kicked the door open, drawing attention to himself. To lull the girls into a false sense of security, he decided to pretend to be a somewhat dim-witted, foolish, and naive guy who was having a very hard time conquering the tower on his own. Joining a guild is a good option for those who lack the strength to go further on their own. Suddenly it dawned on the girls that they could use the newcomer for their own purposes and climb the career ladder. Now they were all smiles, asking Jinhek who had recommended their guild to him. Staying in character, the guy said he'd heard about the guild from other guys at the tavern and figured that since the place was so popular, it was definitely what he needed. That was exactly what the girls wanted. The guild had its secrets, and it was a good thing the guy knew nothing about them. He had no intention of revealing his true abilities to the girls just yet, but as for the coin trick, why not? He took the coin and bent it with his bare hands. On top of that, the guy knew the basics of magic and truly wowed his friends. He even created a flame, not believing that it was something so incredible it could impress others so much. After seeing what the protagonist was capable of, the girls decided that his skills weren't that important. They could simply take him for themselves, train him, and then become real oligarchs. Besides, the blonde thought the protagonist was a very handsome young man, which was another point in his favor. A few seconds later, someone burst through the guild's door, and the girls turned around in astonishment at the sound. Only Jinhook remained unperturbed. It turned out that some kind of spirit monster had gone mad and started destroying the village. The young man who had rushed into the guild said he was summoning everyone who had made it past the 50th floor. So the girls had to go help the local residents. The girls didn't want to leave the protagonist alone, but they had to save the people, even if they didn't really want to. So they asked Jinhyuk to stay at the guild and wait for them. This was exactly what the protagonist needed. He tore down the curtain, put on a mask, and was ready to carry out the second part of his plan. People were panicking and trying to flee the shopping street, as it had become very dangerous there. Everything around them was exploding, and staying was simply impossible. They could have been killed, and none other than Vulcan was responsible for all this chaos. However, he wasn't so much enraged as he was completely baffled as to why he had to be doing something like this. He felt extremely awkward, for he was many, many decades old, and in all that time he had never had to pretend to be something he wasn't. After all, he was a respected spirit, and he had no intention of forgiving the protagonist for such a disgrace. Meanwhile, the protagonist, while at the White Swallows Guild headquarters, started a minor brawl, sending the staff into a peaceful slumber with a spinning kick. Just then, when he was already alone and one of the employees had nearly turned into a human after suffering a stroke, another staff member came out of the office to check what all the commotion was in the hallway, and who was distracting him from his important work. The scene that unfolded was quite intriguing, as the young man wearing a goblin mask looked terrifying, and how he had even gotten there was still a big mystery. And while the guild employee hesitated, Jinhek decided to take the bull by the horns, or, more precisely, the man by the throat, and enter his office, which was cluttered with books. By and large, the young man hadn't come here on a whim. He was looking for something. Specifically, certain documents that would prove this guild's connection to the Holy King. Moreover, he wanted to obtain a list of the other guilds, including their exact locations, so he could find them and eventually destroy them. This clerk, too, had already started drooling from the stress, but he tried to threaten the young man, saying he should fear for his life, since his actions had already earned him at least 2 enemies in the Star 9. He was just bluffing. He had no reason to worry about the young man's life. He should have been thinking about something else. If he didn't hand over all the necessary information to the guy right now, he'd be off to meet all his relatives up to the 50th generation, but in the afterlife. He made the right choice, and the man pointed to the table where the documents Jinhek needed were lying. So the employee was tossed onto the floor like a sack of potatoes, and the protagonist set about studying the documents. But to tell the truth, the guild's list was far from impressive, and his desire for revenge only grew stronger. He had learned everything he needed to know, so the decision was made to get rid of Cain and Carmen first and foremost. And to start things off, he might as well set the White Swallow ablaze. Meanwhile, in his office by candlelight, a handsome young man was listlessly going through paperwork. At that moment, his eyes fell on a report from the 10th floor sent by the puppet master. Unexpectedly, a letter fell out of the stack of documents, which was strange, since no one had ever sent him letters separately from reports before. As soon as the young man read the contents, an unpleasant chill ran down his spine, seeping to his very bones. The ghostly mask. Who was this? And how had he discovered his secret? The guild members returned to headquarters and saw the building ablaze. It was unclear who had done this, and everyone who could have shed light on the situation was dead. Beck Hollio fell deep in thought. Certainly, the man who had wanted to join the guild before the fire had looked highly suspicious. Equally strange was the fact that the girls who had nearly accepted his application gave conflicting descriptions of him. One thought he was a very handsome young man, while the other thought he was an ugly freak. Because of this, they had actually nearly come to blows right in front of the guildmaster. Only now did it dawn on them that the protagonist had most likely cast a hallucination spell on himself. Meanwhile, the protagonist was relaxing in his room, waiting for Vulcan, about whom there were many rumors circulating around town, especially regarding his acting skills in playing villains. A dubious compliment, to say the least. But the main thing was that no one saw the protagonist's true face. Although Jinhook was using cheap magic, it was supposed to work 100%, and everyone who saw him was supposed to remember different faces. Besides, the young man had memorized all the information and hadn't left any clues that could point to him as the culprit. At that moment, someone interrupted their friendly conversation with a knock on the room door, and it was clearly not housekeeping. A plan of action formed immediately. Jinhek would open the door, and Vulcan would use magic to immobilize the uninvited guest. And within a second, a Golden Lich Company employee, bound hand and foot, was lying at the foot of the room's door. The young man had come to report that the big boss had come down to the 10th floor on special business. Obviously, this important matter was a meeting with the protagonist. And what a meeting it was! A whole small army had lined up to protect the boss from the evil and terrifying protagonist. It all came down to the contents of that ill-fated letter. The blonde man was willing to kill to keep his secret hidden, but he acknowledged the protagonist's courage. But everything has its price, and the young man must pay with his own life for bringing up the subject. The Golden Lich didn't yet know who he had encountered. He didn't know that his old acquaintance knew far more about him than what was written in the letter. But the young man had no intention of speaking here, so he ordered his guards to bring the protagonist to his office, no matter what condition he was in, as long as he was still breathing and able to speak. A fight was brewing, and the young man wasn't the type to back down from one. And while the commander was telling his subordinates what to do, Jinhek didn't stand idly by or wait to be struck on the head. He attacked first, and what an attack it was! With a single blow, without using any necromantic magic, he knocked out the commander of the Golden Lich's mini-army. He could have played the good guy, but Jinhek was a bad guy, so the mini-army fell under his onslaught. Now he could use his fists to remind the Golden Lich who he was dealing with. But the blonde wasn't about to give in to the protagonist, so he immediately put his special skills and powers to use. The protagonist couldn't fail to recognize the golden power of his old friend. It was simply too distinctive. This ability belonged to only one person in the world, the Golden Lich, and required a massive expenditure of mana and gold. His attack was quite good, but not enough to stop Jin Hek. Naturally, this wasn't the end of the show, and a barrage of gold coins flew toward the protagonist. This wave of coins was made from the gold of this branch, and even the guy was unlikely to get off with just a scare after something like that. Anyone else would certainly have died after that, but not Jin Hook, who had already pressed his blade against his opponent's throat. And yes, they could have threatened each other with violence for hours. But the thing was, the man hadn't spoken to him yet, which was why he'd ordered his men to bring him to his office alive. And now the protagonist and the Golden Lich had entered his office. The place was definitely too brightly lit. There probably wouldn't be a conversation, since the blonde man had attacked the protagonist. This space was completely cut off from the outside world. Not even demons or angels could penetrate it. And since that's the case, Jin Hek simply has to reveal who couldn't keep their mouth shut and told him that it was the blonde man who created the auction. An auction is a massive system that allows you to buy and sell absolutely everything. But it didn't just appear in the tower on its own, of course. And the Golden Lich turned out to be the smartest and most cunning of them all, which is why he created that system with his own paws. But if even one person finds out about this, his company will go bankrupt. But no one told the main character anything, and he went around telling everyone a lot of lies. The blonde guy didn't like that answer, so he thought it over and decided that without one arm and one leg, the guy would be able to talk. In other words, he needed to be motivated. But this plan failed, as the protagonist summoned Vulcan, who shattered the enemy's axe. It came as an unexpected surprise that the protagonist possessed a soul vessel. At that moment, a flash of understanding crossed the Golden Lich's eyes. It was time to settle the score, and Jin Hek decided to give William a thorough beating. The living Jin Hek didn't particularly inspire William. His expression made that abundantly clear. The betrayal of the Star Nine, Baal's gift, death, resurrection, all of this sounded unbelievable, even for a place like this. Although Vulcan was spending all his time with the protagonist now, even he didn't know the details of what had happened to him. So the new light shed on the events surprised him a little. Meanwhile, William apologized in advance to the protagonist, but he couldn't quite believe that he was Jin Hek. Anyway, setting that aside, what the main character was planning to do was simple. He was going to spend the Golden Lich's money, but to do that, he needed to sign a sponsorship contract. It bothered William a little that Jin Hek spoke of his charm, that is, the company, as if it were his personal property. There was nothing strange about this, since it was the protagonist who had given the expensive and rare item, obtained on a high floor, to the blonde man when he was just an unknown street vendor. Thus, he was one of the company's founders, as well as its largest shareholder. Only the protagonist possessed such audacity, so the Golden Lich had practically no doubt left that he was facing an old acquaintance. But if they were to enter into a contract, both parties would have to benefit. So what was Jin Hek willing to give the blonde man? Now that's a completely different story. Obviously, the young man had no money, but he was willing to share his findings after gathering information. So the Star Nine had deliberately set Jin Hook up, but it was unlikely she had acted on her own. Someone had worked hard on each of her members and persuaded them to act this way. But only someone very powerful could pull off something like this. And that's when it dawned on the Golden Lich that the young man was referring to one of the four great beings. But they all strive to maintain their race's supremacy. And here's the twist. A special species has emerged in another race, one capable of reaching the highest floors of the tower and undermining their position. Would they like that? Obviously not. So they want to either reach the top themselves or eliminate those who can do so. Then, the ones who carry out their dirty work can be made rulers of the middle floors. But this is all speculation, and without evidence, it holds no weight. Except that the protagonist reminded William of what happened to the village on the 100th floor, and Jin Hook knew the last surviving member of that tribe very well. The girl's name was Har-Yu. Meanwhile, the girl was slaying monsters, realizing that she still didn't have enough strength to kill the orc boss. As all her attempts to defeat that monster failed, she ran out of time and had to start over from the very beginning. She realized that in order to meet Jin Hook again, she needed to put in more effort and become stronger. She was accompanied by the spirit of her demonic sword, which tempted Har-Yu. urging her to use it to solve all her problems at once. It skillfully played on the girl's weaknesses, saying she had nothing to lose and would be able to reunite with her loved one much sooner. But the promise she had made to the main character was far stronger than all the spirit's colorful promises. So she decided to achieve her goal on her own. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, William was reflecting on what he'd heard and came to the conclusion that Har-Yu and her sword were precisely the targets of the attackers. Jin-hyuk had no doubt about the blonde man's mental abilities, so he confirmed his hunch. This also led him to believe that Armageddon was looming over the tower, one that could destroy everything. But none of this particularly bothered Jin-hyuk, since his goal was revenge. He intended to kill not only the Star Nine, but also the four great beings, as well as the murderer of William's parents. It was a decisive blow. The Golden Lich could no longer resist the protagonist. He was willing to buy the information, but he needed proof. The protagonist didn't understand why he had to complicate things. Besides, it would have been easier if William had simply done what he was supposed to do without all this. The Golden Lich's logic was understandable. By nature, he was a merchant, and money is important to every merchant. If you trust someone only halfway, you won't sell or buy anything. In this situation, the protagonist had no choice but to turn to Baal for help, offering him a handshake as confirmation of his words. But the demon wouldn't settle for just one handshake. He needed at least 3 before he'd be willing to act as a guarantor, so the protagonist agreed to 3. After Baal's enthusiastic confirmation of the young man's words, the Golden Lich could no longer back out of fulfilling his obligations. The protagonist hoped that the day would come when he and his old acquaintance could call each other by their real names. And since the contract had already been signed, Jin-hyuk asked William to supply him with a vast quantity of weapons. The blonde man didn't quite understand the point of this request, since the protagonist was a spiritual master, and if that was the case, why would he need weapons? Did he really want to start a war on the 10th floor? That seemed extremely strange. But here's where it got really interesting. Even though the protagonist was a spiritual master, he also possessed a multi-class ability, and that meant only one thing. Now he could wield absolutely any weapon he saw for the first time, as if he'd been using it for years on end. At that moment, William began to think quickly. If everything the young man had said was true, then he was now much stronger than he had been in the past. Perhaps he hadn't fully maxed out his skill yet, but his potential was unmatched by anything or anyone. And if that was the case, then the Golden Lich's main task was to do everything possible to ensure the protagonist reached unprecedented heights. To that end, he summoned the puppet master to his office and ordered him to buy up every weapon on the 10th floor, to carry out the transaction through shell companies to avoid raising any unnecessary questions, and to package everything as if for a VIP client. The man was used to following orders, so he didn't spend much time fulfilling this request. He even picked up a handsome, functional suit for the protagonist. However, Jin-hyuk didn't appreciate this gesture. He stared at the suit in front of him, unable to grasp what was happening, since he'd asked for a wide variety of weapons, and the pieces of the puzzle in his mind didn't fit together. He couldn't fathom that all the weapons were inside this suit. William explained everything. It was no ordinary garment, but a so-called interdimensional cloak. Its lining is connected to a subspace where any number of items can be stored. The temperature, size, and color can be changed according to the user's wishes, and it's also enchanted to protect its owner. If you place an accessory inside, the effect activates automatically. It's a very rare item, but what wouldn't you do for your beloved Jin-hyuk? Meanwhile, after completing the mission, Song-tae returned with his friends. They were exhausted, but at least they were glad to be alive. Yes, they didn't earn a single achievement, but thanks to the items their leader had, they didn't die before their time. They'd spent everything they had just on the first 10 floors, but Song-tae hadn't given up hope that at the White Swallow branch on the 10th floor, he'd meet his brother and receive a little financial support. He thought that with his brother's help, he would be able to take revenge on the main character, who had dared to threaten him on the first floor. But as soon as they approached the guild building, his joy vanished instantly. It had burned to the ground. Now Song-tae was left high and dry. The other guild members had fled to the 30th floor. He couldn't get in touch with his brother at all, and he had no idea what to do next. Getting to the 30th floor was out of the question for him. He had no money, no strength, and no artifacts either. His companions also began to press the young man for answers about what he planned to do next, since they'd gotten themselves mixed up in this whole mess solely because of him and his empty promises. Song-tae was furious. He knew these guys were useless bugs who wouldn't have made it even to the 10th floor without his help. And now they had the nerve to talk to him in that tone? It was ridiculous. And just as he decided to get rid of the guys, a strange-looking little animal appeared in the alley. The young man began to actively chase the little animal away, thinking that it was looking for food, and since they themselves had nothing to eat, they certainly couldn't feed a stray animal. And when the little fox licked the young man's boot, he got angry and hit it with all his might. The little fox was sent flying to the side. The blow hurt him so badly that he might not be able to get back up. But that wasn't enough for the young man. He began beating the little animal, justifying it by saying that his life had been too stressful lately anyway. And just as he was about to deliver the final, fatal blow to the little creature, someone threw a sword at him and severed his leg, the very one he'd been using to beat the animal. That someone was none other than the protagonist, wearing a new cloak, but still clinging to his old habit of meddling in other people's affairs. Shortly before the events described, the protagonist was walking down a city street with Vulcan, thinking about how he would soon need to go to the Tower of Class Transitions, since he needed new spiritual powers. The man didn't understand why the young man would do such a thing, since he was already a spiritual master. He was unlikely to become anything else. The protagonist understood that his class was something like a glitch that had appeared due to memories from a past life, and he did not yet possess any spiritual power gained through training. And just as the young man had decided that it was time to rest and spend some of the Golden Lich's money, Ball and the fox asked him to head toward the dark alley. Moreover, the nine-tailed fox asked the protagonist for help. Her cub was in danger, so Jin Hyuk chopped off the leg of Song Tae, who was screaming in a voice not his own from fear and pain. To tell the truth, the young man hadn't expected to encounter a Gumiho cub in such a seedy place. It came as a complete surprise to him. Suddenly, luck smiled on Jin Hyuk, for he was now participating in a very interesting quest, the reward for which was quite substantial. Namely, he would receive an item from the fox and grow closer to her. But to do so, he needed to heal her cub and take care of it. At that moment, Song Tae spoke up, and the protagonist turned his attention to him. He stared intently at the young man, trying to remember where he'd seen him before, but he couldn't recall it at all. Apparently, the encounter had been insignificant. The young man was basically getting way too big for his britches, thinking he was some big shot and that Jin Hyuk cared about him at all. And he'd set all this up on purpose to provoke him into taking some kind of action. He was either naive or stupid. Most likely the latter, since he'd forced his friends to attack the main character and kill him. But they were lucky. A fight wasn't part of Jin Hyuk's plans. He grabbed the nine-tailed fox cub and decided to run away. By and large, the cub needed to realize what mattered most to him in life, since today wasn't his lucky day. He'd used up all his luck. But since Song Tae failed to appreciate the protagonist's gesture of goodwill and decided to attack, Jin Hyuk decided to ask the Kumihyo how to deal with such a ill-mannered boy, what her motherly heart desired. The answer was obvious to her motherly heart. The aggrieved mother demanded that the people who had harmed her child be killed. And the young men, suspecting nothing, decided to kill the protagonist and his precious cargo. But their plans remained just that, plans. And within a few minutes, an explosion went off behind the young man's back. One he had actually orchestrated himself to bury Sante and his worthless friends in that filthy alley. The guys had no chance of survival, but the protagonist now had the opportunity to get to know the Kumiko cub better. The encounter went well, but now the young man had no choice. He took the fox cub with him, brought it to his room, washed it, fed it, settled it into a soft bed, and realized he needed to come up with a name for it. Otherwise, it just didn't feel right without one. The first thought that came to Jin Hyuk's mind was to name the cub Deli, short for fox cub. It wasn't the best idea, as Vulcan pointed out to his owner. After all, when the cub grew up and found the protagonist, it would smash his head in for giving it such a name. And rightly so, it sounded really awful. Jin Hyuk's pride was hurt, and since Vulcan was so smart and understanding, he figured Vulcan could choose the name himself, and the main character would see how it turned out, or if it turned out to be nothing at all. As for the first spiritual master not accepting the challenge, that had never happened and never would. So after a brief moment's thought, he settled on the name Ho-Ran, which meant to grow in the light. Neither the protagonist nor the cub liked this name at all. So Jin Hyuk decided to name the cub Miho, but this name suited the cub perfectly. The little fox smiled joyfully and was happy. Thus, part of the quest was completed. The protagonist saved the Kumihyo cub and received his first reward for it. He received a fox mask, When he wore it, he could use the abilities of a fox, and as the mask's primary wearer grew stronger, the mask's abilities would also increase. As soon as Jin-hook picked up the item, he realized that, to some extent, this mask resembled the one Har-yu had given him. With this item, he can now cast a charm that suppresses an opponent's skills without even touching them. So now he had to complete the second part of the quest, which required feeding Miho 999 pieces of raw liver. To do this, the young man would have to hunt and gather food for Miho. But if you consider this the price for the mask, it's not that difficult. Besides, it would increase his closeness level with Gumiho, which also worked in his favor. Now that the issue with the fox cub's name had been resolved, Vulcan decided to go out for a short walk. But as soon as morning came, the protagonist planned to head to the tower, so he asked his subordinate to go straight there if he was running late. And so Vulcan was calmly strolling through the city, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, when he suddenly sensed a strange, oppressive energy emanating from a young man below. He looked closer, noticed horns on the slender figure's head, sensed an ominous aura, and realized he was facing a dragon. But this dragon was a bit, shall we say, strange, since he wanted to wipe out every last dragon, even though he was a dragon himself. Vulcan knew that dragons possess a love for their own kind that borders on narcissism, but here, the dragon wanted to destroy its own kind, which was a bad sign. It turned out that this dragon had been coming to the square for several days now, standing in the middle and muttering something under his breath. But people were afraid to get close to him, so they didn't know what he was saying. If this had been going on for several days, then the question arose, why were the dragons doing nothing and making no attempt to reason with their fellow dragon? Worst of all, the dragon had turned his attention to Vulcan, recognizing him as the recent, terrifying demon with very poor acting skills. And that was truly insulting. How could his great first spiritual master be mistaken for some worthless demon? Nevertheless, he descended to the dragon's level, saying that if the dragon couldn't sense his power, it meant the dragon's own power level was quite low at the moment. Such treatment stung the dragon deeply, for he wasn't used to some half-baked demon calling him a snotty little dragon. But it wasn't even the wording or the unflattering epithets that stung the young man. It was the fact that the man had called him a dragon. That was worse than any insult to him. Meanwhile, near the 10th floor, the protagonist was slowly making his way toward the mage's tower. He was gradually starting to get nervous. It was already morning, and Vulcan still hadn't returned, something that had never happened before. And he wasn't responding via their mental link either, which was just as strange. But there were more important matters at hand. So he flung open the doors to the mage's tower, almost kicking them in the process, and stepped inside. A deathly silence reigned within. At that moment, a young man emerged from the depths of the room and announced that he was in charge of the tower and that his name was Ken. The protagonist noticed that there was very little going on in this tower, and he was right. After all, there were few people on the 10th floor who possessed mana. Nevertheless, Jin-Hek would like to use the Necromancer's room, if possible. Yes, such a service was available, but in order to prove he possessed mana, the young man had to place his hand on a crystal ball. It turned out he had to infuse the object with a bit of his mana, which, on the surface, didn't seem like a big deal or anything complicated. But as soon as the protagonist set out to complete this task, it became clear that he was too powerful for this orb, this tower, and this floor. Ken was even nearly swept away by a magical wave. He hadn't expected a young man who had only reached the 10th floor to have such a powerful reserve of mana. Jin-Hyuk had definitely gone overboard. The orb shattered into 1,000 tiny shards that scattered across the room. But he wasn't particularly bothered by that. His main goal was to make use of the Necromancer's room. Everything else was collateral damage. Meanwhile, things weren't going well for Vulcan, since he'd angered a dragon who didn't consider himself a dragon. A brawl had broken out. Overall, the situation was made worse by the fact that Jin-Hyuk was too far away, so mana was being drained at a rapid pace. The stranger got carried away. He wanted to get to his opponent, who had dared to insult him. After all, souls would run out sooner or later, and there would be nowhere left to hide. But Vulcan wasn't the only one who noticed the young man's horns and jumped to conclusions. Or rather, conclusions he didn't like. Passers-by were better off running away and getting out of the young man's sight. After all, he wasn't a dragon at all. How dare they insult him like that? Vulcan, hovering in the air, didn't understand what the stranger's problem was, since, by all outward appearances, the man belonged to the dragon race. But for some unknown reason, it made him cringe when someone called him a dragon. And this led him to suspect that the young man's body and soul were separate. But was such a thing even possible in the first place? But if one recalled the protagonist's recent example of how he died and then came back to life, it might be possible. Only if one theoretically assumed that something similar had happened to this half-dragon. And within Vulcan himself, that pesky curiosity of a true scientist, which isn't so easy to suppress, began to stir. And when something like that stirred within him, trouble was sure to follow. And now the first spiritual master had decided to use someone else's soul as a weapon to test his theory. But when he fired his laser beam, he missed slightly and didn't hit the half-dragon, but he caught the edge of its clothing, which wasn't too bad considering how intense the battle was. He also explained that this was spiritual power, that is, magic that uses the soul instead of mana. And since Vulcan was the very first spiritual master, he was now going to show his opponent who was boss. But the half-dragon was no less powerful than the spiritual master, and sparks from their attacks flew in all directions. Hendrik, that is, the half-dragon and future dragon slayer, was about to kill our dear Vulcan. At that moment, the man remembered that this was the name given to those who fought dragons, so it was strange that such a strong human soul, one that hated dragons, had taken up residence in the body of a dragon itself. Now, however, the advantage clearly lay with Hendrik, and Vulcan had made one of his biggest mistakes. He had underestimated his young opponent, for within his body resided a soul that had reached the 800th floor. The situation couldn't have been worse. Not even the main character could do anything to help his loyal assistant. But that wasn't the end of it. Vulcan wasn't the type to just stand there and take blows for no reason, so he decided to grab his opponent, since he couldn't defeat him any other way. Well, that didn't work either, because the half-dragon used the full moon technique and broke free from his bonds. The advantage of the technique Vulcan used was that the connection with his soul helped regenerate the enormous paws that were gripping Hendrik. While Hendrik was still reeling from the sight of the enormous spiritual giant, Vulcan caught his breath, having used up all the energy and mana he'd temporarily received from the protagonist. Under these circumstances, the half-dragon wouldn't be able to do anything for a while either, and they could take advantage of this opportunity. But things didn't go according to plan, and the dragon managed to slice through the enormous spiritual giant. Hendrik seemed to have gone mad, but at the same time, he was staying true to form, insisting that the time would come when he would kill the first spiritual master with his own hands. Meanwhile, the protagonist, along with Kin, was heading toward the Necromancer's room, noting that the mage's tower contained quite a few different rooms, isolated from one another. The mage, meanwhile, was watching Jin Hack closely, trying to figure out who was hiding behind the mask. After all, if you thought about it, his power was greater than that of any player on the 10th floor. The protagonist also reflected on the fact that Ken was a pretty good mage and would be quite suitable as a guide. Meanwhile, they had already reached the Necromancer's room, and the tower's guardian opened the door. This place was just what the protagonist needed to further develop his skills. At the very least, it would serve as the perfect source of nourishment. There were chemicals, corpses, and books. In short, a dream come true for any necromancer who loves his craft. Ken was going to leave the protagonist alone in the room, but if he needed anything urgently, he could feel free to ask for help. Left alone in the room with Miho, the young man realized it was time to move forward. Meanwhile, out of nowhere, a pale-as-chalk Vulcan appeared in the necromancer's room. He'd been lucky enough to escape from Hendrik and find the protagonist. The man had no intention of explaining where he'd been. He simply asked his master to pretend nothing had happened, saying he'd just overdone it during his morning training. Well, if that was the case, then they could get down to the most interesting part, and the young man summoned his spirit warriors so they could prepare everything necessary. The spirits gathered books, drew pentagrams, and lit candles, all according to their master's wishes. Now Jin Hook sat in the center of the pentagram, reading a book and meditating in order to advance to the next stage and imbue himself with the necessary knowledge and energy. Behind him, Miho watched with curiosity and attention. She too was in the center of the pentagram. Vulcan realized that this could have certain negative consequences, so he took the little fox and asked her to step back a little with him. Nevertheless, the protagonist realized that this might be his last order, so he asked Vulcan to listen carefully. The spirit of the first spiritual master was supposed to guard the protagonist's physical body until he woke up. The man asked the young man to be careful, but if so-and-so didn't return, he would gladly take over his body. And so the young man set about carrying out his plan, which was both complex and simple at the same time. This was the first time Miho had witnessed such a spectacle, so she was very worried about the protagonist, But Vulcan reassured her, since everything was going according to plan. Essentially, spiritual power is the fundamental principle of a necromancer, allowing them to use souls as mana. The fastest way to awaken one's spiritual powers is to assume the state of a soul. To put it in human terms, this requires dying. But no one in their right mind wanted to die for good. If you look closely, by all appearances, the protagonist has already entered the spiritual world, and then something very unpleasant and terrifying began. The souls started demanding that their bodies be returned to them so they could continue living. Terrifying creatures tried to drive away Vulcan, who was guarding the protagonist's body, in order to take possession of it. To protect Jinhek's body, the man summoned the spirits of warriors to his aid. Now a life-and-death battle was raging between the ghost, which wanted to take possession of the boy's body, and his spiritual soldiers, who were preventing it from doing so. At that moment, Ken opened the door to the room. He had heard strange noises and decided to check what was happening inside. It was a scene straight out of a painting. Malevolent ghosts were hovering in the room, battling equally malevolent spiritual soldiers, and Vulcan was in control of it all. The situation was starting to spiral out of control. So without a moment's hesitation, Vulcan turned to the tower's manager for help, and everyone, without exception, forgot about Miho's presence in the room. She was hiding behind a stack of books, trembling with fear. At one point, she noticed a malevolent ghost creeping up on her dear savior from behind. It was clear that neither Ken nor Vulcan would have been able to get there in time to protect the protagonist. So Miho took matters into her own little paws. Neither Vulcan nor Ken had expected such a turn of events. Yet the little creature continued to protect the young man. The mage couldn't quite figure out what kind of light was emanating from the little fox, though he wasn't the only one who was puzzled. The ghosts were also puzzled, and tried to figure out where such a powerful creature had come from in this room. And then the power of the nine-tailed fox's charm worked on them, and adoration, tenderness, and love began to be seen in their eyes. They showered the fox with 1,000 compliments and fell at his feet, no longer thinking about attacking the main character. But the power of enchantment affected not only the ghosts, but also the spiritual warriors of Vulcan. Ken also fell under the spell of enchantment. The only one who still held on was the first spiritual master. By and large, Miho now not only controlled people, ghosts, and soldiers, but also enslaved even their souls. Divine blood means a lot. But at that moment, the main villain of all villains appeared in the room. His appearance was a bad sign, since he was a very strong person during his life. If he wants to inhabit the body of the main character, it will be too dangerous for everyone, since it will be very difficult to stop it. Therefore, he will need to be prevented in every possible way. But the charm still continued to work on Vulcan, so he couldn't move. The last hope was the nine-tailed fox cub. Only Miho could now stand against the villain, but Neemed was sure that the cub would not succeed, and he was not interested in the fox, nothing more than a ball of fur. Miho decided to do everything in her power to protect the man who saved her life. And only when she approached the main villain and let all her powers enter, he realized that in front of him was not an ordinary animal, but a divine, spiritual one. And the problems were just beginning. The only problem was that Miho was apparently starting to run out of strength, and now it was unclear what would happen next. The situation was becoming extremely unpleasant because the villainous villain was going to kill the small furry creature, angry that it stood in his way. The villain's plan remained just a plan, because the main character always appears last. So Jin Hyuk entered the scene at the climax and protected his little assistant. This meant that the ghost would now come to an end. There was no point in offending the little ones. Neemed had hoped in vain for his immortal body. Even evil spirits could be used instead of bullets. The explosion, of course, was loud, destroying one of the walls of the magic tower. Vulcan, who was watching this, suddenly realized how talented his student really was. He gathered power with his fingers and fired. How simple and brilliant it was. What was even more surprising was the destructive power of this attack. The hole in the wall was simply enormous. At that moment, the puppeteer entered the necromancer's room. For a moment, he was speechless, as he had to do everything in the class change tower to reach that level. Explaining things would take too long, so the protagonist wasn't going to do it. But he was curious about what the man was doing there. He came here to give the main character those items that he did not find at the beginning, and which are not in his miracle cloak. It was a set of deadly poisons for strengthening, a fire crystal with the energy of fire, and an ice crystal with the energy of ice. This was all well and good, but there was one interesting object in the room, namely a puppet, which the main character did not order. This puppet was used to clear the honeycomb floor and above, and today's item delivery was the last task as the manager of the 10th floor. From this day on, the puppeteer was going to return to the battlefield again and climb up the tower higher as a participant. By and large, he didn't need to do this, but to satisfy his own ego, the man wanted to become stronger. As a merchant, he set himself the goal of reaching the top. And also, if you listen to the Golden Lich, thanks to the main character, colossal changes will occur in the tower that cannot be avoided. Under these conditions, the puppeteer intended to become the best merchant, with whom no one could compare, if he managed to clear more than 100 floors of the tower. It was an excellent mood, and looking at this man, the protagonist remembered the Golden Lich in his youth, because they were very similar in their desire to become stronger. As a reward, Jin-hyuk promised the puppeteer to tell him about his plans with the Golden Lich if his abilities were sufficient. Oh, it was a very tempting offer, hard to refuse. After this, the puppeteer left, and the main character also had to leave. Business could not wait. He was going to use the gluttony skill and consume all the poisons and crystals in one go. His appetite allowed him to absorb the power of objects and make it his own, so he was not going to deny himself the pleasure. And anyway, isn't Vulcan curious about what kind of power the young man will gain when he absorbs these objects? When all the most interesting events had already ended, Ken came to his senses. Vulcan was glad that the boy hadn't died after being so strongly affected by Miho's power. Meanwhile, the main character and the fox had already managed to leave, which caused the young man to have a panic attack. But the spirit calmed him down. At that moment, a piercing scream was heard. The main character was screaming, as he was trying to absorb the fire crystal now, and something was clearly going wrong. If everything had been going swimmingly before, then this crystal got stuck in the guy's throat. The 90-year-old fox was madly worried about her cub, who was huddled to the side, and looked at her savior, who was breathing fire. Moreover, the divine animal asked the young man to stop frightening her little beauty and not to show all this horror to Miho, not to traumatize her childish psyche. But Jin-hyuk didn't care about her requests. He himself was already on the edge. Nevertheless, he tried to suppress the flame of the crystal so as not to burn himself. At some point, it stopped spewing flames, and only black smoke indicated that everything here could have burned down recently, including the main character. It was difficult, however. He gained resistance to hallucinations. Now all that remains is to absorb poisons and gain resistance to them. True, his stomach now hurt, but he was ready to endure such sacrifices for the sake of a high goal. Because everything he did wisely. Or at least it seems so to him. The thing is, he needed different types of resistance and resilience, since the members of the Star Nine have different ways of fighting and influencing the enemy. And one person in particular stands out among them, who uses poisons. So everything he endured today was not in vain. And if in his past life Jin-hyuk had guessed about his tricks, he would not have allowed himself to be brought to such a miserable state and die. Meanwhile, one of the spiritual warriors returned with a report, saying that there were no more orcs around. All this was done only to get some fresh liver for Miho. Now she could have a quiet snack, and she had been waiting for her delicious food for so long. At that moment, the men suddenly thought that since Miho was still a cub, it might be difficult for her to independently obtain the food she needed from the dead orcs, and they needed to help her with this. They were wrong to think so. This cute, fluffy thing grew fangs and sank into the first orc corpse, tearing out the liver and splashing the clearing with blood. Now that Miko had eaten all the liver there was, she was a sweet and fluffy darling again, and wanted to be held by her daddy. The fox's feeding was over for today, and now the men were walking through the city streets. And nothing would have foreshadowed trouble, but the main character was too curious about who his companion had measured his strength with last night. And no matter how Vulcan didn't want to hide it, his mana was fluctuating so much that it was hard not to guess what was going on. There was no point in keeping everything a secret any longer, and Vulcan admitted that last night he had met a dragon, which turned out to be quite a strong fellow. If the stars hadn't aligned, there wouldn't have been a single spot left of Vulcan. But instead, he managed to suppress the enemy with spiritual power. Everything again went according to some incomprehensible scenario. Jin-hyuk, right on the street, began to lose control and turn into a demon, since he was partly obsessed with the desire to destroy not only the Star Nine, but also all great beings. At this rate, he could harm himself. So the first spiritual master asked him to wake up, pull himself together, and calm down. Now the boy was ready to listen. He needed to hear that Vulcan had met more than just a dragon. It was a half-dragon, and in principle, the story was confusing, incomprehensible, and too unrealistic. If you think about it, it was hard to believe that the body and soul existed separately from each other. By and large, Vulcan also refused to believe this theory, but once he saw everything with his own eyes, the questions began to disappear on their own. What was more interesting was that if his subordinate's opponent was indeed Hendrik, then Jin Heck had already met him and knew him very well, although this acquaintance did not inspire him. It is known that at the very beginning of his ascent, he killed a young dragon, and then killed in turn all who pursued him, eventually turning into a dragon slayer. The protagonist heard that the guy died somewhere between the 700 and 800 floors, and given Jin Hyuk's own situation, it can be assumed that someone had prepared a trap for him there. In any case, the young man decided to meet this half-dragon. But right now, the young man wasn't in the best physical shape. His predatory trait, while a deception, was a punishment. He had to swallow poison, hot and cold crystals, and to do that, he'd better quickly cure himself of the resistance they caused. Moreover, if the guy does this, then Vulcan and all the spirit warriors will be purified by divine power. But if this is not done, then the main character will continue to cough up blood, which was also not the best option. Therefore, the best way to solve the problem in their situation was to obtain divine power. At that moment, Miho screamed wildly, frightening the protagonist, and she did it for a reason. Only now the man noticed and asked the young man to pay attention to the people around him. There was something wrong with them. People did not react to anything. They seemed to have turned to stone and walked forward like stone statues. Suddenly, the people parted, creating a passage for a girl in a cloak who was slowly walking towards the main character. The young man could not help but recognize Alika in the girl, but he had other thoughts on the matter, and he was ready, by any means necessary, to either fight with the girl or run away from her. Unfortunately, both in her past life and in this one, she was too fast and prevented his attack. In addition to phenomenal speed, the girl also possessed phenomenal strength, so the guy could not move. He didn't need to remove his mask for Alika to realize that his mouth, esophagus, stomach, and internal organs were damaged. Still, he needed to pay attention to the details, namely the fact that the girl had a halo above her head, which meant that certain extrasensory abilities, including healing, were her strong point. And now it was not difficult to guess that she decided to heal his wounds, visible and invisible. And what was Jin Hyuk's surprise when he realized that his damaged body had been completely restored? There was no need to go to a fortune teller to understand that the girl possessed divine powers, and so far she had no hostile intentions. After some time, all the petrified people came to their senses. They did not understand where they were, what time it was, and what they had been doing all this time. The same thing happened with the maids at the hotel where the main character stayed, and where he brought his new acquaintance. Watching the girls' conversations, the young man became curious about what tricks Ilika had used to provoke such a reaction, resembling mass hysteria. In the girl's opinion, she didn't do anything special. She just worked a little with their memory in order to protect the residents of this city, because she couldn't allow anyone to find out about her arrival on the 10th floor. This behavior was a little tense for the main character, because the girl acted decisively but very recklessly. But there was a twist to it too. At this moment, Jin Hyuk became curious as to whether the girl had used her technique on him, or whether he had already forgotten about it. Even if she wanted to use her powers on the protagonist, her charms would not work on those like him who had a strong consciousness. Moreover, Vulcan was watching her closely, not missing a single move of hers, and was ready to attack her immediately in case of danger, which did not contribute to the use of spells on the young man. Ilika had definitely seen the first spiritual master, but that was unimportant. What was important was why she had come to his master. The fact is that the girl received information that the man, trying to hide his deformity behind a mask, was plotting a coup. But he and his assistants are still very weak, and Alika must help them successfully complete the task they have begun. So she came to the young man because of the prophecy that the tribe had given her. If you think about it, this prediction was like the prediction of a deity, and she could not disobey it. It's clear that the prophecy was about Jin Heck, but in his 2 lives, he had never heard of the tribe the girl came from. Ilika didn't want to explain anything. However, it was easier to demonstrate what was what, and as soon as she took off her cloak, delicate white wings were hidden underneath. Unfortunately, now her relatives have begun to go mad. They are blinded by greed, so they have begun to cross all permitted boundaries. Moreover, they accuse everyone who goes against their will, expel them from the tribe under the pretext of committed crimes, and cut off the wings of the symbol of their race. By this, they seem to show that now the rest are not members of the tribe. This happened to the girl. But when the girl was still in the city of Utopia, she heard a prophecy according to which it was the main character who was going to go against the four great beings, and the same exiles as herself were ready to support him in this endeavor. The situation was interesting, so the protagonist was in no hurry to make a decision on his own. He turned to Vulcan for advice through a mental connection. The man thought and decided that the guy should agree. Such offers are not easy to come by. But even if he agreed, he wanted to understand what kind of help Alika and her friends could provide him. The most interesting thing is that they could not help the main character in any way. By and large, the Muic's power is enormous. However, Utopia keeps a close eye on them and interferes in all their affairs. If they decide to help, this hostility will be transferred to the main character, so it is better for them to stand aside. Then the question arose as to why the girl had come to him and started telling him all this. On the one hand, refusing her help was stupid, but agreeing was also a rather risky decision, and the girl herself had not yet decided on her position. But he voiced another question. If he agreed to help the Muic tribe, then when he found himself in mortal danger, would they help him? The answer was positive, and since that was the case, the main character was ready to enter into an alliance. At that moment, the young man suddenly realized that he had not introduced himself to the girl. So he asked her to at least temporarily close the eyes of the god and the demon. After some time, she created a certain dome around them, which was similar to the technique that the Golden Lich had used before. The protagonist needed such a space not to swear at demons, although that was also pleasant, but to take off his mask and introduce himself. He revealed his real name, and that 10 years ago in the tower, he was known as the Death Star. As soon as he said his name, the girl fell to her knees and began to apologize for the rudeness she had shown to him. This reaction was quite understandable because 10 years ago, we were there where the main character died. How to react and what to say was, however, unexpected. So the guy asked the girl to think twice before starting to speak. This was understandable, so the girl decided to approach it from a different angle and asked the guy if he knew what would happen if someone went through all the floors of the tower. Most likely, the main character will cease to be human and become something between a demon and a god, similar to one lustful person who keeps order in the tower. Today, all the great beings do not want to lose their positions in the tower. They revel in their power and kill everyone who could take this power away from them in the future. This was not a breakthrough discovery for Jin Hyuk. He himself had come to similar conclusions. Besides, now he understood perfectly well that in front of him was a conspirator, whom he was going to send to where her wings lay, to the trash heap of life. He mercilessly strangled the girl, but she was still able to say that for this reason she was expelled, and she became one of the Muic. Now the young man didn't understand what she was getting at. 10 years ago, she rebelled against similar methods proposed by one man. It is impossible to kill innocent people in order to maintain power. The only unexpected thing was that, according to her, it was Jin Hek, the Death Star, who gave the first such order. The protagonist's anger immediately evaporated. He let go of the girl, trying to remember a similar episode from his life. The young man knew how to admit his mistakes, so he asked Alika for forgiveness for his unworthy behavior. The girl was grateful that Jin Hek heard her and realized that the Muic tribe was different from the heavenly race. She understood that among the other great races, there were those who were exiled because of their thoughts or actions. She was ready to ask around and arrange for the boy to meet with them. It is clear that everywhere one can find the necessary creatures who will be ready to support him on the path of revenge. But he will be able to give this girl to the 190th floor in the city of Dream City, where the Muic tribe's refuge was located. They did not choose the highest floor, since the influence of the great beings was less powerful there. Besides, the 200th and 300th floors are Tess's domain, and if a new tribe were to begin living there, it would not be the heavenly race that would attack them, but the guy himself, who would do everything in his power to destroy them. Only now did Jin Hyuk realize that the girl in front of him was not fully dressed, so he allowed her to put her clothes on. He couldn't take his eyes off the line of her back, and then asked if he gave her something, would it leave a mark on her skin or not. But she was dressed like this for another reason. Since she was being watched by the heavenly race, she came here practically naked so that it would be impossible to track her by her clothes. Now, everything was clear to him, and in general, the young man definitely liked everything, because the girl was beautiful. And who doesn't like beautiful girls? There was a pause, and the boy realized how his words sounded, so he tried to correct the situation and asked for a pen. The girl didn't feel sorry for this goodness because the feathers would grow back in time. But Jin Hyuk was worried when he voiced his request. After all, he was afraid that the feathers would not grow back. Moreover, he asked for one feather, and the girl plucked a whole handful for him. But no one should know about this, since the heavenly race can find the owner of the feather, and we would not want that. The girl didn't have to worry about that, because Jin-hyuk was going to eat them all, so no one would find anything. On this note, Ilika was about to leave. The protagonist promised that they would see each other again soon, and he would not let her down. Now the young man decided to begin the process of absorbing feathers. He was driven by a sense of sport, because this was a matter of the heavenly race and divine power. So whether his body could withstand such powerful energy was an open question. And if it could, what kind of power he would ultimately gain? Vulcan understood that arguing with the guy was a thankless task, so let him do what he wanted. But the first spiritual master was worried about Miho. She couldn't eat anything that wasn't properly stored, otherwise something bad might happen. Meanwhile, the main character put a feather in his mouth, and he felt very unwell from this. A discharge like an electric current ran through his body. If the younger ones don't listen to their elders, then those same elders can wash their hands of it with a clear conscience. While the spirit and Miho were playing, Jin-hyuk was going crazy from pain and lack of air. I wondered if he died or not. And if he didn't die, then where is he now? And what kind of water is rocking him on its waves? His head was still spinning, but at least he could sit up, and most likely this was an imaginary world. And if he is here, and if some wave covers him, then it means that he needs to win the battle in order to leave this place. In the grand scheme of things, he only ate one feather, and now such a huge divine power is falling on him. It's good that he didn't fight Ilika, because he would have definitely lost. But he had no time to reflect. After all, the water began to rise, because it was a real waterfall. He needed to find a way to deal with this problem, otherwise this energy would consume him. What to do in such a situation? Although the guy had one method in mind, which he was going to use. Meanwhile, Vulcan in the room began to understand that something was wrong with his master. So violently, he writhed on the floor. Yes, the guy was using spiritual power, but even so, there was something strange and wrong about it. Miho was also sad to see that her savior was in so much pain, and she could not help him in any way. It was hard for the little animal to believe that everything would end well, and that the guy had a plan. The worst thing was to wait. The first spiritual master couldn't find peace either. Vulcan was worried about his student, but at the same time, he desperately wanted to see what abilities he would master when he woke up. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk, in an unknown space, created a tube from souls and tried to suck out water and divine power, but it was clearly not the same. The guy understood that this way he would not achieve the desired result, which meant that he would have to allow the divine power to suppress him. Otherwise, he would have to let it go, which he would not want to do. In general, why reinvent the wheel when it has already been created? If here all the images are invented by his own soul, it is necessary to act the way he is used to. If that's the case, then why doesn't he create a necromantic giant shark that will lick up all the divine power? The view that opened up to the protagonist's gaze was beautiful. That's what he needed. The monster he created did all the dirty work for him, and did it efficiently. Through this creature, Jin-hyuk satiated himself. He had never tasted it so delicious. He wanted more and longer. Everything was so intense that the guy started to smile, but his smile scared Miho, who was sitting next to him. And Ball was enjoying something of his own, watching the object of his adoration, because the predatory demon king was being born. Someone remembered how many years ago William told the protagonist that he had a god similar to Ball, who was always plotting something. He is very greedy and absorbs everything valuable and interesting that comes his way. But even this is not enough for him. He constantly demands more, until there is nothing left in this world. But he had a nickname, Insatiability. And now, Jin-hyuk was the personification of this god. The boy spent quite a long time in the absorption process, so when he came to, he saw Vulcan and Miho nearby, who were very worried about him. Moreover, no matter what anyone says, Jin-hyuk managed to carry out his plan, and he demonstrated it to Vulcan. Now it was only one seed, but even it became a source of divine energy for the main character. It's incredible. An ordinary man but possesses divine power. Vulcan knew that his student was talented, but he didn't think that he was that talented. But everything was not so rosy, because if someone from the heavenly race or other deities found out about this, they would simply want to kill the guy. Something like this is to be expected because the pride of an entire race is hurt. But nothing can be done about it. Such is the burden of geniuses, not to be understood by the gray masses. Vulcan understood perfectly well that the guy was unstable now. His body was not yet so strong, and at this rate, here they need to remember, not the dragon that sharpens its teeth on them. They will have to fight with great creatures tomorrow. Vulcan made a slight miscalculation of the time, and it all started a few days later in the forest on the 10th floor. The battle with the orcs was a life-and-death one. The monsters were quite strong, and many of the spiritual soldiers had already died a heroic death. Only the main character created a new kind of spiritual soldier, which was a hybrid with divine power. Since this was a pilot project, it was important for the protagonist to know Vulcan's opinion on the matter. Overall, the newcomer's condition was not bad, and it is even more interesting to see what he will become after a few battles. Until that moment, no one had thought about the fact that spiritual soldiers and the undead could be healed, and this is what their new warrior did, breaking the entire system of necromancy as such. But in this case, one must be very careful, since the spiritual soldier was striving to reach the very peak of divine power. Meanwhile, the feast for Miho was ready. The fox joyfully sank her teeth into the orcs' bodies, gnawing out their livers. Tomorrow would be the last day of this quest, and Miho would fully recover his strength, which, on the one hand, was great news, but on the other hand, the little animal began to feel sad. Meanwhile, the protagonist checked the status window, and it turned out that the grain of divine power had grown slightly and added 3 points to his stats. So they didn't make a difference, but they would be useful in a critical situation. Besides, now the guy was ready to meet his old friend Hendrik. Jinhek was curious to see the half-dragon. That is, a dragon on the outside, but a dragon slayer on the inside. He should have been in the square, since he was definitely waiting for someone there. There are just a few steps left to take, and when they leave the alley, they will see a young dragon. Ha, indeed. He stood in a crowd of people, arms crossed over his chest, not moving, and was clearly waiting for someone. Jinhek didn't like pulling cat's tails, so he decided to go talk to Hendrik, even though Vulcan tried to stop him. Yes, there was a possibility that the guy wasn't waiting for the main character, but even in that case, there was a way to resolve everything. Fists. But Vulcan didn't want to go, and the main character assumed that he was simply scared. They argued so loudly that even a dead man could have heard them, let alone their half-dragon, who was already quite fed up with all this. Suddenly, Hendrik once again remembered how the voice from the darkness of the deadly passage told him that on the 10th floor, there would be someone who could make his dream come true, and Hendrik would just have to wait for him. And he waited, and waited. Jinhek spoke to him. The protagonist didn't like the Underdragon's straightforwardness, but since he wasn't going to fight and was ready to talk, the guy decided to remain silent and not provoke his opponent for now. But talking in the middle of the street was stupid, so Hendrik decided to take the guy to a secluded corner. So, the secluded place was one of the dead ends in the city. What was special about it, the main character did not understand. And the portal that Hendrik was the first to enter was special, accompanied by the astonished cries of Volcana and Jinhek. Now this was already interesting, and the guys were also going to follow the half-dragon. Within a few minutes they were both in the city and not in the city. In other words, in the subspace of the 10th floor. The advantage of this place was that neither gods nor demons would be able to eavesdrop on their conversation, even if they wanted to. Hendrik got straight to the point. He was going to kill all the dragons that killed him, and asked if the protagonist was ready to follow him and help. This was a scale unworthy of the main character. So he went and said that the half-dragon had a stupid dream. Hendrik got angry. It was obvious that a fight was inevitable now. Vulcan didn't need to worry, because Jinhek had another brilliant plan. In general, the protagonist understood what had happened to Hendrik, but all his attempts and plans to change anything were weak and stupid. Jinhyuk himself always thought big, and if he was going to take revenge, then he would take it against absolutely all the bad creatures who had offended him and killed him 10 years ago, not just the dragons. If you think about it, Jinhyuk was also killed, died, and resurrected. Everything also happened with Hendrik. And then something happened that neither Vulcan nor Jinhek expected. Their new acquaintance started laughing. Hendrik quickly came to his senses. Now he understood that fighting would not solve anything, so he asked the protagonist for forgiveness for his behavior. Suddenly, it became clear that it was Jinhek that Alika had spoken to the dragon about, and the guy realized that the girl had put her hand there too. Nevertheless, Hendrik decided to test the boy's determination in practice, namely by clashing blades. The protagonist never ran away from a good fight, so he took off his mask and introduced himself. It would be improper to start a battle without it. Suddenly, another character appeared in the subspace, who was unhappy with Hendrik causing a fuss here again. The presence of an unknown third party here greatly unnerved the main character. It was the blacksmith who first found this place and made Hendrik's sword. The old man was unhappy that the guy had returned again, and that it was unclear who he had brought with him. Surprise! The blacksmith was a goblin. A real goblin, just like Haru. The girl will be happy. The protagonist tried to figure out how this old man could have survived, because if he remembered what the girl had said, it was impossible. The blacksmith took the guy's statements personally. They even offended him a little. Yes, he was alive. What could possibly bother him about this? The point was not that the old man was alive in principle, but how he was able to survive the catastrophe in his village. And again, something went wrong. The old man decided that it was the boy who started the fire in the village, which meant he had to be killed, or at least crippled. His righteous impulse was stopped by Hendrik, but the old man was outraged and demanded revenge. The blacksmith needed to cool his head and listen to the protagonist, because they were essentially all in the same boat. Meanwhile, Vulcan decided to approach from a different angle and asked the old man if he knew Haru. The heat of passion died down, and the old man began to tell what had happened in the village that day. It turned out that there was a festival then, so all the goblins had gathered in one place. The old man's strength was no longer what it used to be due to his age, so he stayed here and was unable to go to the noisy celebration. Then what happened happened, but it was important for the old man to know what was happening to Haru. Jin-hyuk explained that she was still on the 9th floor, but would come here soon, and the mask that the guy was wearing belonged to the girl. She herself gave it to him for saving her life. Besides, Haru is still a teenager and hasn't fully developed yet, but she is a very strong girl, and in a one-on-one fight, neither Jin-hyuk nor Hendrik can stand against her. Moreover, she will go with the main character until the very end, because revenge was their common goal. And the mask is proof of this. Suddenly, the old man grabbed the main character by the hands and began to actively thank him. Geno was going to use his skills as a blacksmith and help the protagonist in any way he could. But in return, the boy must promise that when the time comes, he will help Haru restore the village. Watching all this, Vulcan suddenly realized that Jin-hyuk had no idea that this mask carried the meaning of marriage. Now it was possible to arm the main character. He could take whatever he wanted, and he did. Noting the high quality of the weapons. It was time for the guys to leave, and the old man fell asleep. It turned out that after the news about the village, he had not been able to sleep all this time. Now he felt much calmer, and Jin-hyuk decided to bring Haru here as soon as she arrived on the 10th floor. But as soon as Hendrik and Jin-hyuk were left alone, they decided to continue what they had started. And the Underdragon attacked first. Jin-hyuk was able to dodge, and Hendrik realized that the guy had good reflexes, which was already a plus for his karma. Hendrik decided not to trust Jin-hyuk's word, but wanted to test his abilities and determination for strength. The main character had no intention of standing aside in silence. He had prepared his own test for his opponent. In fact, both the main character and the Underdragon were equally strong opponents, so it was difficult to predict which of them would win. No, give each other a minute's rest, and then start attacking again. The protagonist's multiclass played into his hands, as he could use not only his spirit soldiers during battle, but also weapons of various types, which now included swords in large quantities. However, the Underdragon had enough skill to block the massive attack. But such a move was not enough to defeat him. But the young man had many hidden tricks up his sleeve, and now he used a combination attack of magic and weapons. But that didn't work either. Hendrik was able to dodge. Meanwhile, Geno was still sleeping, and the fox cub, who was sitting next to him, was looking anxiously in the direction where the battle was taking place. Hendrik was trying to figure out who the main character really was, a mage or a necromancer. In any case, he moves well, considering the specifics of the class. But there was one big problem. For this to have the desired effect, the protagonist would have to awaken the monster of the 10th floor. This was not entirely true, and now Vulcan entered the battle, binding the Underdragon with spiritual chains. The first spiritual master did his job perfectly. Now it was the protagonist's turn to use Gurnir. With this weapon, the protagonist was able to slit the throat of the great orc warrior in 1 second before moving to the 10th floor. And now the young man was about to bring this very technique down on Hendrik's head. There were only a few seconds left before the collision. And at that moment, Vulcan noticed that an interesting pattern had appeared on the Underdragon's sword. It turned out to be a magic dispel enchantment, so Hendrik was able to free himself from the shackles of the first spiritual master. Now the main character had to be careful, as this sword carried enormous power, and death to everyone who got in its way. Indeed, with just one blow, the man was able to cut through the main character's most powerful spell and now attacked him directly. A few seconds later, the collision occurred and an explosion thundered, destroying the building around it. Now the dragon was going to finish off the first spiritual master as well, believing that the main character's most powerful move was useless. Even if Jinhek was still alive after the explosion, Hendrik was going to fix that now. The only problem was that the main character was not only alive, but also ready to continue the battle on equal terms. Besides, he still had his strongest word left, and now he was going to use it. But the arrows fired from the crossbow couldn't hit the target, and the dragon thought that compared to the sword technique, the guy's shooting abilities were simply terrible. These were not ordinary arrows, but magical ones, and the main character had calculated everything in advance, creating a specific magical pattern behind his opponent's back. Now he launched several arrows straight into the body of the underdragon. It should have been white, but not fatal. The time has come for the decisive blow to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. When the protagonist was with Haru, the side effects of using her mask constantly appeared, but now he hoped that everything would work out. But while he was thinking and trying to activate the mask, he missed the right moment, and the dragon began to use its flame. Now it will not be so easy for the main character to win the duel. Hendrik understood that his opponent was more than strong, and based on the current situation, one could conclude that he lost this battle. However, this was not the end, and the dragon did not use all of his techniques. Now it was possible to use a special fire technique that only dragons used. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly realized that he had no way left to evade this all-consuming fire attack. Even if he could predict the moment of its movement, he would not have enough speed to dodge, which would mean the end for him. In that case, he needed to turn the situation in his favor, and the goblin mask was not the best option for this. But he also had a nine-tailed fox mask in reserve, which could help him. Because of such noise, Geno could not sleep any longer and woke up as plaster started falling on his head. At that moment, the little fox could not sit still and calmly wait for the return of his savior. Besides, he felt that the guy was using a fox mask, so he rushed towards him. Now it was interesting who would defeat the huge fire dragon or the charming power of the nine-tailed fox. At some point, the protagonist noticed that when the Dragon Ball of Murder was activated, Hendrik disappeared. And when he appeared, the main character had to quickly dodge as the attack happened unexpectedly. Hendrik was surprised as the protagonist managed to dodge his final attack. But the dragon also understood that with his level of fencing, this was akin to a miracle. After which, the young man appeared on the wall of one of the buildings, and the cats began to counterattack. It began to dawn on Hendrik that the main character's abilities were most likely connected to the mask on his face, and it was no longer a goblin mask, but a fox mask. However, this only made the former Dragon Slayer even more excited, and he wanted to play with Jinhyuk even more. A few moments later, the attacks of the young people clashed in the dance. It was beautiful and unforgettable. They attacked and attacked again and dodged again. No one wanted to give in first. Hendrik noticed that the protagonist's movements and strength were nothing compared to what had happened before. It is obvious that all these changes happened to the young man because he put on the fox mask. Jinhyuk didn't answer. He was waiting for the right moment. And that moment had come. Now that the dragon had opened up, he could deal him the decisive blow. But Hendrik did all his manipulations in order to buy some time to create a magical attack, after which he launched a fire sphere at the main character and another explosion occurred. This dragon attack was not successful because the main character was still alive, full of strength and ready to fight further. Now it's time to use the main power of the mask leaf, namely charm. No matter how strong Hendrik was, he had no move against such a deadly weapon. As they say, there is no move against a crowbar. However, somehow, magically, through force, through pain, through blood, he was able to break the shackles of charm. Because he did not like men, he preferred women. Yes, the man was able to break the spell, but he remained paralyzed for a few minutes, and this time is enough for the protagonist to strike. And in general, the guy got so close that instead of using a weapon, he would use his fists at the entrance. It would be more reliable. To do this, he activated the multi-class, fox technique, enchantment, strength enhancement, spiritual power, demonic power, divine power. He used all the power he had for this strike. From the force of this blow, even Vulcan himself, who was a little further from the epicenter of the explosion, almost lost consciousness, but hoped that the battle was finally over. As the smoke began to clear, he saw the silhouette of his master through the broken and foggy lenses of his glasses. Yes, the guy was alive, but he had spent too much energy, and now he couldn't even move, crying bloody tears. However, Hendrik was still alive, although he was badly battered by that blow, but not broken. Now the Underdragon smiled. Recognizing the strength of the protagonist's determination, they could go to the place together. But the main character was dissatisfied with the results of the exam to join the ranks of Hendrik's Avengers. In vain did the young man try to pass himself off as someone unknown. Now the half-dragon wanted to continue the battle and see the young man's last, most powerful blow. By and large, he really liked Jin Hyuk, as well as fighting with him, so he was ready to do everything to pass, so to speak, the entrance exam. The only problem was that the tongue was the only part of the main character's body that could move. The guy sat motionless and watched the fire dragon rushing towards him with its mouth open, and he couldn't do anything. The battle was over. Everyone was still alive, but now Miho phlegmatically listened to the boys bickering about who had won and who had lost. To be honest, Jin Hyuk looked like he was about to be put in a coffin, but at least he was alive, so thank goodness for that. Overall, the guy needs to thank Alika, because without her divine power, he would have already died. So it's time for him to think ahead and not play the strongest with such a weak body. At that moment, Hendrik entered the room. It was important for him to check the main character's health, and Vulcan, so brave, began to ask him for forgiveness for having behaved rudely last time, but he still got scared. This was unnecessary, because now they were all in the same boat, and there was no point in paying attention to old grievances. Overall, during the battle, Vulcan realized that Hendrik was no less mad than Jin Hyuk, but in everyday life, he was more sane. But Jin Hyuk, both in battle and in real life, was inadequate, and now he was angry and promised to kill both Vulcan and Hendrik next time. But putting emotions aside, it was important for the guy to hear a detailed story about what happened to the Underdragon. Hendrik had to remember his entire past life, as well as the moment of death and what happened after. Hendrik hated dragons, for good reason. His entire family and homeland had perished in the fire of dragons. It was a true miracle and a curse, but the young man was able to survive that nightmare. But everyone he loved died before his eyes. That day, a burning hatred for dragons, their horns and scales, settled in his little child's heart. A little time passed, and the boy matured and decided that, like all the other players, he would try his luck in the tower. But it was only on the 600th floor that he managed to kill his first dragon. And from that moment, his revenge began. It was a turning point, as he was hunting 4 great creatures, and they were hunting him. The stronger Hendrik became, the less dangerous the punishments of these bad creatures were. Moreover, at some point, their lair disappeared. Yes, Jin Hyuk remembered about the punishment system, so by manipulating the tower system, the creatures did not allow other players to rise up, lowered their rank, and so on. That's why he was able to take the Golden Lich's blow. Without punishment, he would have died then. Hendrik managed to climb to the 900th floor, where all his efforts went to one well-known place. At the heights, a huge number of creatures appeared that were hunting specifically for the young man, and he didn't have enough strength to destroy them all, so he lost and ended up here in the body of the hated dragon. To tell the truth, when things took this turn, the guy wanted to die. But even that turned out to be a difficult task. But nothing happens in this world without a reason, so he decided to accept his new body and use it for revenge. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly realized that Hendrik wanted to join him, Vulcan, and Haryu and climb the tower together. Everything was exactly like that, because where could the dragon send the main character with such a weak body? Sadly, Hendrik was alone in his final moments, and it was likely that Jin Hyuk would have suffered the same fate. But now they must learn from their mistakes, draw the right conclusions, and act differently. Acting alone is too presumptuous. This time, Jin Hyuk had no intention of abandoning his loyal allies and brothers-in-arms. And in connection with this, Hendrik had an idea. Why don't they create an Avengers Guild? Meanwhile, an enraged Carmen burst into her brother's office on the 600th floor of the Songguk Guild. Kane had called her onto the carpet for a reason. They needed to discuss the matter of the White Swallow on the 10th floor. They had just been informed that an unknown person had broken into the guild and single-handedly burned everything there to the ground. This was impossible, as even the strongest players faced punishment on such a low level for such behavior. This means that the person who did all this was too strong, but he still hasn't risen above the 10th floor. But for now, this is just an assumption. Nevertheless, it needs to be thought about carefully. And if such a person really does exist, then Cain planned to hire a skilled mercenary and cut down the tree at the root. Meanwhile, the idea of a guild seemed very interesting and effective to the main character. There was just one catch. Jinhek was just completing a quest from Baal and had to make his name famous before reaching the 100th floor. Therefore, the guy did not want his reputation to be buried under the name of the dragon or the name of the guild. The solution to this issue was quite simple. Jinhek would be the head of their guild. From the very beginning, Hendrik did not plan to pull this strap because he was not entirely sure that such a position was for him and that people would follow him. Jin Hyuk is a completely different matter. He is a human and a talented necromancer who can control an entire army. But the guy didn't consider himself strong enough yet. And would Hendrik obey the orders of someone weaker than him? And then something happened that the main character did not expect. Hendrik knelt before him and bowed his head. It was an oath of allegiance, the most genuine and sincere. In truth, Jin Hyuk couldn't imagine the insult Hendrik had to endure, how angry he was at that moment, and how powerless he was to change anything. And so now, in order to achieve his goal, Hendrik was ready to do even this. If so, then for a common goal, for revenge on everyone who betrayed them, who killed them, Jin Hyuk will become the head of the guild. It was clear that there would be a guild, but Vulcan was interested in what name it would have. Wasn't it obvious? Confrontation was the perfect name for an Avengers guild, and they had one trick up their sleeve, and it could all be done for free. Puppeteer would help. But then there were some changes in the Golden Lich's trading guild. The puppeteer went to conquer the tower, and the manager became the boss. That was understandable, but why was Ken, the guardian of the Tower of Mages, here? The tower was under repair after the destruction of the Necromancer's room, so he spends time here with his friend. All this was lyricism, and the main character needed to quickly formalize the guild. But to open a guild, you needed at least 2 people. Jin Hyuk had 3. The Spirit Vulcan, the Dragon Hendrik, and the Fox Miho. That should be enough. Moreover, these were not all the participants, as the main character sent invitations to several more select ones. The first to receive an important invitation was Geno, who was sitting quietly, riveting swords, and now, all this. Then the puppeteer had no luck, as the Golden Lich ordered him to fulfill all the whims of the protagonist, no matter how ridiculous they were. Another invitation fell on the floor of the room where Har-Yu was trying to send Boss Orc to the next world. Jin Hyuk also paid attention to his old friend William, who had had enough of languishing on gold and was ready for revenge. Meanwhile, the main character continued his practical training. Besides, this was all food for Miho. Today, the fox cub is 100% broken and will fully recover his strength. The most interesting thing was that Jin Hyuk had no idea what would happen when Miho finished eating. Miho's mother reassured the young people that everything was going according to plan, and Miho was simply looking for her future look, one that would suit her. And then, in the bright pink light, a silhouette began to form, and it looked like it was a girl. Miho turned out to be a very sweet little blonde girl who practically fell into the arms of the main character. The most interesting thing is that Miho considered Jin Hyuk her daddy. The 3 men's faces were gone after her words. Where did the girl get that from? At that moment, Har-Yu appeared in the clearing. She was angry and wanted to kill because she did not expect that Jin Hyuk had a child. But Miho was very curious about the strange girl who appeared in the clearing and why she was talking to her daddy like that. This turn of events began to irritate the protagonist greatly, so he demanded an explanation from the 9-tailed fox. By and large, he had not signed up for this by helping her cub. It turned out that after completing the quest, Miho became the protagonist's pet, and this was his reward. Only the 9-tailed fox demanded that the young man call Miho his daughter. But this state of affairs did not suit him. Meanwhile, Volcana and Hendrik mocked the young man, saying that until now they had not known that ordinary people could have 9-tailed foxes as offspring. Meanwhile, Har-Yu was worried about the guy having such a big daughter. How old was he when she was born? Yes, of course, Jin Hyuk was strong and handsome, so it was stupid of her to be surprised that he had a girlfriend. While she was silently suffering, although how silently she suffered was quite loud, Hendrik approached her and decided to get to know her since he had heard a lot about her. He told the girl that he would help the main character achieve his goal, and therefore he would help her achieve her goal. Only she looked at the man with a rather strange look and mentally transported herself to the day when her village burned down. Then the cause of all the misfortunes, pain, suffering, and deaths was precisely the dragon, who used his flame for killing. She was beautiful in the features of Hendrik's face, in his movements, and in everything. She recognized the creature she wanted to take revenge on more than anything else in the world. Therefore, she drew her blade and was ready to kill him on the spot, not knowing that in front of her was no longer the dragon that had become the cause of all her troubles, but a man in the body of a dragon. But Hendrik was no pushover, and she immediately blocked the girl's blow, not understanding what was going on, as they had only just met for the first time. The dragon began to demand that the protagonist explain to his friend that there was a mistake, otherwise he would be in trouble. But the guy decided not to interfere in the situation. Hendrik had to deal with the girl himself. The dragon was worried that his opponent might get seriously hurt during the fight, but Jane Hyuk asked him not to worry about it. She could handle something like that. In this case, the man was no longer going to hold back. The wildcat had to be subdued by force. Therefore, the man decided to consider everything that was about to happen as a kind of entrance exam into their special guild. He parried the girl's first attack quite easily, sending her flying into the trees. But this didn't have a calming effect on her, and she quickly came to her senses, attacking her opponent. The dragon admitted that the girl's power was quite high, and it was quite difficult to hold back her attack. But this was not enough to defeat Hendrik, and he had never had to deal with such opponents. Now Har-Yu understood that the difference between her and the dragon was still quite large. Right now, her biggest and worst enemy was standing right in front of her. But she didn't have the strength to take revenge on him. What could be more offensive than that? That's right. Nothing. Meanwhile, the spirit of her blade became active again, laughing and rejoicing at the one it saw before it. This time, he was ready to give the girl his power, so that she could kill this dragon and show why he was called the Dragon Slayer. Now the most interesting part began, because in this state, Har-Yu lost control over her actions and became incredibly strong. But even such a warlike girl did not frighten the dragon, since he knew perfectly well what her sword was capable of. It should even have been quite interesting. But even such an attack of hers he was able to easily block without much effort. Har-Yu couldn't understand how the power of the Dragon Slayer's sword could be blocked with one hand. The girl fell to her knees under Hendrik's pressure, and he explained to her that the sword he held in his hand was stronger and more powerful than the one she used. Meanwhile, the girl began to actively ask the Dragon Slayer's sword to give her strength so that she could take revenge for the destruction of her village by this hated creature. This was what the sword, or rather, the spirit of the sword, was waiting for. That order. This was the opportunity to take complete possession of her body and soul. Now it was not Har-Yu on the battlefield, but anyone but her. The girl openly accused Hendrik of destroying and burning her village and killing all its inhabitants, and for this, he would die today. Now the dragon clearly saw that the power that the girl now possessed exceeded her level, that it was the sword that gave her this enormous power. And this only meant that the owner of the sword could find himself in great danger, and something had to be done about it. He asked the girl to release the sword from her hands, since this power was like a parasite that had attached itself to her. And unfortunately, she would not be able to cope with this parasite now. But she wasn't going to do it, because he burned down her village. There was no forgiveness for him. She didn't care what would happen to her if she could take revenge. Still, the girl managed to escape from the dragon's tenacious grip, and she caused quite a lot of chaos in the forest. At that moment, Hendrik realized that the girl also hated the dragon race very much. So much so that she simply could not stand any of them, not literally or figuratively. In this situation, he had only one thing to do: call upon the element of fire to help him. He needed to stop Har-Yu from becoming a chalice for the evil spirit of her blade. He warned the girl that she would be in great pain during this attack, but that she would not die, but that this had to be done for her own good. The dragon's flame was truly scorching, strong, powerful, penetrating to the bone. But Har-Yu held on, hatred giving her strength. However, the blow was too powerful. It threw her back, the blade became hot, and she let go of it. She came to her senses in the forest, which was located on the 100th floor near the goblin village. It is clear that this was only a vision. She took a step forward and came across a ball that someone had left in the forest. It turned out that this ball had been left here by local kids who were playing in the forest, and now they were asking for an object to be thrown to them so they could continue their game. The girl was not angry, so she did not intend to keep the ball for herself. and carefully handed it over to the girl's hands. And then all these children's faces suddenly changed, and they started asking her very strange questions. For example, why they all died but she survived. She couldn't understand why they were asking her these questions. What kind of hot, burning hand was on her shoulder? The terrible, flaming goblin growled, screamed, and asked Haryu to save him. After all the goblins who died in the village wanted to live and breathe on that fateful day. But only she lived. These screams tore her apart. The girl began to blame herself for surviving that day, asking why. Why should she live and carry the burden of memories and guilt on her shoulders for every breath she took? At that moment, the spirit of the blade spoke to her, dispassionately, without emotion. He told the girl that it was she who should have stayed alive, she and no one else. Only the man capable of wielding the Dragon Slayer's sword was guaranteed to survive. Everyone else was collateral damage. Therefore, even if all the goblins in the world perish, the only one who can avenge them is Haryu. By and large, goblins are a tribe that does not forget gratitude and revenge, so she found the strength to stand up. Moreover, she rushed to attack, which was unexpected for the dragon. It was such a big surprise that he opened up and missed the blow, taking the sword into his body. At that moment, he thought that his end had come. But no. The girl's sword suddenly broke. Meanwhile, the spirit of the blades realized that she had probably reached her limit for today, so she had to become even stronger to achieve her goal, after which the girl lost consciousness and fell right onto the body of Hendrik lying on the ground. Now the main character and Vulcan were already worried and ran up to their comrades who were waiting, or rather, lying unconscious. The dragon admitted that he was completely fine and that he was incredibly lucky since the girl had used up all her strength before delivering the final blow with her sword. They brought her to the hotel, put her in a warm, soft bed, and began to reflect on her condition. It was obvious that she had spent all her strength, so she needed a good rest. Meanwhile, the dragon understood that as soon as the girl opened her eyes, she would certainly attack him again. Obviously, they all had similar stories. Therefore, it was logical to conclude that among those who attacked her village, there were dragons, which would explain her reaction to Hendrik. However, the man understood that the girl would have to overcome her dislike for him personally, because the weapon's misdeeds were not the owner's fault. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to get his friend out of the girl's room, telling him that she had rented the entire second floor, which the dragon could use until Haryu began. All this time, while the girl was unconscious, Miho was sitting next to her. And as soon as Haryu opened her eyes, it seemed to her that her brother was sitting next to her bed. Only it wasn't her dead little brother sitting by her bed, but a 9-tailed fox cub. As soon as the main character heard the noise from the room, he immediately went inside, assessing the situation. But as soon as the girl heard that Miho considered the main character to be her dad, she lost consciousness again. Miho didn't understand that she couldn't call the young man dad, and if she continued in the same spirit, she risked someday going to the next world before her time. Several days passed, and Haryu regained her strength. Now it was time for the whole company to leave the 10th floor. The girl had few things, so there was nothing much to collect, and her sword was broken, but it would forever remain a part of her. Miho and Hendrik had a similar situation. They had already taken everything they could. Another positive thing was that Haryu and Miho started communicating with each other, and the goblin even taught the fox how to politely address the main character. Even so, Miho preferred calling Jin-hyuk daddy. But one angry look from Haryu was enough for the girl to shove her desires somewhere far away. Meanwhile, the protagonist gave each member of his guild a scroll of spatial movement. The idea was simple. Tear open the scroll, and you find yourself in a hall prepared by the Golden Lich especially for them. But before activating his scroll, the guy put Vulcan in his inventory. Now he could move. The place they all found themselves in could be described as expensive and rich. And in the meantime, another window of the passage lit up. And just a few minutes later, standing in front of Haryu was none other than Gono, another survivor from her village. Their joy at meeting was difficult to describe in words. Their emotions and actions spoke louder. They hugged and cried. At that moment, even Jin-hyuk and Vulcan felt a sense of relief. The doors to the room swung open, and the Golden Lich himself arrived, accompanied by his faithful assistant, the puppeteer. William didn't like the fact that his comrades were late, nor did he like the fact that the main character was too wet. But our sponsor, either accidentally or intentionally, called the guy by his previous nickname, leaving the puppeteer in a state of shock. Indeed, it was time to reveal his cards, so the main character took off his mask and confirmed that he was the Death Star who died 10 years ago. All this time, the Golden Lich was not sitting on his butt, but was collecting information, which he now shared with the others. Only the puppeteer heard about all this for the first time, so his head was spinning and he could not believe that 4 great beings were destroying everyone who had abilities and who could reach the last floor of the tower. But it was true, and the goal of this guild and of each of its members was the most terrible and cold revenge. Some thought the guy was going crazy. Others were sure he would change history. But William wanted to know the next steps in advance. And the first thing the main character had to do was climb higher up the tower. The task of the others was the same. This is the only way to become stronger, because to survive the storm, you need to become a hurricane. Meanwhile, Haru had a moment to talk with Grandpa Geno. She wanted them to join her and the others in starting their journey to the tower, but the old man believed he needed to take a different path. The old man was convinced that the girl was fine and safe, and his anger subsided. But if they were together all the time, their anger would dull, and they would no longer want to avenge their family and friends, and this could not be allowed under any circumstances. And then he showed a scroll that confirmed the change of name. Now he was not the Goblin Geno, but an ordinary blacksmith, Mu Yang. From this day on, Haru is the only goblin in this world, and all responsibility for their kind falls on her shoulders. At that moment, Jin Hyuk approached them. He just happened to have a special task for Mr. Mu. The Golden Lich also approached them, and the protagonist now informed them all that he wanted to create a base for their guild on the 100th floor, so they needed to investigate the fire in the Goblin Village. The manager of the base will be Geno, that is now Mr. Mu, who lived for a long time on the 100th floor in the Goblin Village and was the best blacksmith in his tribe. It was a great idea, and the old man would have to be accompanied by the puppeteer. So everyone had received their assignments, and the confrontation squad was ready to show their teeth to the world. The 11th floor greeted its hero, not yet realizing that it was him. It was from this moment and from this floor that Jin Hyuk's revenge would begin. No one would escape the boomerang he was ready to throw back. He didn't care at all what heights anyone had already achieved. Everyone who had a hand in his death would die by his hand. But he didn't yet know that a hunt had already begun for him, ordered by Cain. Some time passed, and on the 50th floor, all the people were doing was talking about the main character who had reached that floor. But people continued to kill him, just as they wanted to. But they didn't understand that they were no match for the young man. His Phantom Kingdom army was impressive in strength and numbers, so the spirit soldiers did the boys' dirty work. The players correctly understood that if the Necromancer was killed, his army would also fall. Only these people naively thought that if a guy stands in one place, then he's easy to get. But it was not so. Haru and Miho came to Jin Hyuk's defense. The head of the guild, which was attacked by a young man and his friends, did not understand why this happened, because he had just come to power. The guild leader was not about to watch the place he wanted to rule being destroyed. So he decided to personally attack the protagonist. His boulder attack looked impressive, but it was a big question whether it would be of any use. From all these stones, the boy molded golems that were supposed to protect the Holy Kingdom. This seemed problematic because the golems were creatures of the 120th floor, and they were summoned on the 50th. Ryjek believed that he now had the advantage, but he was very wrong. The boy ordered his golems to attack the protagonist and his men, not noticing that his creations were turning back into stones. As if some walking stone block could stop Hendrik, all he had to do was swing his sword once, and the golem would be gone. The last thing the guy needed was to start crying, although he was already on the verge, not yet knowing that Jin Hyuk was standing behind him like a shadow. He needed information, and he would definitely get it, even if it meant slightly strangling the Shikari Guildmaster. He didn't understand his position, and that the Star 9 was the main character's blood enemy, and there was nothing to frighten him with. It would have been better if the guy had talked to Jin Hyuk, and perhaps he would have stayed alive. But as it is, hello to his relatives in the next world. On every floor where the young man appeared, the local guilds ceased to exist. Surprise, fear, disbelief. That's what the locals felt when they saw Jin Hyuk and his friends challenge the Star 9. The main character was interested in whether Bale liked the quest, or rather its completion. Jin Hyuk kept the demon informed of the events on purpose, although up until the 40th floor they had been covering their tracks with magic. He was generally tired of searching for information about his enemies and attacking them. Now let them search for him themselves, and he would deal with them. Moreover, based on his characteristics, he could now defeat almost any player. And he also had magical power. The only thing was, he didn't have a normal weapon, but the dragon thought he needed to slow down. Besides, the guy had a sword made by Mr. Mu, and when Haru heard about her grandfather, she became upset. And Miho became angry and almost bit the stupid dragon. But in order to get a good weapon and cheer up the girl, they will have to go to the same place. The black market on the 51st floor was already waiting for them. You can find a lot of rare and interesting items there. And if the girl likes something, he will buy it for her. Sometimes brilliant ideas visited the bright head of the main character, which meant purchases. But they had to forget about shopping for a while, because another group of mercenaries found them and threw a bomb at them, which exploded. Amidst the dust and smoke, a blonde appeared and attacked the main character. If it weren't for the power of the goblin mask, the guy would have already been scraped off the asphalt. But the girl was surprised by his reaction. But this was not enough, because the most interesting part was just beginning. Moreover, this was not an ordinary girl, but a machine. The robotic armor gave the girl a significant advantage over her opponent's attacks, as she could easily deflect any of their blows. Haru and Miho were very angry at the girl who dared to raise a weapon against their dear Jinhyuk, so they decided to attack her at the same time, protecting the guy. So far, nothing has come of it, because the girl activated the flying machine function and rose into the air, not allowing anyone to touch her. It was quite an amazing sight, and Miho had never seen anything like it in her short life. But at the same time, it didn't play into the hands of the protagonist's comrades. Moreover, the mercenary played rather dirty, and now launched a dozen small but dangerous bombs at the girls. They exploded one after another, shaking the space around. Haru and Miho survived, but were seriously injured and unable to continue fighting. The mercenary admitted that she had expected much better results from the Phantom Mask and his companions, so she now felt some disappointment from their swift victory. But it was obvious that this was a kind of prelude. Now Jin Hyuk was ready to enter into battle with his ghostly army. He dealt the first blow to the girl together with the dragon, and now he was ready to see the result of his actions. But this attack was also rather useless. The girl survived, there was not a scratch on her, and what could a sword do against an advanced firearm? All she could do was dodge. But before killing the young man, the girl decided to introduce herself. Her name was Shane, and she was a bounty hunter. Jin Hyuk didn't quite expect this turn of events, but what is. But if the young man and his friends were being hunted by a professional bounty hunter, it only meant that a pretty decent sum of money was paid for their heads. And this, despite the fact that they only made it to the 50th floor. The guys didn't need to introduce themselves. She already knew perfectly well that the main character was the Phantom Mask, and his friend was a strange dragon. It wasn't hard to guess that they were her prey. However, Hendrik believed that if that was all she wanted to say, then they could move on to the second part of the battle and let her die beautifully. Initially, the main character and his companions were her prey, but at some point, she changed her mind. In return, she offered to make a bet. Shane was willing to reveal the name of her client if the boys won the bets. Hendrik didn't want to listen to this anymore, so he decided to cut off the girl's head. But the main character stopped him with a commanding voice. The young man understood that if the Star 9 or the 4 races were behind this, they would be in great danger. So he needed to listen to the girl and then decide what to do. Therefore, the protagonist was ready to listen to the terms of the bet that Shane proposed. The point of the bet was to arrange a battle between her and the main character, since fighting with the strongest always brought great pleasure. The dragon didn't expect that the girl just wanted to fight, but that wasn't quite true. She had one condition. The point was that no matter who won this battle, all 3 had to stay alive. Then the main character would be able to find out the information if she was alive, and there was no point in her killing him either. The guys didn't understand what the girl was up to if she was suggesting that no one should kill anyone. So it's 2 against 1, so the Phantom Mask should have also used the summoning. The fight was supposed to start any minute. Hendrik believed that they could cut off all the girl's limbs, but still leave her alive. That was the point of the bet. The helmet had an autopilot mode enabled, which allowed it to identify the target, which was the main character, and start shooting at him. On the one hand, it looked impressive, but by and large, compared to the main character, it was child's play. The only problem was that the helmet was a distraction, and the girl came from behind and started shooting at the young man, but he reacted in time and put up a shield. Meanwhile, a dragon appeared behind her, about to cut off one of her limbs. As soon as she sensed the enemy approaching, she activated the visor. This technique allowed her to move through space, and the dragon struck not her, but the main character's shield. Shane didn't understand what was going on, why the guys were acting out of sync, or whether they were both trying to deal with her alone, which also happened. Meanwhile, the guys had already begun to sort things out among themselves. Who of them was right, who of them was wrong, and in general, who of them was more important and who should be more attentive. The only problem was that they were arguing too hard and didn't notice that they had left the girl alone, and she was very upset with them for that. And now it will be very, very painful for them. But they shouldn't worry. After this attack, they won't die, but their heads will definitely cool down. This attack of hers was even more powerful than all the previous ones, and the explosion from it was also much more powerful. Therefore, in order to survive, the main character and the dragon had to escape through the portal opened by Gina Hyuk. They landed in the forest. It's good that the trees softened their fall. Otherwise, they would have broken all their bones. It is obvious that if the teleport had not worked, they would now be in a much worse condition. Or rather, after that attack, they would definitely have died. But the dragon is not happy with this turn of events. He is not used to running away from the battlefield. The dragon screamed in vain because the girl continued to watch them. Or rather, her helmet flew around the area, trying to find their location. The only thing the protagonist understood well was that Shane was not born on Earth, but somewhere in another dimension or on another planet, since the technology she possessed was an order of magnitude higher. It is known that this tower is connected to different dimensions and measures. It is quite possible that it came from somewhere far away, where technology has advanced far beyond the known level on Earth. Therefore, if Hendrik wants to win, this time he must follow all of Jinhek's orders without question. Meanwhile, the girl actively continued to search the forest for the main character and the dragon, and then Jinhek appeared before her in all his necromantic glory. The girl thought that if the guy appeared in front of her so openly, it meant that he was ready to give up right now. The problem was that he was too tenacious, and capturing even such a lovely virgin was not in his plans. Meanwhile, he summoned a bunch of his souls, but this disappointed the girl a little, since she was expecting some amazing technique, and he was trying to stop her with some ridiculous spell. She even felt upset that the main character underestimated her. The only problem was that the essence of the plan was somewhat different, and a dragon emerged from the shadow of necromancy and attacked her. But she instantly repelled this attack, and thought that she even killed her opponent. But something didn't fit here, and the girl realized that there was someone else in the shadows. And she realized that this was not the case. The dragon's body was covered by a shield created by the shadows and the power of the protagonist, preventing him from being killed or injured. This accordingly gave Hendrik a certain advantage, and before the girl realized that she needed to somehow block the blow, he was able to wound her. Now she realized that the main character was not just a spiritualist who could summon the souls of the dead. Thanks to the features of his multiclass, he passed on all of her buffs and skills to Hendrik. And now the young man was going to show both the dragon, who would be actively participating, and the girl, the true support of a multiclass. There was an explosion, but the girl survived and was now running away, but a dragon was chasing her. She realized that its speed had increased significantly, which indicated that the main character had passed on some of his skills to it. But she still had a firearm in reserve, which she used, not allowing the dragon to catch up with her. But his speed was so high that he could dodge all the bullets fired at him. Now it became obvious that no matter how hard the girl tried to escape, she would not succeed. So she locked herself in a sphere, not allowing the dragon to break through it. But he had already summoned his fiery dragon to break her defense. This time it hit hard. Shane was wounded, and quite seriously. But the mercenary was no pushover either. She scattered small nuclear bombs on the ground, and Hendrik stepped on one of them. The explosion was stronger than the previous one. The main character was very worried about what happened to his comrade, not understanding from which planet this girl came, who uses such destructive technology. And while he was thinking about his girlish things, he missed the moment when Shane shot him. It was definitely Shahi Mate, as was the hole in the young man's chest. The girl believed that the dragon was no longer in a condition to fight, and the ghost mask was seriously wounded. But for some reason, the guy was smiling and waiting for something. And waited. Hendrik appeared quite spectacularly in his true form as a huge fire dragon. But Hendrik was extremely angry and extremely dissatisfied because the girl forced him to take this form, so hateful, so disgusting to his heart and soul. Hendrik breathed fire, trying to roast the girl. Now she understood that she was dealing with one of the most powerful creatures in the tower, but she still hadn't used up all her strength and launched several drones that surrounded the dragon. But in this form, the girl's drones were to him like mosquitoes to an ordinary person. Yes, they gave each other their word that they would not fight to the death, but this does not stop him from making her beg for it. To do this, he began to form a huge fireball. Shayna was confident that she could stop this attack just like everyone else. And once again, two forces collided: magic and advanced technology. And an explosion thundered. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood to the side and tried to heal the wound, but the process was moving too slowly. Moreover, after Hendrik took on his true form, all the buffs and protection of the protagonist disappeared. But even after the last explosion, both the dragon and the girl were alive and well. Moreover, she was sitting on his face. What was more interesting was that if at the beginning of the fight there was only one Shane, now she was doubled, tripled, and in general there was too much of her. Hendrik didn't understand how all this could happen because he controlled all the mana in this forest. But it wasn't about mana, it was about science. So Hendrik couldn't do anything about it because there was only one real Shane here, and all the others were her holograms. But the weapons were all real, and at that moment a sea of bullets fell on the dragon, and he could only cover his face with his wing. It must be admitted that the pistols did not have much of a positive effect, so the girl decided to use the most powerful weapon in her arsenal. This was wonderful, as Hendrik too could no longer hold back and unleashed the full force of his magic on her. And again there was an explosion, but this time she managed to harm the dragon. Even Shane herself was a little hurt by it, which is why she didn't want to use the antimatter bomb. But those two left her no choice. At that moment, the engine in her plane overheated and began to fail, and the plane was about to break down. He did a good job, so the girl turned him off because she thought she had already won. There was a mistake. Hendrik was alive and well, and all of this had been calculated in advance. But it might only seem that way at first glance. In fact, Hendrik was in serious condition and fell to the ground. This was what she was looking for, so she was happy. But she was too early to rejoice and open the champagne because she had two opponents. And although Hendrik was not in the best condition now, Jin Heck had regained his strength during this time. He didn't scare her because what can a person with a hole in his chest do? Well, nothing. The girl demanded that the guy admit his defeat. It would only be possible to understand which of them would win when their fight took place. But before that, he decided to absorb some of her weapons. Although no, Jin Hyuk ate one of his comrades' scales, which he picked up from the ground. They needed the information the girl had stored in her memory, so he was willing to endure a little to get it. Moreover, he slowly began to transform into a dragon, or rather, he received some of its powers. This feeling was unmistakable. The guy emanated strength and an aura like a real dragon. But at the same time, he was human. Only now did the protagonist himself begin to understand why dragons were called the masters of mana. He felt like the king of this world, invincible. If up until this point he could only use one Kungl, now their number has increased many times over, and they were all aimed at one point, at the girl who so dreamed of victory in this battle. She had used up all her weapons, so she could only try to escape, but she definitely felt the dragon's magic. But she didn't understand how this could happen. The gist was that the protagonist's powers changed after he put a dragon scale in his mouth. The girl had the right idea that the guy could use the power of the objects he absorbed, but she was moving too slowly, and Jin Hyuk caught up with her, and now it would hurt her. To deflect the axe, Shayna took out her beam saber. She was able to block the guy's punch, and only because he wanted it, and besides, he was wondering where all her self-confidence had gone. She still managed to push the guy aside because her pride gave her considerable strength not to fall flat on her face. Moreover, she was so angry. Or was it not clear whether she was scared? But it was a piece of cake for her to break her word, so she decided to kill him again. But now Jin Hyuk definitely liked everything. He liked finding out who was strong. Only he, like a real dragon, could use fire breathing. This time, he managed to break through her technological defenses and destroy her last weapon. And everything would have been wonderful, but a wave of recoil washed over the main character, and he coughed up blood. Jin Heck had to spit out the scale before his body could fully absorb the dragon's power. He'd have to try that some other time. Some time passed, and Shane came too, but her whole body was in severe pain. She was probably lucky that Hendrik survived, but the boys weren't particularly happy that she was alive and awake. Only now did she notice the place where they were all located. It was some kind of sphere in the middle of the forest. This barrier was created by the protagonist because Hendrik and Shane were unconscious, and everything around was in ruins. So he had to come up with something urgently. The girl admitted that she was confident in her strength and her victory, and in fact, she did everything to win. But what could she do with a monster like Jin Hyuk? She simply underestimated the guys. But why did she offer them this strange bet in the first place? How could Shane miss the opportunity to measure her strength with a real dragon, right? No way. And everyone thought Jin Hyuk was a bit of a psycho, but he is definitely not the real psycho in this story. Flattery warmed Hendrik's soul, but the protagonist was angry because he had spent all his magical power on this barrier, so it owed him. But never mind this barrier, the bet, and the fight as a whole. Since the girl came to her senses, she was obliged to tell who ordered it. The first thing the main character must understand is that more than one person is hunting him. The guild union has announced a reward for the head of the protagonist and his comrades. Hendrik didn't understand what they were talking about, but Shayna explained that someone who had reached the highest floors could not influence the lower ones. Therefore, such people support and lure over to their side the guilds that are lower in the tower. And so it happens in a spiral, and the Union of Guilds is formed. There was no need to find out further who was behind this, since Jin Hyuk understood perfectly well who would be discussed next. Only one person had access to such resources, and that was Kane, a member of the Star Nine, and his enemy. Meanwhile, Kane gathered all the members of the Star Nine at your residence. Donas Tylog had heard that the Sacred Guild was currently going through hard times, so Kane had gathered them all in this place at this time. Merlin and Dan Zhu couldn't believe that a player from just the 50th floor could cause trouble for such a large organization. This dismissive attitude towards Kane did not please Carmen at all, and she decided to stand up for her brother. It was in vain that she demonstrated her strength openly. This only provoked the swordsman Donos Tylog, who was always happy to swing a sword. This display of negative attitude towards each other did not please Kane, as it was important for him to understand whether the next target of the Phantom Mask would really be the Sanha Guild. Until this point, Kane had considered the Phantom Mask to be an ordinary sprout, who, like many before him, was a hindrance to the Star Nines. But now his opinion had changed. If you think about it, the main character is accompanied by other people, the same sprouts as himself, who also need to be destroyed. How many times did Donis not understand what the leader wanted from him? If he wanted to destroy him, then how? Did he really have to do everything with his own hands? No, you shouldn't do this yourself, as the punishment could be quite serious. The fines will be huge. For such cases, the best option would be to find the right person, pay him money, and enjoy the result. Moreover, at that moment, Kane had a plan in his head. He understood perfectly well who he would send to carry out this mission. Meanwhile, on the 300th floor, Shane encountered several kings in battle who were significantly higher in level than her. They failed the mission, and there was also a leak of information, which was not to their advantage. Moreover, after meeting the girl, the traces of the companions, the ghost mask, became very weak, and it was time to feed her to the snake. It was as if Camille was just waiting for this, hugging and strangling the girl with his rings. Meanwhile, Har-Yu heard someone from the depths of her subconscious asking for help. It was so unexpected that she woke up abruptly, not understanding where she was or what was happening to her. She was fine. She was next to the main character and Miho, resting on the roof of one of the buildings. The girl still couldn't come to her senses completely, and she was curious about where Hendrik and the unknown girl who had attacked them not long ago had gone. It turned out they had gone off to gather information together. After all, if you think about it, the main character and his companions were now being hunted by unusual creatures that had arranged surveillance on them. Besides, since everything was fine with Har-Yu, they could go to their next target with peace of mind, namely the black market, to buy something interesting and pleasant for the girls. Since there was little time before the opening of the black market, the main character did not mind walking with Miho through the regular market and buying her a couple of goodies. But Har-Yu wasn't happy. She was still thinking about her recent dream, trying to understand what it meant. The young man was not unaware of her condition. He did not understand what was happening to her, whether she really did not like anything and did not want to try anything. Meanwhile, Miho collected a lot of different goodies, primarily a lot of different meats and bread, and brought them to her daddy and sister, offering to eat it all together. It was evening, the opening time of the black market, but before entering the premises, the protagonist suggested disguising Har-Yu, as she was too noticeable. With a few movements of her fingers, the girl's outfit was transformed. She looked like a true lady in a fluffy dress with crinolines and a cute hat that hid her horns. Miho must take the form of a fox cub. Then she will not arouse anyone's suspicions. In this form, they approached the main building where the black market auction would be held, and the protagonist handed security his membership card. This card allowed access to any black market and could only be obtained if the visitor had a sponsor. This reaction surprised the protagonist a little, and he thought that some problems had arisen. But there shouldn't have been any problems with some membership card. The security guard escorted the young man to his place in the VIP zone. Everyone around him was discussing his spectacular appearance with a beautiful girl, believing that he had improved his personality. After giving a few instructions regarding the auction itself, the security guard left the VIP room. The auction was in full swing, and the protagonist managed to buy a Noriga for summoning animals for Miho for 350,000 gold. But then all the goods were somehow not very presentable, but at the same time, too many people gathered at the auction. There was definitely something wrong here. Too many people crowded on such a low floor, which meant that something big was about to happen. Meanwhile, the next lot appeared on the scene, and something strange began to happen to Haru. Moreover, she jumped from her VIP seat and rushed to the last lot, as a voice from a dream was heard in her head asking to be saved. She couldn't resist this voice. The desire to save the one behind the screen was too great, but someone blocked her path, not letting her get to the last lot. Moreover, her opponent was quite strong, so he was able to push the girl away from the object that some fat cat had his eye on. But the rich man didn't know who he was getting involved with, or who he was offending, because just a few seconds later, the main character appeared behind the girl. Jin-hyuk didn't pay attention to either the rich man or his guard. The only thing that mattered to him was the girl who was saying that she heard a voice asking to be saved from behind the screen. Meanwhile, the auctioneer asked everyone to remain calm, as this kind of behavior was quite common for the auction house, as quite a lot of good goods were appearing, and buyers were ready to let in not only their own money. As soon as the screen was removed, Haru saw on the red pillow an object that had previously belonged to the extinct goblin, namely, the girl from her vision. At that moment, the girl's brakes failed. She didn't understand, or rather, she understood, but she couldn't accept the fact that someone had stretched out their dirty hands to their sacred relics. But it was better for her to do nothing and trust the main character. He was going to solve everything. The bidding began, and the bids grew higher and higher with each passing minute. The rich man who had recently offended Haru offered 1 million gold. He already thought that the matter was in the bag. But it was in vain that he, as he was leaving the hall, said that he was a little upset because he hadn't managed to make a stuffed animal out of one of the goblins. But it would have been nice to have the decoration too. At this moment, the protagonist offered 3 million gold pieces for the decoration. He looks defiantly at the fat cat, saying that if he was not going to raise the rate, then he had better leave this room now while he was still kind. No one raised the bid anymore, so the lot went to Jin-hyuk for 3 million gold. Only now did the young man realize that with his desire to end the auction at the maximum bid, he had attracted too much attention, so he needed to leave the auction as quickly as possible. Without thinking twice, he turned to the auctioneer and asked him to pack his goods for him, as he wanted to leave quickly. After some time, the young man, the girl, and the fox cub were walking along the city street. Haru thanks Jin-hyuk for spending so much money for this thing, which meant too much to her now. But suddenly, a rather strange phenomenon occurred. The girl seemed to be embraced by a spirit that appeared from the hairpin and thanked her for saving her. But then the spirit disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, reminding the girl that she would definitely avenge every dead goblin. Jin-hyuk watched this scene in silence. He did not comment on the fact that he saw the soul of the dead goblin girl, nor did he comment on the situation as a whole. And at that moment, his sixth sense told him that danger had come from an unexpected source. The main character was attacked by a rich man's guard, who wanted to take away his jewelry for his master, but the man no longer needed the hairpin, because he could make a stuffed animal out of the real, last surviving goblin. But the girl there wasn't going to give up without a fight. We'll see who makes a scarecrow out of whom. The protagonist was unhappy that Haru rushed into battle prematurely, because in such situations, it was necessary to carefully read the possible options and then attack. But she did not do this once again. But now the young man had to first deal with his opponent, and only then help her. Certainly the swordsman who challenged him was on Hendrik's level, maybe even higher. Meanwhile, Haru, realizing that her opponent was strong but too slow, decided to use combat conduction in order to win this battle. And she would have succeeded, only her opponent used poison at the last moment. While the girl was trying to hold her breath, she missed the enemy's attack and he knocked her to the ground. This was a lesson for Haru. She must understand that every player who reached the 50th floor must have an ace up his sleeve. Or better yet, 2. This poison was special, developed specifically for the properties of goblins' organisms. It paralyzed them. For some time, she would not even be able to move a finger. But no matter how strong this poison is, it still cannot extinguish the life in her and the desire for revenge. The fat cat didn't care about her tearful story. The main thing was to calm her down, or rather, to beat her up a bit, and then make a beautiful stuffed animal out of her for his collection. But to begin with, it was the psychopath who lost his limb, which he raised on Har-Yu. Jin Hyuk, as usual, appeared at the most dangerous and important moment, like a knight on a white horse. The rich man was right. Every player should have aces up his sleeve, and the guy had more of them than the others, so he moved freely in the poisonous cloud. None of it affected him. Besides, this rich man had too ugly a face, so he would simply send him to the next world. But at the moment when the main character was about to cut off the rich man's second hand, he missed the lightning-fast attack of the guard. It was lucky that the guy had enough skills to dodge, and if it had been another millimeter, the conversation would have been different. If the protagonist could not defeat the swordsman in fencing, he would use advanced magic. The guard managed to dodge, but realized that the guy was good at combining sword and magic, which meant he definitely had a hidden class. And the power. There was a feeling that in front of him was a veteran of a high floor, and not a player of the 50th floor. The man was already standing next to his master, asking him to hide somewhere as the situation had changed dramatically. Greed is a bad feeling, but stupidity is worse. It was in vain that the pot-bellied one didn't want to listen to his smart guard. Apparently, the rich man forgot the terms of their agreement. He promised to protect him for a fee, but the rich man does not interfere in the process and does not get in the way. Fear made the rich man run away, but he decided to steal Miho since Har-Yu couldn't take her. But then he changed his mind again and grabbed the goblin's hairpin and hit the fox painfully and pushed him aside. That could have been the end of it, but Har-Yu came to her senses and was going to get her own back. Although the guard couldn't see, he could clearly hear that the girl had begun to move, which meant that the gas's effect had worn off. His attempt to stop Har-Yu was thwarted by Jin Hyuk, who blocked his blow. The young man believed that once a man started a battle with him, he should finish it, and not interrupt it at the most interesting point. This was something else. The main character hadn't had such strong swordsman opponents like this one for a long time. But Jin Hyuk was also good, so he was able to block his opponent's blows and respond with new attacks. Besides, the young man understood perfectly well that this master had no place in such a hole, especially running errands for the rich. At some point, the man lost his temper and began to push the main character, who was deliberately provoking him, into more active actions. But such attacks were not enough to stop the main character. There was no fire or inner strength in them. At that moment, the first blood was spilled, and it definitely did not belong to Jin Hyuk. At one time, the man reached the 431st floor, and there he saw all the sinfulness of the human soul, and knew the taste of betrayal and suffering. He was betrayed by those he trusted most. They blinded him to remove him from their path. Remembering this, the man got a second wind, and he was ready to show the guy that this floor was much better than the 400th. Because here, no one hides their characters. This blow was already better than the previous ones, but the main character was still able to dodge. Jin Hyuk understood the man's feelings perfectly, because he too had been betrayed by his comrades, who had then killed him. But even after this, he was not going to vegetate at the bottom, since he is a strong man who will rise to the very top and throw his enemies down from there without insurance. He will not suffer, cry, and feel sorry for himself as a swordsman does, but will take revenge on everyone who deserves it. What infuriated him most about the swordsman was his cowardice. And looking at him, Jin Hyuk was well aware that he would not run away. That was not his way of life. Meanwhile, the rich man tried to escape, taking the goblin hairpin with him. He dreamed that he would soon be able to make a stuffed animal out of the phantom mask and Har-Yu, and the saving, busy street was just a stone's throw away. But he was not destined to escape the girl's revenge. Now the two equal parts of the rich man will remain in this alley forever. Meanwhile, the hired security guard did not understand why the guy did not kill him, but only beat him up well. It was all simple. The man still had one unfinished business, and that was about the people, or rather the moral non-humans, who did something like that to his eyes. The man got the hint. The guy wanted him to take revenge on his enemies. Okay, he will do it. But then he will definitely find the guy. Jin Hyuk and Vulcan, who had been bullying him the whole time, returned to the base. At that moment, Har-Yu ran up to them. The girl had enough strength to send the rich man to the next world and take her hairpin. But then she found a gold card among his things and brought it to the main character. It was a pass to the highest ranking options, meaning the guy would be able to snag a truly rare item. Suddenly, the girl bowed her head and began to ask Jin Hyuk for forgiveness. Only now she realized that she had made many mistakes, allowed emotions to rule, and because of her, they all almost died. It was sweet, and the main character didn't take offense at all, as he understood what this object meant to her. But she needs to understand that revenge requires a cool head, even if there is a fire burning in the heart. Now it was possible to go to the auction again, and this golden card was a pass to the secret meeting. The number of people in the hall became significantly smaller, as few had such cards. Jin Hyuk not only listened to the presenter, but also watched the reactions of people and creatures. They all began to react violently, which meant that they would now be shown something interesting. It is clear that now we will be talking about either a sacred animal or a relic. But when the rag was removed, the main character almost swore loudly. A dark elf was sitting in the cage, chained. The girl was clearly captured secretly. She had the sinister aura of a dark elf, but at the same time, she was most likely one of the higher ones. This girl possessed pure mana. This could have happened if someone deliberately tried to influence the high elf with the help of demons. The stakes literally skyrocketed, and suddenly a representative of the celestial race appeared in the hall and offered 5 million gold. The elf was ready to become a slave to anyone, but not to this lying Hamiel. The princess was angry, but there was nothing she could do, really, except accept the inevitable. Although no, she could have become a bed toy for one of the old men, or her favorite pet. At this point, the manager was going to end the auction, since no one would definitely pay more than 5 million. But there was a man who offered 4.5 million more. Hamiel didn't understand who could offer such a huge sum and interfere with her plans. But the main character didn't expect that some pigeon could count other people's money well. That's right, he offers 10 million. The room went crazy. No one had ever offered such money in the entire history of the auction on the 51st floor. It was a smash through the ceiling, and while others were anticipating what would happen next, the heavenly creature almost threw lightning at the phantom mask. Suddenly, the guy raised his hands and asked if it was possible to force people to give up something they had bought by force. Jin Hyuk's showmanship was top-notch, and Hamiel asked him to be careful, and she didn't believe he had that kind of money. Meanwhile, the presenter was about to wash his face for the 100th time. It was the first time he had found himself in such a situation and had no idea what to do. The bird had to throw in another million on top. But what is 1 million when the main character offered as much as 20? This elf will be his. So if Hamiel doesn't have enough money to cover his bet, then isn't it time to flit to another fire? In his mind, he was already licking her feathers, gouging out her eyes, and impaling her on a valve. But until he had enough strength for this, he would have to wait a little longer. But today, it will be enough that he takes for himself what this creature so strongly desires for himself. There were no new bids, so the host sold the elf to the phantom mask for 20 million gold. The guy had to wait a little while until the girl was brought to him. He was twirling the key in his hands, which he could use to free her from the shackles. The man went after the elf, but Har-Yu wondered if her brother was really going to use the girl as a slave. No, of course not. He's in his right mind, and Vulcan doesn't count. He's just a soul and can't hit anyone. At that moment, he realized that the girl considered him a bad person who puts his desires and instincts at the head of the table. By and large, it was the most ordinary jealousy, because the dark elf was very beautiful. At that moment, Hamiel approached them. She was glad that she had still found them, since she had something to tell them. Jin Hyuk had no intention of giving his lot to the girl. And besides, one person had already gone to the next world when he tried to take his thing from him. No, the bird was interested in why the young man paid so much money for the dark elf and did not give in to her. The protagonist didn't answer, but the way he held himself helped Hamiel draw several conclusions, and interest in him rose very high. But his fate will be decided by others, because she reported what happened to her superiors. How Jin Hyuk wanted to kill this dark creature under the guise of virtue. But he couldn't allow himself to do so. Not now. He needed to become even stronger in order to fight openly. But now, he would only face punishment. Hamiel failed to provoke the protagonist, so she switched to Har-Yu. Belatedly, the guy realized what the bird wanted. She needed Har-Yu, not his lot. The blood boiled in the girl's veins. She tried with all her might not to let this fire break out. She remembered her goal and could not allow everything to be ruined now. It was extremely curious, but Hamiel was sure that they would meet soon. She will be really looking forward to the company on the 100th floor. But for now, she has other things to do, so it's time for her to go. The hint greatly alarmed Jin Hyuk. It suggested that this creature knew much more than it would like, but she didn't explain or say anything else, leaving the main character alone with his thoughts. There was no point in sitting in the auction building, so the company went into the forest. The spiritual warriors were supposed to protect their master and not let strangers near him. No one was supposed to hear the conversation between the elf and Jin Hek. And besides, the girl did not understand his intentions. Isn't it obvious that he doesn't intend to do anything bad to her since he brought the children with him? Elione did not believe the young man, nor did she believe in the purity of his intentions. As soon as she said her name, the protagonist immediately realized that she was a princess from an ancient ruling elven clan. It's interesting, yes. The high elves might not have grown up, but now the situation is different. Soon the girl will completely become a dark elf, and then she will have demonic powers. The way the girl held herself spoke of her rebellious nature, which is what their guild needs. She was thinking about how to escape. These shackles were holding back her strength. It would not be possible to break through this way. But even if she removed the shackles, she would not be able to use her strength. She imagined a lot of different things, but she never expected that the guy would let her out of the cage for free. He didn't need a slave, but he did have a couple of questions for her. It would be impossible to escape anyway. Yes, the elves were excellent at mana management and summoning spirits, but their physical strength was below average. The elf didn't calm down. She suspected the guy of all mortal sins because no matter what he did to her in this dark forest, no one would know about it. Elione Har-Yu blushed at her words and assumptions and covered her ears. Miho, in general, wasn't like that. It was funny, but suddenly the main character noticed the explosion and realized that Vulcan was in trouble. The players figured out their location and decided to attack them en masse to take away their money and the lot. If so, then Har-Yu and Miho had to help the first spiritual master. The main task was to not let anyone in here. The girls left, and the guy hoped that the elf had a desire to talk. Meanwhile, Vulcan and the girls bought some time for their master. Elione didn't want to talk without 100 grams, so she had already drunk quite a lot, admitting that the main character's comrades were quite strong personalities. But Jin Hyuk also had to be strong. Then she didn't understand why he let the winged girl go. It was strange to hear that the guy considers himself not particularly strong and, moreover, suppresses his emotions for the sake of a higher goal. The girl was plunged into the most terrible moment of her life when her father ordered his heart to be cut out. Only in this way could a father pass on the secret technique of their family to his daughter. He was not afraid to die. But now, in the girl's hands, was the elves' hope for a bright future. The girl's brother wanted to capture her, although in fact, it was he who was the traitor, not she. Elad was a traitor who sold the elves to the sacred beings. When Elad arrived at the clearing, he saw that the father had given his daughter the fruit that he had kept in his heart, and demanded that the girl eat it quickly. At that very moment, Elione noticed how some unknown person finished off her beloved daddy. While she was thinking and suffering, the fruit that the girl was holding in her hand was destroyed by an unknown person. That someone was none other than Hamiel, who lured Elad to her side. But the worst thing was that the heavenly creature had its own plans for the girl, and she shot a beam of demonic energy at her. By and large, the representative of the celestial race racked her brains for a long time about what to do with the noble elven princess, and came to the decision that the greatest punishment for her would be to abandon her principles. So she asked her friend Demon to lend her some pure demonic energy. With its help, she could crush the high elf with one blow. In this way, the heavenly creature was going to desecrate the nobility and pride of the elven princess. Slowly, she will make it so that the girl will fall into hell, unable to resist the dark energy. After this story, it became clear to the main character that sacred creatures were hunting the elves. But the elves of the 300th floor were too powerful to simply exterminate them. Even sacred creatures could not cope with their mana and spells. In such cases, the most effective way to get rid of the problem is to use a traitor among your own. Now the main character understood that the story, like the girl's life, was not over yet. Those bad people who made her a slave and took over the kingdom were still alive, and until someone, either she or they, died, nothing had ended and would not end. So he offered her to join the confrontation, and then he could help her deal with all the enemies. Meanwhile, in another clearing, the battle was coming to an end. Many players had fallen to Har-Yu's sword, and the girl was already quite tired. But Goblin was thinking about something else. It seemed to her that the dark elf was so beautiful that she could steal the heart of her dearly beloved brother. That is why she felt late the appearance of an enemy behind her, who raised a sword over her head. Obviously, she couldn't react in any way, so she only hoped for a miracle. And the miracle arrived in the form of the main character, just in time. The Red Orc died a hero's death, and the girl couldn't understand why the guy came alone and where the Dark Elf had disappeared to. A few minutes later, they were in another clearing. Elion suddenly realized that the main character was offering her to kill her own brothers and sisters. He didn't understand whether the girl had really forgotten how they had treated her, and if he remembered all of this, then she had every right to wish them death and revenge for her beloved self. Therefore, she must repay them several times more for everything they did to her personally, to her father, and to the entire people. After all, Jinhyuk was going to do exactly the same thing to his enemies, and he was not tormented by pangs of conscience or doubts. The main character is going to take revenge on the Star Nine and all the sacred beings who imagine themselves to be God knows who. Now the girl couldn't join the confrontation. She needed to leave for a while to gain strength equal to the main character, and only then would she be able to find him again and begin the path of revenge together. But before the girl disappeared from sight, the protagonist revealed his true name and the nickname he earned in his past life. Hearing the young man's real name, Elion suddenly realized that there really were several unclear points regarding his death, but now everything fell into place. Moreover, if a girl suddenly decided that if she dies, the guy can take her body or soul for himself, turning them into spiritual soldiers. Meanwhile, Vulcan appeared in the clearing with Miho. He suggested that the main character and Haru leave quickly, as they had attracted too much unnecessary attention. The protagonist himself understood that it had now become dangerous to stay on one floor for too long. So their main goal was to break through to the 60th floor. It was there that they were supposed to meet the Golden Lich, who was currently in some trouble. It was a shame to realize that somewhere, after all, the man had miscalculated, and his opponent had brought an entire army with him, and even a player like William had a hard time resisting it alone. Below, the Puppeteer Trade Guild was fighting and defending the battle. They created this trading company to sponsor the confrontation. If the connection between this movement and the Golden Lich becomes known to the Star Nine, then it will be the end for everyone. Therefore, the Golden Lich must under no circumstances interfere in this matter. He must resolve the situation himself by any means necessary. But he ran into unexpected problems in the person of Jose Yan, the head of one of the guilds. Now it slowly began to dawn on the man that the main goal of this entire raid was to turn this place into real ruins. Jose Yan admitted that the guy had dodged his attack well, for a normal puppeteer. But the problem was that Ian's ally had destroyed the man's last two puppets. Holio intervened in all of this, which Host didn't like at all, because he knew perfectly well that there would be a bonus for eliminating the main characters. But then his claims didn't matter, since it was the White Swallow who sat on the puppeteer's tail, and no Yan would dare take their prey away from them. While the men were sorting things out between themselves, the puppeteer thought that this was his chance to create new puppets for himself. The men, in fact, did not have time to realize how the puppeteer had thrown strings around them from which they could not free themselves. But things didn't go according to plan, as the fight was interrupted by Mei, the head of another guild, who really wanted to curry favor with her superiors. After which, she turned to Asura and asked that it be recorded that it was she who caught the puppeteer, and that the reward would be read specifically to her. But the man had a different opinion, because it was the lower guild leaders who allowed the Phantom Mask to strike, and now they must bear responsibility for desecrating the honor of the holy state. This time, Holio and Yang teamed up, believing that they didn't have to listen to Asura's lectures just because he was a little stronger than them. Mei didn't care about the men's squabbles. She wanted to grab what was hers, and nothing more. The puppeteer stood up. He understood that he had no right to give up now. So the only way out was to use his own technique on himself to prevent these people from coming further. The guild leaders could never have expected such a turn of events, that someone would decide to use their own skill on themselves. It was all simple. The man wanted to be like the Golden Lich, who was his ideal and idol, so he couldn't let anyone else through. She formed a new attack and launched a beam of energy at her opponents. The guild leaders began to realize that the puppeteer had turned himself into a puppet and was using powers beyond reason. At some point, the young man realized that something was blocking his attack. but he couldn't figure out what it was yet. But this something turned out to be a huge snake, which was aiming at his beloved. Who would have thought that one blow of the tail could cause such great pain, the puppeteer now knew. At that moment, Basil and Toon appeared on the battlefield. Mercenaries who had been paid to get rid of problems. Now the guild leaders began to be indignant. They did not understand why players who had reached level 300 were interfering in their affairs. Asura once again ignored the outrage, as the people who had previously managed the operation had failed, so Basil and Toon would take matters into their own hands and continue what they had started. No matter how indignant the guild leaders were, they would have to accept this decision because it was a direct order from Cain. But if they obeyed him, they would go against the Star Nine. In that case, Asura and his mercenaries could do whatever they wanted, but the leaders were going to leave the battlefield. But they had not hoped in vain that they would be able to leave here alive, because Asura believed that these people had betrayed the sacred state and the Star Nine, and therefore deserved death. Now Toon could take up his necromantic work, turning the former guild leaders into his loyal skeleton warriors. Asura was pleased with this result, and now he could use the guild leaders to his advantage. They would not object, ask questions, or interfere. But all this was of no interest to him. It was important to find the Phantom Mask, who had not yet been on this floor. And since there was no Phantom Mask on the 60th floor, he was going to find the place where the main character was. There was no reason for him to stay here. Asura, as usual, began to threaten, saying, "You're doing something. How can you go against the orders of the Star Nine, which are not discussed?" But these threats passed the Necromancer by, and in any case, he was going to find the Phantom Mask and complete the task. By and large, Toon only agreed to carry out this mission because he was eager to kill the main character. Meanwhile, on the ground floor, a young man received a message from the Golden Lich. The messenger said that an emergency had occurred, and Jin-hyuk was required to go to the 60th floor. Because the base facility has been seriously attacked, and it is extremely difficult to maintain defense. Without help, the Golden Lich won't be able to hold out for long on his own, so he'll stall for time. But it's hard to predict how long he'll be able to do so. The protagonist understood that William was running trading companies under different names because managing the tower's finances under one name was too risky. One could always run into big problems. This is only evidence that the Star Nine and the Great Beings have already sniffed out something, which is why this attack occurred. Hendrik didn't understand what the problem was, because Golden Lich was one of the strongest players who had reached the 300th floor. Even if a powerful army appeared on the 60th floor, how could it deal with him? It's sad that the dragon overheard everything. The Golden Lich can't personally get involved in the fight. No one should know about his connection with the confrontation, so he conducts his business under various shell companies and names. And if he, or rather, as soon as he intervenes in the battle, everyone will know that his trading guild and the confrontation are in cahoots. Then one attack won't be enough. The Holy State will smash him to smithereens. Therefore, now their goal has become more than obvious. They need to move to the 60th floor and deal with the Sacred Guild gang. Since everything was clear to everyone, he acted and ordered everyone to gather, and they would be transported in space to the next floor. So suddenly something went wrong, and someone attacked the first spiritual master. Two silhouettes and a huge snake appeared ahead. People claimed that the main character and his comrades would not go to the 60th floor. They were determined that the protagonist and the others would meet their end right here and now. The young man immediately noticed that another explosion was being prepared, so he asked his friends to move away from the line of attack. They all survived, but there were a lot of questions spinning in their heads. Who are these people? What do they want? And where do they get such destructive power from? The main character made the logical conclusion that if these people appeared at exactly that moment, then they were sent by none other than Cain. This guess was correct, and in the meantime, Toon formed his skeleton army, which attacked Jin-hyuk and the others. But the main character was no pushover either. He responded to his opponent in kind. He summoned his spiritual warriors, who blocked the first one's attack. Now Jin-hyuk realized that in front of him was none other than the Necromancer, and next to him was the Snake Charmer. And such a tandem looked very unpleasant. Hendrik immediately joined the fight. He wanted to take on the Snake Charmer, and the main character was supposed to deal with the Necromancers. Unexpectedly, somehow, the snake turned out to be a little more agile than the dragon, and he miraculously managed to avoid becoming its lunch. Basil sat astride his pet and offered the dragon to become his favorite pet. The Snake Charmer was confident that the dragon would be an excellent addition to his luxurious, scaly collection, He was even ready to give it the highest position in his serpentarium. The guy was curious to know how the dragon scales would shine, what they would taste like, and he couldn't even hold back and licked his lips. It looked disgusting. But Hendrik refused such a tempting offer and attacked the snake and its owner. Meanwhile, Toon was about to kill the Phantom Mask, saying that the dragon would not help him. The protagonist tried to analyze the current situation. His opponent was approximately at the level of the 300th floor. Although if you look more closely, he was stronger than Shane. It was even curious to see what this necromancer was capable of 10 years after the disappearance of the main character. Meanwhile, Haru and Miho must go to help Hendrik. After they deal with the snake charmer, they will have to go straight to the 60th floor. The girls didn't need to be told twice. Jin-hyuk himself was going to deal with the necromancer. It was interesting to see whose undead army would win this battle. Tyun didn't understand what was happening now, because usually, necromancers stopped at the mere sight of his warrior skeletons. It wasn't hard to tell that the protagonist was a spiritual master class, as their ghost warriors were different from each other. Jin-hyuk didn't deny it, but the guy started to get cheeky, demanding that the main character give up this title and give it to him. The only problem was that the main character didn't want to do it, and didn't see any reason to do it. But since the Ghost Mask did not want to give him the title of spiritual master in a good way, the guy decided to take it by force. Meanwhile, Haru and Miho rushed to help Hendrik. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. A monster with an open mouth appeared from underground and swallowed the girls. It was Toon's doing. He threatened the protagonist that if he did not give him the title of spiritual master, his comrades would die a painful death in the monster's stomach. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield on the 60th floor was very complicated. No matter how hard the trading company's employees tried to destroy their enemies, there were too many of them, and the forces were clearly unequal. At one point, one of the workers even hit his head with a gold coin, which he initially mistook for a pebble. The guy was even a little happy because he considered it luck to find gold in such chaos, and did not attach any other significance to this event. Meanwhile, Asura was watching the battle. He understood that the vanguard was still being blocked using the same scheme as before, which meant that it would be impossible to penetrate inside, at least for now. Perhaps the Merchant Guild had an incredibly powerful mage in reserve, whose power could block the entrances and exits, and the guess was not far from the truth. The Golden Lich, using his special technique, tried to block all entrances and exits to the building. But the young man understood that this method would not last long, and he would soon be identified. Meanwhile, on the floor below, the monster tried to hide underground, having swallowed the girls. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk tried to stop him and save his friends. He was ready to fight to the death just so the monster would let Haru and Miho go. But Toon had other plans. He blocked the protagonist's attack, planning to take his title as Spirit Master and then become the successor to the Death Star. Meanwhile, the girls came to their senses in the stomach of this incomprehensible creature. Everything was fine with them. Nothing even hurt. Only there they were surrounded on all sides by skeletal warriors who had to make sure the girls stayed in place. Hendrik also noticed that the monster that had swallowed the girls was trying to escape. If Jin-hyuk failed to stop this process, then the dragon was going to prevent the monster from hiding. But the dragon didn't manage to carry out his maneuver, as a huge snake tried to swallow him. While Hendrik managed to block the main snake's teeth with his sword, he was unable to prevent the attack of the small snake that was hiding inside the larger one's mouth. This purple snake was too nimble and bit the young dragon on the neck. Only this wasn't a poisonous snake, but something much worse, and the dragon began to feel it little by little. And the snake charmer gloated. This snake amplified the enemy's negative memories and then passed them on to its master. But Basil could not understand how one could hate dragons because they were perfect and beautiful. It seemed that Hendrik was a dragon himself, or rather, he could become a dragon, and that was no less wonderful. For Hendrik, the dragons were nothing more than enemies who had destroyed his homeland, so his anger was immense, and the desire for revenge filled his entire soul and body, and made it 100 times more painful that he was reborn in the body of his enemy. Therefore, it was better for the snake charmer to remain silent and say nothing if he did not understand the essence of the matter. But Basil believed that he understood his opponent perfectly, because he became a dragon. Wasn't that the price for all the years he had lived and the deeds he had accomplished? After all, Basil had killed many snakes in his time in order to collect his collection, in order to get to such incredible beauty, to become its owner and sole master. Therefore, the sacrifice that Hendrik paid seemed to the man rather cheap, and even pitiful. After which the man decided to formally introduce himself so that Hendrik would know the face of his hero. Hendrik also introduced himself and promised to destroy everything and everyone who had scales, starting with that ugly snake behind the Belonden's back. Of course, the man didn't want to enter into battle and ruin the dragon's skin, but nothing could be done. A fight is a fight. There were, however, too many snakes, and they attacked the dragon from different sides, and no matter how hard he tried to pierce their skin, he was not very successful. The problem was that there were too many of these snakes, and there was no end in sight. But the dragon still believed that no matter how much his enemy attacked him with his snakes, he could not be defeated by such creatures. But at some point, something went wrong, and the largest snake rushed to attack, and only now Hendrik realized that all the others were a diversionary tactic. Moreover, the snake surrounded him with its body, squeezing its coils, and Hendrik began to find it difficult to breathe. But the worst thing was that in such a situation, he could not resist his opponent in any way. He could not move, and the snake opened its mouth and wanted to swallow the dragon. The man understood that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he died, and therefore he needed to try to get out of the current situation. Perhaps teleportation could be the solution. But this idea also failed, because instead of a snake, the snake charmer attacked him, hitting him in the face and not allowing him to pronounce the necessary spell. Now Hendrik was completely at the mercy of his opponent, who seemed to be enjoying what was happening. By and large, Hendrik was too inattentive, and he was still too weak to fight the Snake Lord, so the best thing for him was to become his pet and not think about anything else. After that, he used his special subjugation technique on the dragon. From that moment on, Hendrik became the snake charmer's slave. There was only one way to escape this spell: to turn into a dragon and get rid of it. But Basil knew very well that Hendrik would not be able to do this because he had too much anger towards the dragons. And it was more than obvious that Hendrik still could not fully accept the fact that he was now a dragon and not a man. And if he doesn't want to become an enemy again, then he needs to accept the snake charmer's terms of the game and submit to his will. At that moment, Hendrik remembered the words of the protagonist, which he had said to him not long ago in the forest. They boiled down to that simple question: is it really because Hendrik does not want to become someone's enemy, first of all his own, that he will allow such a huge power that lives inside him to simply disappear? Besides, Hendrik was making another big mistake, thinking that he was just a dragon slayer, which was far from true, because they were all the ones who reached the 50th floor, and next to them lay an unconscious girl whose level was equivalent to the 300th floor, and they were able to defeat her by throwing out all their strength. Still, even if they were still too weak now but had to use any means possible to win, these words played a key role, and Hendrik transformed into a dragon, accepting his essence. The spellcaster couldn't believe that the boy had transformed and dropped the spell of his subjugation. Hendrik now admitted that he was still weak, so when fighting those who were stronger, he must always try his best, using all available methods. So now his only desire was to destroy the snake charmer by any means necessary, even if it meant becoming a dragon. But Basil was a bit of an interesting character, and instead of getting scared and trying to run away, he stood and admired the reptile's scales, which glittered in the glow of the fire. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk continued to actively fight with Toon. The protagonist noticed that his opponent was starting to give in to him little by little. But the most offensive thing was that this guy had completely copied his original technique from his past life. But at the same time, his head was filled with other thoughts. For example, how to save Haryu and Miho, as well as go to help the Golden Lich. But at the same time, the young man understood perfectly well that such thoughts only hindered him from resisting Toon, confused and distracted him, and in order to solve all the problems at once, he simply needed to kill this guy. Well, in order to confirm at least some of his guesses, the main character asked Toon where he learned this interesting technique, not mentioning that this is precisely his technique and he did not pass it on to anyone. But nevertheless, it was necessary to come up with something more interesting, and a brilliant idea came to the head of the main character, which he now wanted to implement. For this, it was necessary to provoke Toon, and Jin-hyuk confidently declared that he was stronger than the Death Star. It worked flawlessly. Toon fell for the open provocation and slowly but surely began to lose his temper, and that he jumped to the ground and was surrounded by an army of skeleton warriors. However, magic began to happen below. The protagonist tried to combine magical, divine, and demonic energy. Toon froze in midair with his mouth open, as this couldn't really be happening. However, the two energies, divine and demonic, united in one body, that is, in the body of the protagonist. Thus, the system recorded him in the Book of Achievements of the Tower. Meanwhile, the main character was thinking about what needed to be done to defeat the Death Star, even if it wasn't real. Yes, the young man understood that his enemy had a stronger army, but at all costs, he had to trample him like a bug. There was only one way to destroy the beast, and it would have to be used, no matter how disgusting it was. Yes, the participants in the process have changed, but the structure of what is supposed to happen remains the same. First, it was necessary to unbalance the enemy, so the protagonist again spoke of the Death Star with obvious disdain. He assumed that since the guy in front of him didn't have the highest level of necromancy, then the Death Star's abilities were probably about the same level, since he stood like a fool before the divine power, and then went to meet the forefathers. The mention of the Death Star had infuriated Thune more than once, so he summoned all his strongest soldiers to silence the protagonist and stop insulting his idol. However, he did not frighten the young man with this, as he used a double strike of demonic and divine power. The divine and demonic power inside the sphere will be unable to do anything to Thune, and will be able to cut through his physical body. But even after such a powerful attack, he still remained standing on his feet. How this could have happened, the main character did not yet understand, because he put part of the divine powers that he possessed into his blow. The thing was that the young man had come up with a way to magically protect himself from the influence of divine power, because he didn't want to repeat the mistakes of his idol, and now he would make his opponent pay for all the insults directed at him. The outlook for Jin Hyuk was not very bright. He somehow managed to block the next attack, but it was quite powerful, and it was not possible to hold it back for long. At one time, the main character did not think to study and use protective magic against divine power, but now his divine and demonic power were blocked. And if you analyze the force of the enemy's blows, it was very, very high. Simple blows from his arsenal were not enough to defeat this undead in Thune. He needed to come up with something new and faster. For example, using divine and demonic energy at the same time. Only now, the system has issued a warning that divine and demonic forces are opposite to each other and cannot be used simultaneously. But this isn't the first time Jin Hyuk has gone against the system. So if he said he would use both divine and demonic powers at the same time, then he will. He doesn't care at all about any of the rules in this tower. Yes, the system resisted. It didn't want to use these two forces at the same time. And since it didn't want to do this, the main character will force it to do it. And to do this, he will eat both forces at the same time. They scared the cat with a sausage. The system could fail him as many times as it wanted, but both powers belonged to the protagonist, and he was going to combine and absorb them. And then a fusion of forces occurred within the protagonist, forming an incomprehensible black substance that destroyed Thune's defense. All the skeletons created from the guild leaders who were protected by special magic were destroyed. How this could happen, Thune couldn't figure out, because the protective magic was created specifically to repel the power of the four sacred creatures. This means that the main character has a power that far exceeds theirs. But Jin Hyuk himself didn't yet understand what had just happened, because it didn't look like either divine or demonic power. At that moment, a congratulatory message came from the system, in which we were told that he had become the owner of the skill of the unified origin. That is, the divine and demonic forces combined and formed an explosive force. That is what happened now. The main character definitely liked this, and now he was ready to finish off his opponent once and for all. Meanwhile, Thune ordered his skeletons to cover him at all costs, seeing how strong and unpredictable his opponent had now become. It was all in vain that they tried. The main character destroyed them with one blow and now headed straight towards his opponent. However, the guy managed to block the main character's blow, but this did not save them from the explosion that thundered unexpectedly. Well, even after such an explosion, the young man was still standing on his feet, although no longer surrounded by an army of undead. Jin Hyuk was curious why this guy was so fixated on the Death Star. This is all because the main character himself once said that he is the most suitable for the Master of the Tower, and that one day, he will become one. The protagonist still didn't understand his opponent's position, since the generally accepted version was that the Death Star had betrayed humanity and died. Could it really be that he was still revered? The guy was sure that the Death Star had fallen into a trap, and that his friends and comrades from the Star 9 had betrayed him. But this was already a very big surprise for the main character to hear something like this, because he did not expect that anyone other than him and the traitors knew the truth, or at least believed in the unofficial version of the events. It was quite curious to know that at least one person on the planet believed in his innocence, and was ready to risk everything to reveal the truth about that day that turned the main character's life upside down. Seeing that he didn't understand the person standing next to him at all, since he was holding the Star 9 spiritual master in his hands, wasn't he interested in knowing about his death? He considered Death Star to be the greatest necromancer in history. The Star 9 he was a part of, namely Cain and Carmen, one day took him and betrayed him. His idol was trapped, so no one dares to insult him. He is not guilty. Jin-hyuk didn't expect that there were still those in this tower who believed in and remembered him. It was nice. Yes, Toon recognized the abilities of the man who stood before him, but not as a descendant of Jin-hyuk. After all, the main character was not just a benefactor for Toon, he possessed a power that was much brighter than the Star 9. Therefore, he always not only admired, but was also proud of the fact that he was personally, albeit briefly, acquainted with the main character in his past life. So now he must kill the main character and take over the Death Star's name entirely. I wonder if the protagonist was now ready to see what Toon was capable of, and then acquire him as a spiritual warrior. At this time, Toon's talents and abilities were not yet fully formed, but he was already on the path to becoming a spiritual master and was approaching the level of necessary strength. Now he is prepared and used an attack called Hundreds of Night Ghosts. An additional surprise for the protagonist, who did not expect to see an army of hundreds of ghost warriors. If so, it was time to release Vulcan to have some fun and stretch his spiritual bones. The first spiritual master used the soul laser, realized that the signs in front of him were second-rate, and even felt a bit unpleasant. However, they were very similar to the warriors he himself had created at the very beginning of his own journey to becoming a spiritual master. It would be surprising if this guy achieved this level on his own. He was obviously a skill freak, and if Jin-hyuk hadn't been reborn, maybe this guy really would have become the next Death Star. In such a case, it was not good to stand aside with difficult hands, so the protagonist decided to respond to his opponent properly. While Yoon and Jin-hyuk were dealing with each other, Vulcan had to destroy the army of ghosts. The battle was beautiful and spectacular. Everything around was exploding, and it was unclear who was striking whom. The protagonist was quite fond of his opponent and was impressed by his skills, which helped him block even the most dangerous attacks. Now the young man understood that all the unformed ghost warriors had their advantages. They could be used to detonate themselves, and the guy did so. Meanwhile, the boy had already begun to form a new attack, which painfully reminded Jin-hyuk of his own technique. Toon tried to create the Spirit Fury, there was no doubt. Now, the protagonist understood perfectly well that this was one of his signature techniques that he used in his past life. Now he felt as if the wave of spiritual power of the enemy was ready to engulf the entire world around him. But such techniques could not engulf his soul. Toon couldn't believe his eyes, but he admitted that his technique was still imperfect, but he didn't understand how his opponent managed to resist the Spirit Fury. The Fury. In general, the main character admitted that it was quite good, as if he saw himself 10 years ago. As a reward for this excursion into the past, he will show Toon the real technique of Spirit Fury. And what Jin-hyuk did now was many times different from what the guy did. The newcomer was happy because he felt the presence of the person dearest to him. And then Toon and Jin-hyuk met as two great masters of necromancy, as a teacher and a failed student. But the guy shouldn't be too sad. They would meet again soon. As he lay dying, he realized that all this time, while he thought the Death Star was dead, he was alive. This man had definitely exceeded all his expectations. Yes, he died, but that didn't mean that his existence was over, because he heard the call of the Death Star. It was time to open his eyes. Now Toon has become the protagonist's ghost warrior, who must serve only him and no one else. Abruptly, unexpectedly for everyone, Toon knelt down, lowered his head, and began to ask forgiveness for such unacceptable rudeness that he allowed himself in relation to his master. The guy admitted that he didn't recognize the main character, which is why he acted the way he did. Meanwhile, something strange began to happen with the monster that Toon had previously created, and which had swallowed the girls. It turned out that after losing its owner, this monster went crazy, so it needed to be dealt with urgently. But Jin-hyuk's shout stopped it. The monster's mouth opened, and in the blackness, one could see two pairs of glowing eyes. Haryu and Miho had escaped the trap on their own, alive and well, and both in need of a hug. Haryu explained that Miho had charmed the huge beast, and that was how they managed to escape unharmed. Toon realized that Miho had cast a powerful spell and charmed the undead, and Haryu had dealt with all the skeletons that were inside, It was something incredible. At that moment, Hendrik's beam of fiery true breath flashed over their heads. This meant complete victory over the snake charmer, who fell to the ground piece by piece. Basil was definitely practically dead, as half of his body was practically missing, or at least there was a huge hole showing. Finally, the dragon could take on the form of a man. He admitted that his opponent was quite strong, and it was extremely difficult to defeat him, but he managed. But this meant only one thing. Basil was finished, and Hendrik was about to cut off his head. The snake charmer basically had no more aces up his sleeve. All that was crawling around him were small snakes that looked like worms that could be crushed. But since the situation had turned around, Basil looked at Sheila and said that they had really come to an end, and then asked the snake for forgiveness. But no one expected the man to open his mouth wide and stuff the snake in there, chewing its carcass with relish. At this point, the main character expressed his emotions very colorfully. He considered himself a very unique person, but this was too much. Hendrik did not wait any longer and dealt the last blow to his opponent. Only something very unusual happened, as the blow was blocked, and the snake charmer came to life. Moreover, the sorcerer was now half human and half snake. That was the transformation that had happened to him. Only with the missing body parts did the snake charmers gain new powers and abilities, so he decided to finish off the dragon. It would be funny if it weren't so sad, since the man claimed to love snakes, was so proud of them, how dear they were to his heart. But instead, he used them as consumables, which didn't even smell like love. Only Basil had his own opinion on this. He believed that there was nothing more pleasant and beautiful than becoming one with the object of adoration. Jin Hyuk understood that Hendrik was in trouble, so he asked Haryu and Miho to cover for their comrade. But the dragon was against interference in his duel. No one has the right to touch his prey, which he wants to tear into small pieces with his own hands. This subhuman sub-snake deserved to die, so the dragon mercilessly thrust the sword into the snake's open mouth, and she went and swallowed half the dragon's hand. The dragon could no longer use his sword, so what should he do in this situation? But the truth is, Hendrik was a dragon, and that couldn't be changed. So he partially transformed his human hand into a dragon's hand with huge long claws and swung at his opponent. Yes, the Lord of the Serpents was living out his last minutes after such a powerful blow. But he understood that in front of him was neither a man nor a dragon. Something in between. Unpleasant. Disgusting. It was only during this battle that Hendrik found the answer to the question. He was none other than the Dragon Slayer, and nothing would change that fact. Now Basil no longer had the strength to resist. Half dead, Hendrik grabbed him by his long hair and dragged him towards the main character. Toon looked at all this, realizing how strong a team Jin Hyuk had assembled. In this composition, the protagonist was going to continue climbing the tower, but now Toon would be part of their team. They couldn't leave him here in splendid isolation. Of course, everything was fine and wonderful, only Hendrik reminded them that they didn't have time for unnecessary conversations. And indeed, they needed to move to the 60th floor as quickly as possible and help the Golden Lich repel the attack. But he fell to his knees and asked the protagonist not to go to the 60th floor because certain death awaited him there, and he could not allow that. After all, now the troops on the 60th floor are led by Asura, who was the leader of one of the guilds and the head of the Divine, which occupies the lower levels of the Holy Empire. Asura and his soldiers were equal in level to Toon. They were paladins of the 300th floor. Hendrik was confident that since Toon and Basil had lost, the company had every chance of defeating the Asura army. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was that after Cain and Carmen saved the man, he was their most loyal soldier and most fanatical follower. Meanwhile, on the 60th floor, the Golden Lich was hiding in the building, realizing that although he had dealt with the soldiers on the front lines, he would not be able to drag it out for long. But the problem was that Asura had secret features. Namely, Cain and Carmen endowed him with divine power. Thus, he can self-heal from any wounds and resurrect his fallen soldiers. The Golden Lich did not expect such a turn of events as he looked out the window. The situation, however, was worse than ever, and it was important for the protagonist to hear what Toon was proposing to do to somehow turn the situation around. Sitting here and waiting for the enemy to destroy the trading guild was wrong. Although everything was difficult, it was not impossible, and there was a way to equalize Jin Hyuk's strength with his future opponent. Protagonist is obliged to consume the flesh of Toon, which he kindly offered to him. The guy was roughly aware of the protagonist's ability to absorb objects, so the dead body could also be considered in this capacity. Then all the power Toon had been accumulating would become the power of Jin Hyuk. And since this story started, Hendrik also had an idea. Since the young man offered to absorb his body and his powers, then one could consider the body and the Lord of the Snakes in the same vein. But for now, Jin Hyuk doubted the correctness of this action, because he understood that perhaps there were people who were waiting at least for the bodies of his former opponents. But there were no such people, and Thun respected the Death Star, and if he could help with his small power, then for him there was no greater honor and joy. So he begged the protagonist on his knees to accept his power. Jin Hyuk basically had no choice, so he agreed to become an extension of Toon's power, and at the same time, the Snake Lord. A second later, the young man began the process of absorbing the bodies of his former opponents. Meanwhile, on the 60th floor, real carnage and destruction were taking place. The Golden Lich looked out the window dejectedly, realizing that at this rate, the enemies would soon capture the building. And besides, the losses on their side were enormous. The puppeteer was no longer in a position to do anything, and time had to be bought. To begin with, the young man planned to divide the troops and create chaos, and even tossed a coin to begin the attack. Only at that moment, something went wrong, and a huge ray of divine energy rushed past him, shaking the entire building with an explosion and creating a huge hole in the wall. Somehow, the Golden Lich and the puppeteer managed to survive. But the problem was that he was still discovered. The young man had no idea where Asura could have gotten her divine power from, but there was no doubt that it was she. Asura appeared almost directly in front of the Golden Lich, on the opposite side of the window, his intentions obvious. The man had clearly come here to punish the unknown merchant, or the Phantom Mask, or better yet, both. But William doubted that this man belonged to one of the Star Nines. Yes, Asura was not a member of the Star Nine, but Cain gave him two orders. The first was to punish the useless guild leaders, which he had already done. The second order was to remove the Ghost Mask and all his assistants from the way. Otherwise, they would cause nothing but trouble. The man perceived his master's orders as absolute, because he perceived him as a deity, which meant that thinking about any extraneous things was a waste of time for him. Meanwhile, the Golden Lich made the best decision for himself, to run away from his opponent for as long as possible. After all, the guy understood that if this man found out that he was a Golden Lich, the situation would only get worse, so he had to run away. It was clear that it would have been better to start at least a small battle, but the problem was that his skill was so special that revealing his identity would be like hitting two fingers on the pavement. He could not allow that. Asura didn't understand why his opponent wasn't using his strength, since he had previously shown a completely different level of skill, and now he was only running away. It was obvious that the young man was hiding something, and the man was going to find out what it was by forcing him to fight at full strength. Even in such a worthless way, the Golden Lich will not be able to protect his comrades, because Asura will still find out everything about everything. And at that moment, when there was nowhere to wait for help, a dragon appeared on the battlefield, protecting the Golden Lich. Asura had heard that there was a dragon among Phantom Mask's friends, and if the reptile appeared here, it meant that his target was here too. It's amazing that the main character reached the 60th floor in one night and managed to defeat Toon and Basil. Now the main character decided to show off a little and asked his future opponent where he needed to go to find and cut Cain's throat. This statement about the benefactor Asura clearly did not please him, so an active battle began, which was accompanied by explosions. Meanwhile, Hendrik, who was in the form of a dragon, and the girls who were sitting on his back, also began to have problems. Asura's army began to attack them from below. Therefore, the Golden Lich decided to deal with these warriors first, because Azur could resurrect the dead, even though from the outside it looked like a fraud. In that case, there is only one option left. These people must be burned so that only ashes remain from the corpses. Ashes cannot be resurrected. Meanwhile, the protagonist used different combinations of techniques to defeat his opponent. At one point, he even managed to cut off a man's hand. Well, here's an unpleasant surprise. After a couple of seconds, the enemy's arm grew back, retaining its mobility. The young man didn't expect such a quick recovery, so to defeat such an opponent, he needed to use a powerful attack so that he wouldn't have time to recover. To do this, it was necessary to seize the moment, and the best way to unsettle the enemy and put pressure on a sore point, which is what the protagonist did, saying that he did not expect that anyone would be able to suck up to the mentally unstable brother and sister who considered themselves deities. The guy's tactics worked perfectly. The man began to lose his temper, which meant he would make mistakes. He became angry and formed a powerful attack with divine power and launched it at the protagonist. At that moment, the guy released the volcanoes into the world so that he could deal with the beam flying at them. Blocking the heavenly punishment with some cheap summoning was a strange move. And besides, the undead cannot resist divine power. It's surprising that the protagonist managed to pull off something like this, since he now had Toon on his side as a new spiritual warrior, and therefore all of his techniques and skills. From the very beginning, the guy did not accept either side, but after all the events, he found a place that suits him perfectly. And it is next to the main character of this drama. Asura considered this turn of events a betrayal, so he promised that he would destroy his soul. But he did not expect that the protagonist would order his new protege to destroy the man himself. It was good that Toon and Vulcan were itching to punch the insolent fanatic in the face. It felt like Toon had become even stronger while using the power that came from his master. That is, from the Phantom Mask. Meanwhile, wearing a fox mask, the main character attacked the enemy from behind, while the guys pressed him from the front. The blow was delivered, and quite powerful. The man even began to cough up blood. But this could hardly be considered a victory, since although he was cornered and wounded, he still stood firmly and confidently on his feet, and his wounds gradually healed automatically before our eyes. The man believed that the Phantom Mask would not be able to win because the infinite source of restoration that the great being had given him was open to him, so the guy was destined to lose. Only then, out of nowhere, a huge snake appeared and squeezed his body, preventing him from moving with its coils. And then, in response to his master's call, the Lord of the Snakes rose up, ready to provide support. Moreover, with one clear blow, Basil took off Asura's head. This should have worked, but it didn't work. Even such a wound was nothing to him, and a second later, his head grew back. It was necessary to realize and accept that even after tearing off his head, Asura still comes back to life and grows back the missing part of his body. It seems he can regenerate infinitely if he doesn't run out of divine powers. Asura was confident in his powers, so playing with the spirits was useless. They couldn't kill him anyway. In his humble opinion, the main character's plan was that he absolutely had to be killed. But things turned out a little differently. The spiritual soldiers received an order that was not to kill, but to bring him alive to the protagonist. And when this happens, the young man himself will figure out what happened in general. Now the protagonist was about to create a strike of maximum power by combining the two types of powers he possessed. At first, Asura thought that the main character was using divine power. But then he realized that it was something completely different in nature, and just a couple of seconds later, Asura experienced a tenfold blow from the combined divine and demonic energy. The sight after this attack was not a pleasant one. The man had no arms or legs, and basically turned into coal. Vulcan and Toon looked at him carefully, waiting for what would happen next. They would have liked, of course, for nothing to happen. By and large, they truly perceived this event as a victory, and Vulcan was also happy that Toon really did look like a successor, even though he, too, considered the main character, not him, as his teacher. Meanwhile, below, Hendrik reported that everything had also been settled. The dragon looked at the remains of Asura, realizing that in order to revive such a piece of ember, it would be necessary to summon either a deity or a demon. It would be impossible to restore itself on its own after something like that. It is obvious that the opposition managed to defeat this attack and show what they are worth. By and large, this was their first significant victory, which absolutely everyone should have known about. Until this day, all their enemies could justify themselves by saying that it was the resistance that was aggressive and attacked them. From today on, their enemies have truly lost, because they launched the attack and were routed by Jin Hyuk and company. People need to hear about this, and when it happens, they will start to think and make the right choice and conclusion. The mission of spreading rumors this time, as before, fell on the shoulders of the Golden Lich, so he hastened to take his leave and begin carrying out the task. Up until this point, everyone was still rejoicing over their victory, but some kind of uneasy feeling settled in Miho's chest, and her keen hearing detected some movement. The first thing that came to mind was that somehow an earthquake had started. But no, the space itself was shaking around. And then, something truly amazing happened. A hole in the ceiling cracked, and a huge ray of divine energy struck the ground on the 60th floor. It is quite difficult to guess what could have caused such a phenomenon. Although on the other hand, the main character had certain suspicions, especially when Toon pointed out the direction in which the beam struck. His worst fears had been realized. Divine energy had been directed at the ember that remained of Asura's body. and now it was being restored again. Now, watching this whole process, forgotten feelings stirred up inside the young man, and episodes that he would like to forget forever surfaced in his memory. Clearly, it was none other than Carmen who was behind what was happening now. It was sad to realize that all their efforts had gone to waste, and Asura was already healthy and full of strength. Just before this moment, the headquarters in Kane's apartment, his sister broke a cup of tea. The seal on her hand glowed, and signaled trouble. This meant that Asura, who went to the 60th floor, lost. The girl wasn't particularly worried about her puppet, although, on the other hand, the man was a special toy. It turns out that the man not only regained his strength, he was resurrected as her direct representative. Now, whether he wants it or not, the Ghost Mask will have to fight her personally. The divine power that was now emanating from Asura could not be confused with anything else by the protagonist. He understood perfectly well that it belonged to his enemy Carmen. It is curious how the guy was able to recognize the divine power of the lady so quickly, the man would like to know. It is impossible to forget such a lousy, tasteless, divine power. The protagonist didn't want to talk to the fanatic, but he did want to kill him. So he ordered his charges to attack him from different sides. The combined attack of Vulcan and Toon was quite powerful, as could be judged by the resulting explosion. Only this time, it didn't work. If the first spiritual master and the failed disciple were living people, then Asura would have strangled them now. But since they were already dead, it was impossible to do this. Since the spiritual soldiers failed to inflict even the slightest damage, the dragon entered the battle in its true form. Yes, the dragon was very strong, but now Asura's body contained the divine power of one of the members of the Star Nine, so he blocked the blow with one hand, after which he knocked out the dragons with a roundhouse kick. But at the moment when he wanted to finish off the dragon, he felt that his body suddenly stopped moving. His gaze found Miho, who cast a charm on him, realizing that he was the child of some spiritual deity. Meanwhile, the main character appeared behind him, again combining divine and demonic power to strike. With a sharp movement, the young man cut the man's body into two parts. There was a mistake, and this time the enemy's body grew together, leaving not the slightest trace of a cut. Jinhyuk understood that all members of his team participated in this attack, but there was practically no result. The enemy's body recovered too quickly. Now it was the man's turn to attack Phantom Mask and his friends, and this time, the heavenly punishment was hundreds of times more powerful than the previous one. It was impossible to put up a barrier. The only way to save himself was to run away, which is what the guy asked his friends about, but it was already too late. It was lucky that after the heavenly punishment, Jinhyuk was still alive, although his body stopped obeying him. And at that moment, when the guy opened his eyes and was able to concentrate, he saw Asura, who grabbed Miho by the throat and tried to strangle her. The man gloated because Phantom Mask and his friends had failed, and the moment they decided to go against the Star Nine, they had already lost. Losing? No, that was much worse. Because if you think about it, the guys couldn't even get close to the Star Nine, and now they have to die at the hands of the despicable slave Carmen. Injustice upon injustice. Anger had accumulated in the protagonist's soul, an anger that spurred him on not to give in, not to lose anymore, not to concede anymore. This anger simply wasn't enough because he still couldn't move. He still couldn't save Miho, who was practically already strangled by Asura. And at that moment, the nine-tailed fox intervened in the battle, possessing her daughter's body. And at that moment, it began to dawn on Asura that he had done something wrong. It was an eerie feeling when someone who had climbed the tower was reborn. And now, such energy was emanating from a girl who was clearly not just a girl anymore. And then a powerful explosion thundered, which engulfed everything around. The change of scene happened incredibly quickly, and instead of the 60th floor, the heroes moved to the 70th floor in a dark forest. To save the protagonist and his comrades, the nine-tailed fox used her powers, which were placed in her daughter's body, and moved them to a safe place. What struck him was not so much the fact that he saw the legendary creature in front of him, but where they were now, because he had no idea what kind of place this was. She would have gladly shared the information just there. It sounded like a bolt from the blue, how it was possible to overcome 10 floors in one jump. There are different ways to climb the tower. There is a simplified way to reach a high floor, but it does not provide any points, so you have to go down to a floor that corresponds to the player's level. In fact, Haryu was born on the 100th floor, but never climbed up there. Well, it wasn't that important. The Dark Forest is an area that hasn't been discovered yet, so it's a desolate area filled with thick fog, and it's easy to get lost here if you don't know where to go. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk immediately realized that this was the perfect place for them at the moment, as it was much safer here than anywhere in the tower. But the fox couldn't say anything more since she had reached her limit, because she was not one of those who could interfere with the course of events in this world. So everything she could do, she did. Now everything depended on the players. The boys had to understand that moving into the Dark Forest was a temporary measure. They had been hunted for a long time, and in order to survive, they needed to become stronger. Therefore, at this rate of growth, they will not be able to cope with any member of the Star Nine, let alone the great beings. So they need to try to overcome their limit. The fox didn't have any more time to explain how to do this, but the main character shouldn't worry too much about this. He'll soon figure it out himself. The nine-tailed fox left, and Miho assumed her animal form and fell unconscious into Haryu's arms. There was even an attack, but the main character had excellent reflexes, so he dodged 2 arrows flying at his head. And a second later, a girl with a bow appeared on a branch of one of the trees, and she was very curious about what kind of uninvited guest had appeared on her territory. And the young man would have been glad to leave the Dark Forest and not get in the girl's way. But he had a small matter to do here, so he was ready to confront her for this, and called Vulcan and Toon. What surprise was written on the faces of the main character and Haryu when they realized who was in front of them. It turned out to be their recent acquaintance, a dark elf who had settled in this area, and the protagonist was curious whether she had already managed to gather her small army for revenge. An army is a strong word. She managed to find contact with several dozen dark elves, whom she put to guard the Dark Forest. But that was the end of her success for now. However, hope blossomed in the souls of all the Dark Elves, as there was something very important and valuable in this forest. And it's not surprising, because she led the main character to a magnificent tree, namely, the Dark Yggdrasil. All of the protagonist's comrades froze in mute amazement. Before them was the World Tree. It still didn't represent anything special, since it hadn't yet reached the highest point of its power. But even in this form, it was admirable. Now it's the protagonist's turn to reveal his cards and tell how he ended up in the Dark Forest and why he came here, and not alone. Hendrik said that they ended up in this forest with the help of the nine-tailed fox, and she told them that there was something here that would help them resist the Star Nine. Elion was very surprised that the fox really meant that very power. Meanwhile, the main character stood on the balcony and thought hard about the current situation. Today, more than ever, he realized that he was not strong enough, because in the fight against Carmen, he was powerless. And if it were not for the fox, his comrades would have died on the 60th floor. He was well aware that he needed a power that would be much greater than that of his enemies. Suddenly, a voice, unfamiliar and strange, sounded in his head, saying that it felt foreign energy. The voice suggested that the boy had been sent here by either Baal or the nine-tailed fox. Imagine Jin-hyuk's surprise when he realized that the World Tree was speaking to him now, and that it was the very power that the young man was so desperately seeking. The first time Elioni refused the protagonist to join the confrontation, now she was ready to support the all-out war declared on the Star Nine. Now the girl was ready to stand up for Jin-hyuk and the others, because if it weren't for him, then that day at the auction, her life would have turned into the worst nightmare. Haryu was very happy because the Dark Elf was now on their side, and she also understood perfectly well that the protagonist would be happy with such a timely decision. It was all good and wonderful, but the elf suddenly realized that everyone was in the room except Jin-hyuk. So the question was, where he was. The main character headed towards the World Tree, as it invited him to come. The boy wanted to understand why the tree called him. In truth, the World Tree had developed some interest in the young man's personality and wanted to satisfy it. This was a bit of a nuisance for the protagonist, as all the creatures who showed such an interest in him were themselves somewhat interesting, such as Baal, who claimed to be on the protagonist's side, which rather surprised him. But the tree simply didn't allow the main character to be indignant and surprised. It transported the guy to itself, to where the flower was blooming. And when the flower opened, in the middle, the young man saw the fruit of this tree. But the most interesting thing was that the World Tree was ready to give its fruit to the main character. Jin-hyuk thought for a moment. He was well aware that such riches went mainly to the ruling families of the elves, but not to humans. But if we take into account all the changes that occurred in the Dark Elves due to demonic energy, then one could assume that this fruit is a demonic crystal, and if the guy absorbs it, he will be able to gain enormous demonic power. This was all well and good, but he wanted to understand why the World Tree was ready to give its treasure to him, and not, for example, to the Dark Elf. So be it, the tree decided to explain its decision with the help of leading questions. Everything was contained in the history before the tower appeared. Yggdrasil was created by a god who had existed since the time of the last tower. It was a gift to the elves and his creation. This god loved and cared for all the elves who inhabited this world and were children of nature. The first beings were beautiful, controlled spirits, and possessed virtues, and no other beings could compare with them. Only over time, all these beautiful creatures were blinded by their own beauty and decided to live in seclusion, without contact with other races. By and large, they weren't worried about it, and they were happy with it. But it wasn't for others. Therefore, they could not climb up the tower with the same zeal as other players, and as a result, for several thousand years, there was not a single elf who could climb the tower. Now the question is, why do the gods need creations that climb up the tower? It was all simple, for the sake of becoming another god. And these creations were their power, and those workers who received payment but failed to complete the task, what, in the guy's opinion, would happen to them? It was difficult to get into the god's head. But the protagonist suggested that such workers should be fired, and those who would be obedient and submissive should be hired. Therefore, now the god of the elves had much more faith in the World Tree itself, and in the Dark Elves, since the Light Ones had outlived their usefulness. Now the elves have become too corrupted. They have begun to unite with other races and threaten the order of the tower. And at the center of these events stands the Star Nine, who were powerful warriors, and the main character dreams of revenge. The World Tree felt sorry that Elione could not become strong enough to obtain this dark crystal. Therefore, the World Tree decided to give this power to the main character, and to conclude a contract, the main condition of which would be the clause in which the guy must unite the Dark Elves. The task seemed quite simple, so Jin Hyuk did not deny himself the pleasure of a delicious meal. But the guy understood perfectly well that if he swallowed something like that without preparation, the demonic force would destroy his body from the inside. Since they all had a common goal, the father of the World Tree decided to help the young man in absorption. The tree around the main character wove a cocoon from its branches, and since they contained demonic energy, they were supposed to prevent the fruit from destroying the guy's body. But before the absorption began, the young man called on Vulcan and Toon, who would have to protect him during this, or be nearby until he died. After this, Jin Hyuk assumed the lotus position and began to consume the gift. Meanwhile, the protagonist's friends began looking for him, and unexpectedly, they saw a cluster of demonic energy near the World Tree. Haryu understood perfectly well that this demonic energy was connected to Jin Hyuk, but suddenly, an explosion was heard behind her. The problem was that Asura came for their souls and didn't forget to kill several Dark Elves. Even though he was filled with divine power, of course, he couldn't help but harm the Dark Elves. So now they were lying on the ground and dying from pain. True, one Dark Elf, thanks to the magical sphere inside him, was able to survive. The elf was curious about how Asura was able to find her. It was all very simple. The Star Nine had eyes everywhere. So it was logical to start searching in those places where there were the fewest of these very eyes. And if the girl didn't want to die now, then she had to call the ghostly mask here, asking him for help and support. Only instead of the phantom mask, Hendrik flew onto the battlefield in half-dragon form. It wasn't exactly what the man wanted or expected, but it would do for a start. The dragon still managed to fight off the elf, but he understood that his strength would not be enough to resist this creature. Asura openly mocked them because they were supposed to bring the phantom mask with them, or at least the relic that helped them escape last time. The only problem is that Miko still hasn't come to her senses since that incident. The dragon was thinking that the demonic energy above the World Tree most likely belonged to Jin Hyuk, but the guy himself was not yet visible. Therefore, it is logical to conclude that he is again absorbing something incredible and is not yet able to fight. But now the dragon had no choice. He was the only one who could somehow stall for time until the protagonist could take part in the battle. Haryu had to take the Dark Elf away from here and get out herself. The girl was not going to do this, since they must stick together until the main character returns. The only problem was that she didn't have enough strength for anything right now, so it was better for her to leave and not get in the way. Meanwhile, Asura suddenly realized that since there were only dragon and goblin here, the ghost mask was again plotting something big. But to make sure his life didn't seem like a bed of roses, the man decided to kill his comrades with his divine power. The dragon understood that Haryu needed to leave immediately, There was absolutely no time for arguments. As unpleasant as it was for the girl to realize her weakness, she still heard the grain of truth in Hendrik's words, so she grabbed the dark elf and ran away. But Asura wasn't going to let her go just like that. But at that moment, one of the dark elves launched several arrows filled with demonic energy into his hand. It was the princess of the dark elves, who was very unhappy that someone dared to offend her subordinates. Thus, Asura declared war on all dark elves and untied her hands. The man understood that the girl's demonic energy was different from that of the phantom mask. Moreover, it interfered with the restoration of his strength, so he could not constantly fall under her attacks. Otherwise, he could really die forever. That's why he decided to deal with Elion first, and then deal with the dragon. Only Hendrik took his blow and blocked his attack, after which he formed a true flame in his throat, preparing to shoot it at the enemy. The dragon's breath this time was incredibly powerful and all-consuming. Until Asura recovered, Elion had to leave the battlefield. But the girl, watching as her opponent's arm, severed from the rest of his body, approached her, understood that she couldn't escape, but needed to act decisively. Before she could think of anything, the man squeezed his hand on her face, after which he slammed the girl into the ground with all his strength. Be that as it may, the Dark Elf princess was still alive, but seriously wounded. Meanwhile, Asura had almost completely recovered, threatening to continue what he had started, that is, her murder. Meanwhile, he slowly raised his head up and saw a huge clot of demonic energy. Now he understood where the ghost mask had been hiding from him all this time. Now he could send him to the next world. The dragon was going to stop his enemy by any means necessary, since the absorption process could not be interrupted. He was their only hope. Provoke your opponent to leave the main character alone and switch to him. As a result of their debate, the dragon's powerful attack and divine power clashed, causing an explosion. What they left behind was a scorched, cracked earth. But both opponents were alive. Now Asura felt on his own skin that the dragon was not such a weak opponent as he seemed at the first encounter. He was a completely worthy opponent. Hendrik was seriously injured, so the man's unnecessary talk got on his nerves. Asura also had no arm, but unlike the dragon, his would grow back soon. And besides, the man understood that his opponent had an inflated sense of self-worth, and if it weren't for the dragon blood in his veins, he would have kicked the bucket long ago. And while Asura was ranting about how these were the dragon's final moments, Haryu appeared behind him, fully prepared for battle. Now he had to think about how to dodge her merciless demonic blade. Her attack speed was so fast that her recovery couldn't keep up with her attacks. This was the legacy that the goblins left behind as they faded into the sunset of their history. Meanwhile, the spirit of the blade was talking to the girl. He was saying that nothing would come of this idea. It would only be a waste of time, nothing more. Yes, she will be able to slightly surpass her opponent in strength, but this will not last very long. The spirit was sure that until a man fell from above who would supply her with divine power, then even when the masked man returned, they should not count on success. Yes, that might have been the case, but after Haryu saved Jinhyuk from the Cobalt, and other people did everything to protect her, she received protection from them so many times, but did nothing in return, so now she couldn't back down. Besides, she was sure that the main character would find a way to defeat this creature, and she needed to buy him some time. And now, with all her might and at great speed, she used her special blade to deliver chaotic, fast, precise blows to her opponent. Hendrik watched all of this, and from the outside, it looked amazing and incredible. But there was one big but. Haryu was too tense. Practically at the limit of her strength and capabilities, she would not be able to hold out at this pace for long. But now the problems began. She slowed down and fell into Asura's trap, and he took advantage of it. Now the man was going to finish off Haryu and Hendrik with one blow, since they could not be allowed to continue living, developing, gaining strength. Otherwise, they would become a threat to the Star Nine. Perhaps this was the end of her life once again. The girl understood that perhaps in a few seconds she would no longer open her eyes, would not see the sky, and would not be able to take revenge. Her body did not obey. It did not want to move, and the danger was approaching with inexorable speed. Hendrik could do nothing to help the girl. He himself was too wounded to arrive in time and take her away from the affected area. But there was no explosion. Instead, Asura found itself in pitch darkness. He didn't understand what was happening, where he ended up, where his heavenly punishment had gone. And at that moment, the main character broke his jaw. He was in a great mood, and was even ready to answer Asura's question about what was going on here. He saved his friends, and was happy to see them alive, and also thanked them for waiting for him and being able to hold out. Now they could leave everything else to him. Asura slowly but surely recovered. He began to understand that his opponent had become stronger, and all the demonic energy that he had seen before now belonged to the guy. The fangs of the new demonic creature, which now belonged to the main character, once again bit off several parts of the enemy's body. Meanwhile, at home, Carmen was suffering from pain because she felt exactly the same as her puppet. She suddenly realized that her divine power had suddenly become much less. Had someone or something absorbed it? Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk dealt deadly, rapid blows to Asura, not allowing his body to recover. The man believed that it was a waste of time, because even if he was torn to pieces, he would still recover. Jin-hyuk understood what his opponent was talking about, as well as the fact that Carmen would supply him with divine power for this each time. But Tom was created from the soul of the main character and magical energy. He is similar to him, so he has a good appetite and can absorb what his master feeds him. In other words, this creature can devour Asura forever until Carmen herself comes down here to take it away. Only now did the meaning of what was said reach the man. So he began to scream and ask his mistress not to send him any more strength for recovery. But it was already too late, and the main character ordered Tom to eat Asura whole, without leaving even the smallest part, because Daddy had already played enough. Meanwhile, Carmen was in pain and didn't understand what was happening to her puppet or to herself. A beautiful girl with divine powers fell from heaven to earth, or rather from the top floor to the 70th. She didn't understand what was happening, or why, and most importantly, how her fall had occurred. Now she lay at the feet of the protagonist, who was going to make her suffer, because it was time to pay the bills. 10 years ago, the main character tried by any means necessary to survive and defeat the members of the Star 10. Only he was mercilessly betrayed by those whom he trusted most in the world. The same stars of the tower as he. Even though he was seriously wounded, he was not going to give up. It was not in his rules, no matter how hard the fight was, no matter how strong his opponent was. He used all the techniques available to him to win, one of which was the bone golem. But even such a powerful technique was not able to resist Carmen's divine power. At that moment, the young man realized that he had used up his last strength to revive the bone golem, and that perhaps the last minutes of his life were now approaching. Carmen was going to destroy him, wipe him off the face of the earth, and expose him so that no one would ever remember even his name again. She dealt him the final, fatal blow with her own hands, without a shred of regret. And now she is all poor and unhappy, with angry eyes, sitting at his feet and not understanding what awaits her ahead. Only now did she begin to understand that she was in a dark forest on the 70th floor. And then the question arose of how the young man had managed to transport her here. During this time, while he was absorbing the dark energy of the tree, he was thinking about how to drag the girl here, how to take revenge on her, how to punish her for the crimes she had committed. Even if he manages to master magic superior to Asura, there is no guarantee of his victory. He will be resurrected again and again until he defeats Carmen, who sends him strength from above. She was currently the strongest creature that could not get through just like that. And then he remembered that there are similar creatures that exist, and there are not many ways to transfer power outside the tower, the most common being the transfer of the follower's powers, a prime example being Miho and the nine-tailed fox. And so the young man used the coming through Asura, and thus Carmen ended up here. After all, unlike other players, she is a creature inside the tower, and now she has personally appeared in the dark forest. The main character was confident that he could defeat the girl, but for some reason, she just started laughing strangely. She didn't believe that the main character had enough strength to defeat her, because, by and large, he was just a pathetic puppy who hadn't even managed to climb halfway up the tower and was already starting to bark at his owner. She was confident of her unconditional victory, and the divine power she possessed would help her sort everything out. But there was a mistake. The girl did not feel her divine power, which she had become so accustomed to counting on, after which she received a roundhouse kick to the jaw, and the main character did not care that she was a girl and hit her with all his strength, without a twinge of conscience. She was thrown into the opposite wall, and the crunch of her bones could even be heard. The girl forgot that this was the 70th floor, and that the punishment for several hundred floors awaited her, so she tried to use force, for which she paid. At that moment, she experienced a colossal sense of déjà vu that was difficult to explain. At first glance, the phantom mask reminded her of the Death Star's gaze. It was unmistakable, as if her worst enemy was standing there grinning again, alive and well. She disliked the protagonist standing there looking at her so much that she used her signature attack again. But the main character also had an ace up his sleeve, in the form of Tom, who needed to be fed something tasty. Carmen couldn't understand how the guy in front of her was able to deflect the divine power's signature blow. While she was thinking, Jin Hyuk used his new powers and techniques, such as the right to destroy. The girl did not understand that the young man had caused destruction within her with the help of demonic power. By and large, this was impossible unless he possessed the power of sacred beings. That situation was very strange, inexplicable, because it was unclear how a guy on only the 70th floor could deprive her of both arms. Yes, she was still alive, but morally disoriented. She somehow no longer cared who had brought her here. But in front of her was a guy who dared to ruin her perfect face and body, for which she was ready to tear him apart like Tuzik a hot water bottle. But as soon as she looked ahead, she saw a huge flower of divine power blooming over Jin Hyuk. He didn't need divine power, and he was going to return it to Carmen. Now heavenly punishment fell on the shoulders of the girl who brought him the death sentence of his past life. He stood silently, looking at the work of his hands. He had been waiting 10 years for the opportunity to take revenge, and now this opportunity had come into his hands. The protagonist's friends watched what was happening, realizing that he had driven the enemy away, and now it was necessary to help the wounded. The Dark Elf informed the others that Carmen had weakened from the punishment, so it was quite possible that Jin Hyuk would be able to defeat her, while his spirit assistants were healing the dragon's wound. It's clear that the fight won't be that easy, since Carmen has risen above the 600th floor, so the main character won't be able to inflict that much damage on her. Indeed, even after the last attack, Carmen was still alive and attacked Jin Hyuk. Only he too was no longer the same boy who was so easily killed by a beam of divine power. He was able to easily dodge it without even taking a step to the side. Besides, he didn't kill her only because he simply felt sorry for her to let go so easily. After everything she had done, she should have felt the depth of despair. Still, arrogance is a bad thing. It does not play into the hands of its owner. For example, Carmen considered herself invincible and the strongest in this world. Yes, it's unlikely that anyone else could have done what she did. Everything around went up in flames, started to smoke, and began to collapse. It was a real fire Armageddon in action, but the main character was able to dodge this nightmare for now. Everything around was terrible. The Dark Elves tried to run away and save themselves from the raging elements. The only way to salvation now, according to the Princess of the Dark Elves, was their sacred tree, where she asked all the elves to climb. Haryu and Hendrik were also going to follow this advice, continuing to closely monitor Jin Hyuk's actions, but they couldn't help him in any way right now. Carmen understood perfectly well that her opponent was not stupid, so he had already read that the fire element would rage, but not for very long. But during this time, it would cause maximum damage to everyone. This girl was truly a little crazy. She used her power to the maximum, despite the fact that she would receive punishment for it. It seemed like she didn't give a damn about it. If only she could win. But victory was needed not only by her, but also by the main character who attacked her. It is a curious thing that when two opposing energies overwhelm each other, one should expect an explosion, and that is what happened. The girl was sure that if she applied a little more force, she would crush her opponent like a worm after rain. Perhaps this would have happened, but at some point she felt that her head and her whole body were in someone's dark paste. It's a good thing the protagonist absorbed the snake charmer's power during the previous battle, so he could now use the huge snake for his own purposes with peace of mind. He certainly didn't expect Carmen to be weaker than she had been 10 years ago, perhaps because she had stopped climbing and had stopped at the 600th floor. But this was already offensive, so Carmen found the strength to spur herself on with anger and fury to break free from the snake's grip, burning it to ashes. Jin Hyuk waited for the moment when the punishment would take over the girl, because despite the powers of the saint and the powers of restoration, it was inevitable. The more force she uses, the more severe her punishment becomes. She didn't care about the penalty points she received. The main thing was to destroy the enemy, and then she would be able to restore all her strength. She looked terribly stupid now, like the town madwoman. But she believed that they had done the right thing with her brother, because they had found the fastest way to climb to the top and become stronger. She attacked the protagonist again, calling him a rather unpleasant name from his past life. But the protagonist wasn't even offended, but blocked, or rather, repelled her attack, cutting through the huge divine hand with his sword. And at that moment, he missed the girl's first and only blow, which hit the target right on target. Yes, he fell. Yes, it hurt. Yes, it was extremely unpleasant. But he stood firmly on his own 2 feet. But at some point, Carmen stopped attacking, which raised a question. It was obvious that the girl was planning something, and he was right. All this time, Carmen was hiding in the depths of lava and came out at a moment when he did not expect an attack. She jumped out and struck. She even managed to remove the mask from his face, as she really wanted to see who was ruining her life so much. Now, for some reason, her enthusiasm had evaporated somewhere. Looking at the features of the main character, Carmen began to understand that in front of her was none other than the Death Star. But now the main character was interested in how Carmen knew that he was the Death Star, because he would have the voice and appearance of a different person. She was in no hurry to answer the protagonist's question, but began to demand clarification. Yes, she was absolutely right. He is the Death Star, Jinhak, whom she personally killed 10 years ago. He conquered death and returned to take revenge on every traitor who had a hand in his death. Now he was determined, more than ever full of strength, more than ever full of anger, more than ever wanting to destroy her first. The girl didn't show that she was confused, that she was also scared. On the contrary, she summoned the fire sword, ready to join the battle. She didn't understand how the guy survived, because she killed him with her own hands. He couldn't have survived. He simply couldn't have. Carmen was angry. She didn't believe what she heard. She didn't believe what she saw. She just wanted to kill the enemy, just like the Death Star. But the reincarnated Jin Hyuk was much stronger and had completely different skills. And now Tom was absorbing another attack from the girl. Thus, he tore off her hand with which she held his mask. However, the girl created a hand out of lava and moved to a safer distance from the guy. She was upset because the main character tore off her arm again. She needed to recover with the help of holy power before it was too late. At that moment, she noticed the mask he was holding in his hand. It caught her eye. He put it on again and activated the skill of foresight in battle. Now the advantage was on his side, even though Carmen had already practically grown a second arm. But the guy was about to cut off her head now, because she deserved it. But he never expected that Carmen would bite through his sword, preventing him from cutting off her head. It was difficult to predict which of them would be the first to retreat, or which of them would be the first to win in this clash of the titans. Good under the guise of evil, or evil under the guise of good. Overall, Carmen believed that if the Death Star was lucky enough to survive, he should have kept a low profile, and kept a low profile. But this kind of behavior was not typical of Jin Hyuk, because if someone offended him, he was not going to remain silent and endure. He thirsted for revenge. But the Star 9 was not his ultimate goal. His plans were much larger, to destroy those who stood behind it. Carmen was ready to hear anything, but not such blatant delirium of a madman. His opponent had become weaker due to the punishment and the blows the boy dealt her. In that state, she was only capable of one blow. So everything was at stake for both Carmen and Jin Hyuk. She wanted to get in, he wanted to fend off the unknown, who would be lucky. Carmen believed that Jin Hyuk should be in the grave with the bones, and if he somehow miraculously got out of there, he should climb back there, and she would help him with this. She formed a huge fireball of divine power. It was obvious that under the influence of such an attack, all living things within a radius of several kilometers would die. So the Dark Elves and the protagonist's comrades needed to flee as quickly as possible. The only problem is that if this ball falls down, then the entire Dark Forest will be destroyed, as will all living things in it. It is not possible to escape. There is too little time. The only one who believed that everything would be fine was Haryu, because Jin Hyuk had not yet started moving the pieces on the chessboard. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the raging divine power and understood that it was impossible not to stop it, not to hide from it. If so, then you need to use a more powerful weapon and break the enemy's attack with one blow. It is necessary to use magical power, stronger than Carmen's divine power. The girl seemed to have gone crazy. She was ready to destroy everything in her path just to achieve her goal, the murder of Jin Hyuk. But he did not stand still. He became more active, ordering all his spiritual soldiers to turn into demons. First, he combined the demonic and divine power into one whole. Then, what he turned into pure demonic energy. Now, he formed a huge ball with which he would counterattack. There was an explosion, and the arrow fired by the main character pierced the created Carmen from above. Now the young man looked like a cross between a dragon demon and a goblin, and he was going to put an end to Carmen's worldly suffering. Now Carmen was weakened. She understood that the attack on which she spent all her strength had no effect. And if you look closely at the young man now, with the energy he received, he looked like a real demon who was in hell just a few hours ago. She realized that she had no way to respond to the young man's new attack. All she could do was cover her face with her hand, as if that could help. It didn't help. The main character's blow, filled with demonic energy, reached its target. He sent the girl on a flight to the center of the earth, carefully watching this flight. But somehow she was still alive. But whether she was experiencing horror now was an interesting question, the answer to which was difficult to find. She definitely felt a primal fear of the new Jin Hyuk, whom she didn't know, who had been climbing up the tower for less than 6 months, who was only on the 70th floor. It was incredible, but true. It simply couldn't be. But somehow it happened, and now the eyes of the abyss were looking at her. The main character didn't particularly like this reaction. He liked it better when the girl resisted, but this would do. Carmen tried to pretend and prove that she wasn't the least bit afraid of some stupid ghost from the past, because she was the world's strongest Star 9, who had conquered the 600th floor. After all, it was she who killed Jin Hyuk and became the ruler of this tower. It was she and no one else. So how can she be afraid? No, she is not afraid. She will use all her strength and finish off the one who mocks her. The punishment grew greater and greater. The system buzzed, notifying her that she needed to stop. But the main thing was still killing Jin Hyuk. Even if she dies, she will still deal with a man whom she did not consider a lower creature, unworthy of her attention. It was funny to watch Carmen try to resist him in the tower system. Well, since she is ready to enter the fight again, using all her strength, the guy will respond in the same coin. That will be fair. The challenge was accepted. Carmen attacked first, without hesitation or fear. Millions of rays of divine power flew at the main character, who did not move from his place. Only he did it intentionally, forming a clot of demonic energy in his hand. Opposing energies clashed, and another explosion thundered. All of the main character's comrades were very worried. Even Vulcan called him a very unpleasant word. At some point, everything ended as quickly as it began. The main character began to take on his human form. Using such power also had certain consequences for him. His internal organs were damaged. The tower system strongly recommended that he cancel the demonization in order to heal. But he wasn't planning on doing this yet, since the fight wasn't over yet, and he needed to be patient for a little while longer. Although he was wounded, if you look at Carmen, she was doing much worse than him, which was good news. But this was not the end, since the girl was still alive. But this could be fixed. She fell. Her body stopped obeying. Moreover, she no longer felt the divine power. At that moment, the main character approached her slowly, even somewhat leisurely. Unfortunately, it was time to put an end to everything right here and now. He had already died once by her hand. Now she had to die after experiencing the same thing. Whichever girl resorted to using the secret trick, Carmen was no exception, she began to cry, saying that she was so sorry, he was so guilty. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Just to stay alive. She was ready to do whatever he asked. If he asked, she would give him the sacred state, the star equipment she had, all the money. The only thing that mattered was staying alive. In memory of those days when they were partners, when they spent all their time together. She was wrong to naively think so. He knew her too well. He felt her betrayal too well. It was time to pay the bills, and once again the protagonist started with the hands, cutting off one limb after another. He wasn't going to forgive anyone. When he died 10 years ago, everything changed. He was no longer that guy. There was no room left in his heart for forgiveness. So the severed hands were just the beginning. She had to feel pain, fear, and loss. And she felt it fully. So she tried to crawl away from the new, scary, incomprehensible Jin Hyuk. But she didn't succeed, because a second later she was left without her right leg, which went to join her left arm and lie somewhere on Earth. But that was just the beginning. Next came the roundhouse kick and the kiss with stones. The girl could not even imagine how long the main character had waited for this day, how he had dreamed of it, how he had fallen asleep and woken up at night, imagining her cries of despair and pain. She killed him now, he will kill her. All is fair. But Carmen wanted to live so much, and it didn't matter in what form, human or ghost, or a spiritual soldier, she just wanted to live. And in general, the guy could use her in the future, since he would just want to not go to the next world. It was funny to hear all this, but she must understand one simple thing, that when he died and then rose again, he decided to climb the tower again and promised himself one thing. It's banal if you think about it. He will never even turn his enemies into beasts for summoning, he will grind them into powder, their souls, so that they can never be reborn. So now he was going to move on to the most delicious part, namely, the destruction of Carmen's soul. No matter how much she screamed, no matter how much she begged, no matter what she offered, he was going to finish what he started. The girl called her brother one last time. Perhaps he heard her, perhaps not, but it was too late. The soul separated from the body. She tried to escape, to break free, but the main character held her tightly in his paw. She naively believed that she could escape, that the protagonist would not be able to catch up with her, would not be able to absorb her. But her foolish hopes were shattered on the stone of reality. Hungry Tom showed up. It was time for him to eat, so why not eat Carmen's soul? The most interesting thing was that even though the main character killed Carmen, he still did not feel the long-awaited satisfaction. One time was not enough to quench his thirst, so Tom had to absorb the girl's soul. Tom's mouth slammed shut. The girl's soul was being digested in the creature's stomach, and one episode could be considered over. Demonization was canceled. All abilities were redefined. I could breathe a sigh of relief. It was sad to realize that the mask that Haru had given him was also partially broken and destroyed. He could give vent to his emotions, and Jin Hyuk did. He screamed into the void that he had finally gotten his revenge, that the traitor was finally dead, that he could finally move forward boldly. But the rollback came almost at the same second. After all, he spent a lot of energy on this battle. He no longer felt his body. Was it the consequences of demonization? So he was about to fall, but Hendrik and Haru caught him. Vulcan and Toon stood behind him. To tell the truth, the first spiritual master didn't believe that the guy would succeed in making anything out of this piano. But his recklessness was both astonishing and admirable. Hendrik and Haru, from the bottom of their hearts, and without any buts, congratulated the main character on his victory. But the young man understood perfectly well that without the help of his comrades, he would not have been able to pull this off. So he felt boundless gratitude, warmth, and tenderness towards them. There was only one problem now. The dark forest was completely destroyed. The elves had nowhere to go. This is certainly good, but if the new lair is in this condition, it is unclear how one can live here. Nevertheless, Jin Hek promised the princess that he would help restore the area so that the elves would be comfortable. There was no need to worry about money either, because they had a wonderful sponsor who still needed to be made happy with new expenses. However, the World Tree demanded that the Dark Elf Princess and the rest of her kind leave this place and do so right now. And all because any minute now Cain will appear here, who lost his own sister and wants revenge on those who killed her. It was obvious that none of those present had the strength to fight Cain now, so if a clash occurred, they would all die. The protagonist also agreed that now was the best time to hide and gather strength. Only this time, they won't leave cowardly, tail between their legs, but will leave behind some very unpleasant surprises for the uninvited guest. It got dark, it started to rain for a while. Cain arrived on the 70th floor to look for Carmen, who went there and did not return. It was obvious that a battle had taken place in this place, as there were signs of destruction everywhere. But in one of the grottos, a young man discovered a huge skull, which suggested that the Death Star, which died 10 years ago, had a hand in it. It was an eloquent message known only to the Death Star itself and the members of the Star Nine. Come to think of it, Carmen sent Asura to the Phantom Mask, which means the Phantom Mask is connected to this place. But then why did the mark of someone who died 10 years ago appear here? And then where did Carmen go? At that moment, Cain heard a painfully familiar voice. Now he spoke, announcing that he was the Phantom Mask. It was an absurdity that Cain refused to believe. Meanwhile, the skull revealed that it was he who killed Carmen after returning from the other world. In fact, this sounded unbelievable, so Cain does not believe it, because the dead do not return from the other world. Well, since the man doesn't want to take his word for it, the skeleton showed him how Carmen died. Cain gritted his teeth. He refused to believe it, but the facts spoke for themselves. And even if the Phantom Mask was Jin Hyuk, he had no right to kill his sister. Yes, the young man was angry. He would never forgive the main character for the death of the only member of his family. But the skull did not shut up. asking the guy what he was thinking when he betrayed his comrades, what he was thinking when he killed him. He did it and did not bat an eye. How could he scream standing here and burn with righteous anger at the one who carried out justice and avenged himself? Therefore, Cain must listen carefully. Cain may not expect mercy, there will be none, and the boomerang has already been launched. Cain lacked the courage and strength, he shouted, "Make Jin Hyuk shut up." So he couldn't think of anything better than to use divine power and destroy the skull. A brilliant idea, but not all talented creators are terrible. The news that Star 9 member Carmen had met the Phantom Mask in battle, and that his hand had been scattered all over the tower, no matter how hard anyone tried to hush it up, didn't work. On the one hand, many already knew that Ghost Mask was a very strong player. But what was surprising was that he was able to kill a member of the Star 9. Was his strength really that great? At that moment, in one of the forests, the Knights of the Holy State noticed an unauthorized hunt and expressed their disdain for those who were engaged in this very hunt. But the people who were involved in this process looked quite frightening, and were not going to listen to the orders that the sacred state was trying to give them. At that moment, the head of one of the guilds that was part of the sacred state came out into the clearing. He planned to punish the shameless ones who dared to disobey the order. Yes, if a man leads his soldiers away from the battlefield, or rather from this forest, there will be no consequences. But if he doesn't, he will have to pay with his life as punishment, and immediately. But after Carmen's death, many mercenaries decided to rebel. They wanted to defend their rights and live as they saw fit, not according to the dictates of the sacred state. Therefore, the mercenaries were ready to enter the battle, and even if they lost, they would defend their honor, their pride, and their right to exist. The knights did not understand why the mercenaries did not want to calm down and obey. The guild leader ordered his people not to retreat, and preferably to win. But the mercenary wasn't about to retreat with his guys either. He believed that he was facing weak opponents who were protected by the Star 9 and were incapable of anything without their leader. So, the Holy State had indeed lost its leader, Carmen, a member of the Star 9, and was therefore now unable to maintain its power. Other guilds began to put pressure on them, speak out against them, and resist in every possible way. And the one who violated the will of heaven disappeared like a ghost, as if he had never been in the tower at all. A few days later, flyers of the wanted poster for the main character were posted on every floor. Along with him, they searched for a dragon, a goblin girl, a sacred fox, and a ghost. Most of all, people were surprised at how one could find and catch a ghost. Many players didn't understand why they had to make so much noise and then disappear in an unknown direction. Although, on the other hand, someone from the Star 9 could have already caught them and quietly killed them. Rumors began to spread throughout the tower that the Phantom Mask was none other than the Death Star, who had disappeared, or rather been killed, 10 years ago. And now, Cain presented the same report to higher-ups, stating that his sister was killed by Jin Hyuk, that is, the Death Star. He understood that it was difficult for the authorities to believe this because he himself did not fully believe it. But all the evidence was in favor of the guy being alive. Adonis hadn't laughed like that for a long time. He thought that Cain had gone a little crazy after losing his sister, since he was saying such things. The main thing was that he believed in them. The beam of divine power flying towards the young man's head indicated that Cain had no intention of joking about this. Besides, Adonis was somehow sure that Cain was a coward, because the next victim of the former member of the Star 9, Jin Heka, was precisely Cain. The man believed that Cain and Carmen could only pose as leaders because they possessed 2 of the 9 elements of power. But more than that, Cain had now lost all his influence, as evidenced by the fact that no one showed up at the meeting. Cain was seething with anger, but all the other members of the Star 9s thought the same as Adonis. In truth, Cain was a healer, and it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat even a single member of the Star 9, let alone the supposed Jin Hek, which only meant that his song had already been sung, and there would be no new verse. So the rest of the Star 9 decided to divide Cain's power among themselves. They no longer needed him. Meanwhile, Ghost Mask Jin Hyuk received a message stating that Cain had begun to act. Before sending the carrier pigeon to the protagonist, the Golden Lich reflected on the fact that Cain was a very meticulous young man and would try to destroy not only Jin Hek, but also the Trading Guild. However, it will still be quite difficult for him to move into action. He will need to take advantage of this. By and large, all members of the Star 9 will be secretly watching him now. They won't help the guy. On the contrary, they will be glad if the sacred state falls completely. This business requires money to catch the Golden Lich on the lower floors. Kane will most likely take all the funds he has, and only then will he begin to implement his plan. The moment would be ideal for the sale of the Golden Lich's company assets. The deal would be too expensive. Elione didn't understand the young man's strategy, because by and large, it would mean that the Golden Lich would give their opponents everything they wanted from them. But she wasn't entirely right. Money was incredibly addictive, and people began to need it like they needed water or food. William's revenge will begin from the moment he begins to make his enemies dependent on money. The puppeteer would soon have a lot of work to do, and the guy was prepared for this. But the Dark Elf Princess did not expect that the day would come when she would be in debt to such a person as the Golden Lich. While everything was going according to plan, Jin Hyuk, like Hendrik, spent a lot of time training, and one could only hope that they had become stronger. And even little Miko didn't waste her time, but spent it usefully. But she was just being tracked down by hunters who wanted to earn a little money by catching at least one of the members of the resistance. The men reached the 500th floor and only found prey that was small by their standards. But what there is that they need to catch at least that. And then Miko got hit by a trailer. Another minute and a shot would have been heard. And it was heard, only the bullets didn't reach. Only suddenly, like a jack-in-the-box, a young man appeared who caught with his hand all the bullets fired at Miko. The hunters were extremely surprised, since no person on Earth could stop magically charged bullets with bare hands. But this one could. In addition to stopping the bullets, the guy got very close to his enemy in a few seconds, preparing to strike. There were more and more questions about where such a strong enemy had come from in this forest, what he wanted from the hunters, and why he was preventing them from taking the fox. Only now did the old man notice the kimono and jacket that the young man was wearing, and when he realized who was in front of him, it was too late to run away. A blow to the jaw and a knockout. That's what awaited the hunter. It turned out that the fox cub was saved by none other than Battlestar Gyung-hoon. Meanwhile, the main character was on the 100th floor, which took a little longer than he expected, because hiding his identity and climbing up turned out to be not so easy. The boy and girl were waiting for the rest of their group members. They had agreed to meet on the 100th floor that very day, but for some reason, everyone was late. The girl was unusually silent, because not far from this place was her destroyed village. The young man immediately understood her condition and suggested that the girl go to the village, so to speak, to visit her native places. But Haryu protested, since now was not the time for this. Nevertheless, the young man believed that the girl needed to go there, but to ensure her safety, he called Vulcan and Toon, who would accompany her on this short journey. Now he was left alone and waited for the others, thinking that all this time everyone had been training and becoming stronger. Looking back, the young man realized that his summoning skill had been useless against Cain and his divine power. To be honest, he only managed to defeat Carmen because she was under punishment and used all her powers. But defeating her brother in a similar way would most likely be impossible. In this scenario, the young man needed to meet with Jen Hong and his mentor to obtain secret knowledge, but this could cause problems. By combining the Necromancer's abilities and Tess's combat technique, the protagonist can become stronger than Cain and defeat him in battle. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind the main character, and it came from the direction Haryu had gone. The girl was completely attacked, and by none other than a stupid dove, a representative of the celestial race. Jin Hyuk couldn't help but recognize the divine power of Hamiel that permeated the air around him. And at the moment when the main character was about to rush to help Haryu, he too was attacked by an old acquaintance, a swordsman, one of the Star Nine. Jin Hyuk didn't expect this turn of events, so he had to accept the swordsman's fight. The guy pointed out that the main character was puzzled by his appearance on the 100th floor, just as he was puzzled by the fact that the young man only parried his blows but did not attack. This was clearly not the fight Donis was looking for. It was good that Jin Hyuk had enough strength and skill to block the enemy's attack, because in front of him was a better tower swordsman. In principle, the man was quite curious to find out whether the main character really didn't understand why he appeared here. The answer was quite simple. The swordsman wanted to satisfy his vanity at the expense of the main character, killing him even if he faced punishment. It's been a long time since the main character was beaten like that and sent on a flight over the cuckoo's nest. The people below began to look at each other, whisper, and try to understand what had just happened, and what had flown over their heads, and in general, what kind of rockfall had happened. And this is just the main character flying into the wall of a beautiful building, and his enemy was already attacking again. In fact, the young man was even shocked by the protagonist's behavior that day 10 years ago, because even though everyone had completely betrayed him back then, He remained true to himself and was strong. Back then, the swordsman used his entire arsenal to defeat Jin Hyuk, but he only laughed at him. So today, he planned to take revenge and prove that last time was just an unfortunate mistake. He didn't care at all that he had already received his first punishment. He simply cut through the window that the tower system had sent him. He didn't care about any punishment. The main thing was to win. But the main character wasn't going to give up without a fight, so the Necromancer organized a small explosion. It was a diversionary tactic. In principle, Jin Hyuk was curious to see if his old acquaintance really wanted to fight him so much that he was ready to accept any punishment. It was sad to realize that a guy with enormous talent and potential couldn't defeat him in his past life. So he got involved with some scum and now wants to take revenge on him for the defeat. Pretty stupid logic. But since the swordsman so strongly desires to die, Jin Hyuk will organize a funeral for him right now. Looking at Jin Hyuk's new appearance, Donis understood that most likely, with this power, the guy could defeat even Carmen if he wanted to. He didn't even realize when he missed the blow, and his face was kissed by the protagonist's fist. And it was very painful and unpleasant once again. Basically, the swordsman was trying to understand why every time he met Jin Hyuk, the latter only became stronger. And the most interesting thing was that the main character had some very interesting information, that his rival had undergone plastic surgery to look like the previous main character, and he was waiting for the moment when the plastic surgeon's work would come to nothing. In truth, Jin Hyuk understood his opponent perfectly well, because in his past life, he had a rather remarkable appearance, and he never had a shortage of girls. Unfortunately, Donas was never a handsome man, so he doesn't blame him for plastic surgery. After all, because of such an unremarkable, and in some places even scary face, it was the swordsman who was not popular among the girls. They simply did not pay attention to him, and if they did, it would be better if they did not do so. Moreover, the main character always felt waves of envy emanating from Donas. Yes, and now that I think about it, the swordsman looks pretty creepy because he is gradually trying to get as close as possible to the appearance that Jin Hyuk had in this past life. These words made the young man very angry and hurt, so he wanted to make the protagonist regret everything he had just said. But Jin Hyuk doubted that his former comrade would succeed in this. Besides, it was time for Tom to eat, and Jin Hyuk allowed him to eat Donis. This time, nothing came of it. Moreover, the swordsman cut off the main character's hand, and in appearance, he now looked very much like him. Moreover, Donas was sure that the boy's friends were already dead, and he would soon join them. He was right, things were worse for Vulcan and Toon, because they were constantly attacked by Hamiel with divine power. The girl recalled that ghosts used to be powerful creatures, but she got undead that didn't get along well with celestial beings. Vulcan and Toon are already out of the game, and only Har-Yu is still in more or less good condition. It is obvious that in order to fight back, the girl will have to squeeze out the last of her strength. Hamiel reminded her that it was she who had contributed to the tragedy of this place. It was she who had burned the goblin village to the ground, so Har-Yu had to make every effort to defeat her, if possible. The reminder of that event gave the girl strength. She stood up and thanked the heavenly being for coming to her herself and for not having to look for her, and for having spent a lot of time preparing for this day. She was the last goblin, and she would avenge the fallen people. Noticing the girl's movement, the heavenly consciousness realized that she was going to use the spirit of her sword. And this despite the fact that this power was very unreliable, and she had spent time training. This was not quite what Hamiel expected. It even seemed that all the goblins were already turning over in their graves, since such a mocking child would hardly be able to avenge them. So the problem is that the tricks stopped working on Har-Yu, and now she will fight on her own, without hoping for anyone's help in her place. Now the winged girl began to realize that she was in trouble, because Goblin was still conscious and using the sword's power, all at the same time. Meanwhile, in the city, people were in complete panic. As the buildings around them began to collapse, it was obvious that someone was fighting, and it was logical to assume that the great beings were to blame. But it was only Donis and Jin Hyuk, the latter running away from the former. The main character also had problems. Firstly, he lost his arm. Secondly, his opponent used magic. And this was a big question, because until today, the swordsman did not know how to do this. A casual remark from Donis prompted the protagonist to think that perhaps great beings had a hand in his former comrade's success. Damage was done to everything around. It was no longer possible to escape or hide in the city, and without an arm, it would have been very difficult to do so. Yes, the energy that emanated from the enemy resembled demonic power. Apparently, as a reward for killing him in the past, Donis was given the power of a demon, like a faithful dog that carries out all the orders of its master. In principle, Donas now considered himself invincible because he possessed the best sword technique in the tower, plus demonic energy, so the main character had no chance of defeating him. Jin-hyuk was definitely not in the best physical shape right now. Or rather, he was before meeting Donas, but now he was pretty battered. It's sad to realize, but the main character was unable to dodge the enemy's subsequent blow. Donas pierced his body, causing an attack of severe pain. The swordsman was glad that he was able to defeat his sworn enemy, even if this enemy was in his head and himself. But Jin-hyuk was tenacious, and now he did not go to the next world, but was about to take the sword out of his body. He was sad to look at his former comrade, who had wasted the last 10 years on something incomprehensible. But now Donas was no longer amused. He did not understand what his opponent had planned, and in general, how he was still alive after he had pierced him with a magic sword. In general, the enemy needed to remember one simple thing. The main character was different from others. If he needed something, he achieved it with his own efforts, and did not rely on blessings or manna from heaven. Now the young man has combined magical and divine power into a single principle, and the resulting result has been converted into purely divine power in order to heal his wounded body. And after just a few moments, the main character looked not like a demon, but like an angel radiating divine power, and a healthy one at that, with all his limbs. Throughout his life, Donas looked up to Jang Jin-hyuk, who was his idol, and showed him that boundaries could be pushed. And now when I told the guy that he too had expanded his boundaries, that he too had become strong, that he could overcome the relic of the past, everything had gone to dust, that they didn't need it. But whether you like it or not, sleep, my beauty. Jin-hyuk also wasn't going to tolerate the beatings any longer. Now Donas will experience the power of heavenly punishment. The body after the explosion was huge. The consequences after it were colossal. The smoke began to slowly develop. Donas was more likely dead than alive, as his body was torn down the middle into 2 pieces. In truth, 10 years ago, it was the swordsman who was the strongest among the entire Star 9, and the protagonist admitted it. Yes, everyone had their own hidden trump cards, but in the opinion of the main character, it was Donas who was the strongest. But today, Jin-hyuk was convinced that his opponent's sword had become much weaker than before, and it no longer had the same strength of confidence and passion. Donas dug his own grave when he relied entirely on the demon's power instead of honing his skills for 10 years. If he had done so, the main character would have lost today. However, the use of divine power produced results, and the rollback was not long in coming. The protagonist used the elements in 2 ways in a row, so now he feels a strong recoil. He needs to become stronger so that he has the strength to naturally use these elements. Meanwhile, Donas' soul left his body and tried to hide in an unknown direction. But the main character didn't plan to let the enemy go. Donas wouldn't get off that easy. But since Jin-hyuk's comrades were waiting for him, he would do everything quickly. Meanwhile, Har-yu fought with the heavenly creature. Hamul realized that her recovery powers were not enough to keep up with the speed of the last goblin's attacks. Meanwhile, in addition to the power of the sword, the girl also used foresight to inflict greater damage on her opponent. The girl had caused quite serious damage to the celestial being, because it still did not understand that the place where they had fought was sacred to Har-yu, and the celestial race had destroyed it because of its greed. Blow after blow rained down on her head. She was unable to attack. All she could do was dodge, and not entirely successfully. And suddenly, at some point, it dawned on the winged girl that she could not lose, even despite the punishment, because she was the strongest in this tower. Whatever this girl does now, she will not lose. This will never happen. If you remember, it was Hamul who was the first of the heavenly race who climbed to the very top of the tower, and losing to some goblin, no, that will not happen. And then something incredible happened. The girl concentrated all her power and raised only the question of who and where she summoned. And so problems began for Har-yu, because none other than Sandalphon descended from heaven to sinful earth. The last of the goblins understood perfectly well that before her was an unusual heavenly inhabitant, and one that no one had ever seen, but knew about its existence, the same as the 9-tailed fox. But at that moment, when the girl tried to prevent the meeting of the 2 celestials, something stopped her. It was a force whose nature was incredible. Sandalphon wanted to understand why he was called to this sinful earth. For what purpose? What his follower needed. Hamiel informed her deity that there were those on this floor who threatened the existence of the entire heavenly race. So she asked the Lord to give her the strength to defeat them. She was willing to pay any price for this, just to prevent Haryu from winning. The chief of the heavenly race really liked this attitude. He was ready to make a deal. But yes, Sandalphon will fulfill his followers' wish, and then take her body as payment for the service. Now, the divine punishment of the one who cannot be named or seen was about to fall on Haryu's head. The heavenly lord, who was in the body of his follower, was not entirely pleased with the state of this vessel. Perhaps it was due to the goblin's blows, or perhaps something else, but it did not particularly matter for now. Suddenly, someone decided to intervene in the fight and protect the girl, which was an interesting turn of events. Surprisingly, Haryu was covered by none other than Jen Hong, who appeared in the village at the right time and took the blow himself. Sandalphon was surprised. He was curious how an ordinary person could block his attack, and at the same time be the most alive and healthy person. Jen Hong didn't answer and acted like a real bandit from the 90s. He ran up to his opponent, grabbed him by the halo, and decided to show that you can't offend beautiful young girls. And then, a moment later, the heavenly creature appeared on the ground. Its head was broken, and the stone was stained red. Haryu had never seen anything like this in her life. Someone handling the incarnation of a sacred being with their bare hands. And this very heavenly being was now lying on the ground in a half-dead state and with a crippled body. Before all the events that happened to her people, only Jen Hong was the only one of the Star Nine who did not betray the goblins. But Hamiel no longer felt a connection with Sandalphon. Most likely the connection was broken due to that powerful blow. Now she was on her own. She was angry because some person dared to interfere with the sacred ceremony. The girl started threatening him, and the guy stood there, listened, and didn't care at all what she would say or what she would threaten him with. He didn't care who was behind the celestial beings, and Jin Hong proved it by smashing her head. He didn't care who was behind the heavenly beings, because it was the heavenly beings who should care who was behind him. In principle, the winged creatures made Emperor Tess very angry. But now the girl became truly scared, because Emperor Tess possessed a power capable of resisting even the deities. In addition, they spoiled the mood of Jen Hong, the Star Nine, a martial arts master. Hamiel, realizing that she didn't have even the slightest chance of defeating Jen Hong and Haryu, decided to run away. But no one let her go, just like Jen Hong didn't let her go, and he started pursuing her. At some point, he caught up with the winged girl and grabbed her wing. And what do you think happened? He was right to break Hamiel's wings. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was about to interrogate Donis, whom he had turned into a ghost and tied hand and foot. His old comrade, even in this state, was going to oppose the main character's plans, and he also didn't want to tell anything about Kane's plans. And in general, the guy was sure that since one of the representatives of the heavenly race came to the goblin village, the main character's comrades would not last long. Most likely, they were already dead. Meanwhile, Tom bit off one of the hands of his chatty interlocutor, who was off topic. But while Donis was sleeping, so to speak, the angel lost the battle with Gen Hong, so it would be better for him to cooperate with the Necromancer. And now Jen Hong and the rest of the Resistance guys are heading to this place. I wonder how the conversation will go, or not. In general, the main character was sure that Jen Hong would never stab him in the back. But something went wrong, because it was the Star Nine who was now about to give his old acquaintance a good beating. Jin Hyuk clearly didn't expect this turn of events. However, he was able to dodge his old friend's blow. More precisely, he thought that he dodged, but in fact, the fist still reached the target, and now Jin Hyuk fell into the mountain with gold. Donis watched this scene and was a little shocked, not understanding what was going on here. And then he rejoiced and laughed, realizing that, most likely, Gyung-hoon was on the side of the Star Nine and did not support the main character. And this even warmed his heart. When the boy managed to climb out of the pile of gold coins, he sent Tomek to have a snack so that Donis wouldn't lose his urge to laugh. It is obvious that General Hong still does not accept the fact that the main character is the Death Star. And he also cannot ignore the fact that it was the man in front of him who killed one, or rather two, of the nine. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary problems, he decided to fight the main character. Now Jin Hyuk understood and saw that his friend from his past life had understood everything wrong. He always had problems with logic, but since the circumstances were such, only fists could prove who was who. And as soon as their fists met, a vacuum formed around the young people that threatened to explode, destroying everything around. At that moment, Haryu and Vulcan burst into the room and watched as Jin Hyuk steadfastly blocked all of Jin-hoon's attacks. It was the kind of battle that the young man enjoyed, because his friend had grown up and was now showing off his skills. This remark made General Hong stop and explain what the enemy meant. The thing is that when Gen Hong was 5 years old and in an orphanage, he once wet himself in bed, and his parents found out about it, so the children started laughing at him too. So the boy ran away to the men's room in tears. Yes, of course, it is obvious that the past is the past. It cannot be changed, it has already happened, you just need to accept it. And then I added a little color about how everything happened in the past. Now Jin Hong was sure that this was his old friend in front of him, and to stop him from telling shameful details from his life, he hit him in the jaw. Now they started arguing like good old friends. One was offended because he got hit on the head, the other was offended because no one told him anything, and in general, that he found out that his friend was the last one alive. To tell the truth, Gen Hong believed that if Jin Hyuk had survived, he should have come to him, because he would have 100% taken his side and helped sort things out completely. And then something happened that no one could have expected. The stern Gen Hong hugged his friend, almost crying with joy. The hug seemed so strong to the protagonist that he felt like he would suffocate in it, when suddenly, something moved behind his friend's collar. A moment later, Jin Hyuk saw his beloved little Miho in her animal form. Meanwhile, Kane gathered representatives from each race to discuss current plans. Hetz, Kainen, and Maria agreed to participate in the discussion and implementation of all plans related to the Great Beings, namely, in the destruction of the Phantom Mask, and those who rebelled against these very greatest creatures along with him. Kainen was tempted by the conditions that Kane offered him, so he did not want to refuse. The benefits were greater than anything else. The demon also believed that this first task after the destruction of the Goblin Village would be the most interesting in recent times. Maria was looking forward to seeing how lower beings, such as humans, from the lower floors would convulse at the mere sight of them. Only then, Hamiel, who killed Maria, suddenly appeared in the meeting room. So there you have it, innocent heavenly beings. Yes, she was without wings, but she was still alive. So she didn't understand why they found a replacement for her so quickly, because this was her place by right, and she wasn't going to give it up to anyone. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was shaking the soul out of his friend, as he had missed the heavenly creature. On another floor, Kainen, Hetz, and Kane were caught, not expecting that the girl would actually survive after a fight with such strong opponents. The thing is that until she destroys her enemies, she will not be able to die peacefully, and she will not want to die. Suddenly, someone reminded her that the representatives of the heavenly race cut off the wings of sinners, and now she stood without wings. Kane believed that since the girl now had no wings, she had no pride. So there was nothing left to trample if everything had already been trampled. The demon and the dragon believed that the girl's level was not sufficient to continue to remain in their company. She began to feel angry that these men looked down on her. She simply could not forgive such humiliation. It is obvious that after the last battle, Hamiel went crazy. She was ready to kill everyone in her path, and if these men do not accept her, then she will kill them, and find those who will accept her into their ranks. To bring the girl to her senses, a representative of the giants appeared behind her and punched her in the jaw. After this blow, the girl was barely alive. Kane approached Moog with a question about why he was late for their important meeting. What could have happened? It turned out that the giant was hunting a bug, and the bug turned out to be Hendrik. But that bug, that is, Hendrik, escaped, and somehow miraculously reached the main character, albeit among the last comrades. He was so badly wounded that his legs could no longer support him, and the guy fell to the floor. Everyone was very worried about him, because his body was completely covered in wounds, and if Jin Hyuk did not have divine power, things would have been really bad. Hendrik sat up in bed and apologized for appearing inappropriately in front of the girls and the main character. It turned out that on the way here, the dragon met a giant who was unusually strong. It happened in the desert on the 120th floor. As if from nowhere, a giant appeared and attacked Hendrik. He was hiding in the sand, so the dragon did not notice him. This was one of the unpleasant warning signs. At that moment, Young Hoon spoke up. He said that everyone had found out about Jin Hyuk, which is why he had quickly found all of his friends, since someone was now watching his every move. The old friend did not understand the main character's train of thought. Why was it necessary to reveal himself at such a moment, and thus expose everyone who followed him? It turned out that all the resistance members had split up for a reason. They were collecting materials to create rare weapons. Moreover, all these machinations were done only for the sake of completing the quest that Ball offered the guy on the first floors, because the main character really did not want to die. Even after Carmen's death, the protagonist spoke with the demon, informing him that he would no longer hide his true name, which was equivalent to fulfilling the quest conditions, since there was no person in the tower who did not know his former name. All of this was also done in order to obtain a diagram for a weapon that he would be able to use throughout his time ascending the tower, and that would help him destroy Kane. Although from another perspective it looked like real greed, Genhong understood the logic behind his friend's actions, and Ball was capable of creating something similar. So, all the necessary materials were collected, Mr. Mu was on the second floor, and most likely he had already managed to disassemble the scheme betrayed by Ball. However, all of the young man's hopes were dashed when Mr. Mu gave a clear answer that he could not develop the weapon the young man needed. Yes, the drawing lay on the table in front of the goblin, but even being a better master weaponsmith, he did not know how to bring what was written there to life. Yes, this required painstaking work, but it had to be done in a short time, which was impossible. But if he worked in tandem with another blacksmith of the same level as himself, then a positive result was possible, which was impossible under other conditions. And if the main character couldn't find the blacksmith as talented as Mr. Mu who could be trusted, then he will become such a blacksmith in one day. Multiclass will help him, so the main character's training in blacksmithing began. Mr. Mu said that one should not apply only force. It is necessary to control it so that the force is transferred gradually. Otherwise, the sword will again turn out defective. If he fails to make at least one sword properly, the protagonist will never be able to create the great demon's weapon. Gradually, the protagonist began to understand what the heat should be, and when it was necessary to temper the sword. He tried his best to make his wish and dream come true. He was sure that this time he would make a perfect sword. But again, something went wrong, and the sword became covered with cracks. It was a shame to realize that although he had understood the principle of blacksmithing, he still couldn't forge a normal sword. So he wanted to try one more time to achieve a good result. And when he was about to start a new attempt, Mr. Mu stopped him. And the main character did not understand how one could stop at the result achieved. But Mr. Mu believed that it was not worth wasting precious iron. But once Jin Hyuk gets himself in order, he will have to prepare all the materials he collected, as well as the drawing that Ball gave him. In fact, the main character had just used synthetic iron, which was a very capricious material that not even every top-ranking blacksmith could handle. But he managed to forge it, which was already a miracle. The training was over. The main character's skills were perfected. Meanwhile, another training session was taking place in the forest. Genhong saw that Haryu's speed was her advantage, and now it was not necessary to dodge or block his blows, but to try to resist him. Miho came to Haryu's aid, but their combined attack was too direct and failed. The girls fell, but it wasn't enough. The training continued, so they had to get up and continue sparring. The girls were already very tired, but this did not stop them from getting up and trying once again to at least reach the mentor. At that moment, Hendrik approached them. He also had a request for the best fighter of the Star Nine. Hendrik couldn't lie in bed anymore, and he couldn't afford to miss the opportunity to train with Genhong. One of the Star Nine really liked this attitude. His fists itched in anticipation of a good fight. However, they were unable to bring their plan to life, as an explosion occurred very close by. This happened right in the direction where Mr. Mu's workshop was located. Mr. Mu was thrown back by the blast wave, but at the same time, he was completely fine. Everyone thought that their plan to make weapons had failed, but they hoped for this in vain, since Jin Hyuk was a stubborn person who was not stopped by obstacles and difficulties. In fact, Mr. Mu did not believe that such a weapon could be created in a day, but the protagonist managed to do it, and now a beautiful demonic bracelet adorned his arm. Meanwhile, the protagonist's spiritual soldiers continued to bite off pieces of donuts. Vulcan was even a little delighted, since this soul suffered the pain of its destruction, but did not utter a single word. Which was not surprising, because the members of the Star Nine know how to keep secrets. Donas knew that his soul would soon cease to exist, but each of the resistance would soon die at the hands of Cain, and they would then all meet together in hell. At some point, something incredible began to happen. Donas's soul began to recover, but he rejoiced too soon, since his restored hand was cut off again. After all, until Donas gave all the necessary information, the main character was not going to let him go to the next world. With the help of his miraculous assistance, the protagonist could restore Donas's soul as many times as he needed, and then tear it to pieces again until he achieved the desired result. Donis has already endured the destruction and restoration of his own soul approximately 17 times. Donis could continue to endure all of this, or he could give out all the necessary information and leave for another peaceful, painless life. The choice was his. The swordsman really couldn't stand it any longer, so he revealed the secret information. It turned out that this time, Cain had decided to create an army in order to destroy the tower. The main character needed to know who would be part of this army. Donis didn't know the exact details, but he knew that the army would definitely include several gods and several demons. The man assured that he was not lying and asked to take his word for it. Obviously, torture of the soul could break anyone. Basically, Cain was now betrayed and abandoned by the Star Nine. So he collected all the money he had and also secured money from one of the guilds. That's all he knew. He had nothing more to say, and in general, the main character should believe him and kill him. Finally. If so, it was time to call Tom for lunch. The main course had already been served. Based on the information received, the protagonist came to the conclusion that Cain would soon come for their souls. There was very little time left to wait. Jin Hong was ready to rush into battle because the Star Nine dared to offend, betray, and kill his best friend. Such things are not forgiven. But Hendrik reminded that one cannot write off the 4 great creatures that destroyed the Goblin Village not long ago. After all, countless people have already died due to the actions of the 4 great beings, and it is unknown how many more will die. Therefore, no one knows when and how many of the 4 great beings will come and strike the next blow. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't counter the tactics of the main villains. But even in such a situation, they had a choice that they had to take advantage of. Meanwhile, Cain and his minions were discussing plans for further action. Based on all the information received, it could be concluded that somewhere on the 100th floor, the protagonist and his friends were finishing preparations for the battle, and there was a possibility that they would lie in wait for their enemies and organize some kind of trap. Hendrik shared similar thoughts with his friends. He believed that perhaps they needed to enter the battle right now, while they still had the strength and support of the Golden Lich. Jin Hong was against this option. On the one hand, of course, he understood the feelings and desires of the young people, and they had indeed become stronger. But still, this strength was not enough to fight the Star Nine and the 4 great beings at the same time. Meanwhile, Cain was also pondering where and when the battle should take place. There was no ideal place. But the main character believed that such a place exists, and he even knows where it is. This place was not so far from here, and besides, the heavenly creatures who had been expelled from the main tribe lived there. Hendrik didn't quite understand what the protagonist meant, especially when he said that the guy was well acquainted with them all. 2 weeks passed, and the protagonist and his friends, disguised, made their way to the 190th floor, where, posing as merchants from the Golden Lich Company, they carried goods to the store. So it was time to remove the disguise. After all, they had made it to the 190th floor, and now they had to proceed to the next part of the plan. Everyone had to obey the main character. He didn't like that his old friend was saying strange things, so he asked him to stop and remember that it was unnecessary. Today, their goal was to find the secret hideout of Alika and her comrades, who were hiding somewhere here from the main Sky Tribe. But the girl herself found the company and transferred it to her shelter. No one could understand what had just happened. Some were dizzy, others had many questions about their whereabouts, because this was the strangest incident. The thing is, the girl transferred them to this space because she couldn't stay on the ground for too long without being spotted by enemies. Now, everyone was in Dream City. Many have heard that in the tower, there is a place hidden from human and other eyes, but it would never have occurred to Jin Heck that it was hidden in such a way. While Alika understood that if she and her friends had acted differently, the heavenly beings would have found them long ago. The guy was more or less clear about the place. But the question was how the girl managed to find him so quickly. Everything was much simpler than the main character could have imagined. The heavenly beauty didn't even have to put in much effort for this. She only had to tune into the energy wave with the feather she gave the guy, and his location was clear as day for her. Now everything fell into place, and Jin Hyuk realized why the celestial beings so zealously guarded their feathers, and why the girl's feather should not have fallen into the wrong hands. It was good that the guy kept it carefully, but that wasn't what they should be worried about now, but about the upcoming battle. But for Eliki, this was a trifle, because long before this moment, she and her friends were prepared for this turn of events, because all this was predicted much earlier than Jin Hyuk thought. The angel, abandoned by heaven, always remembered and cared for his offended children. So he warned them about this event in advance, and asked them to prepare well. And now it was time for the main character to meet the priest of the rejected heavenly creatures. But the priest turned out to be a little busy. I wonder what important thing he was doing when the man from the prophecy came to him. But if that's the case, then the guy and the girl will have to wait a little until he's free. The thing is, the heavenly warriors hadn't finished praying to Lucifer, so there was no point in interrupting them at the most interesting part. Jin Hyuk thought that he shouldn't disrespect others' customs, and it was also interesting to see an elderly celestial being. Less than half an hour had passed when the doors to the room opened by themselves, and the old man informed the guests that the prayer had just ended. And at that moment, stately, as if hand-picked, young celestial beings emerged from the room, who were the basis of the army of exiled celestial beings. Jin Hyuk could have entered the room, but he was in no hurry and carefully looked at the warriors who passed by him. And there was something to look at there, but that was not the main thing. The main thing was hidden in the reaction of the main warrior, in his gaze and the disdain that he bestowed upon the main hero. Jin Hyuk could, of course, have commented and hit the man, but he didn't do that. But he made a mental note to take a closer look at the guy. And now he had a meeting with the priest waiting for him, which he would have to go to himself. And so he appeared before the priest in all his glory, deciding that it was better to go first. So he asked his opponent what he wanted from him, and whether he could really win and rewrite the history of the tower. It would be interesting to talk to Lucifer, but he has remained silent for now. But the protagonist wasn't going to waste his time playing the silent game, so he demanded that Lucifer say at least something. And then something interesting began to happen to the statue in front of him. And just as the fallen angel began his speech, Jin Hyuk demanded that Kumiho and Ball also join their conversation. They were eavesdropping anyway. When the faces and the demon appeared, Jin Hyuk asked them a question that had long been intriguing him. Why were they all helping him in the fight against the sacred creatures? It turned out that before the tower appeared, there was an eternal war. The point, as always, was the desire of every immortal being to maintain their power. They did not care about the number of victims, so soon a real hell began from their eternal battles. The earth had lost its charm. There was fire, smoke, ash, scattered weapons, rivers of blood all around. And at some point, the immortals got tired of it all, because none of them could win. And then someone came up with a brilliant idea, to create a tower and then launch different creatures into it that would compete with each other. This became a safer substitute for the eternal war, and everything was going well until the moment when the mass destruction of the sprouts began. The deities of the sacred beings began to kill those with abilities, leading to a race for power that contradicted the original design of the tower. Now Jin Hyuk began to understand everything more clearly. They wanted him to overthrow the sacred beings who decided that they were the main ones and could do anything. This is exactly what the protagonist must do for the sake of all the higher gods, who once again made a mistake and could not correct it themselves. And then Jin Hyuk laughed, but it was an evil laugh that did not bode well. He was not going to fight with anyone for nothing, especially for the sake of some fanatics. Bale had expected such a reaction, having studied the guy too well. But Lucifer decided to press on the sore spot, the protagonist's feelings and desire for revenge. So Jin Hyuk did not deny that he would continue to take revenge on his offenders, but he would not even think of dancing to someone else's tune. But such an answer was enough for Lucifer to make his prediction come true. At this point, the audience ended. The higher-ups went to drink tea, and Jin Hyuk was seething with anger, because his heart felt that all this would still come back to haunt him. But as soon as he left the temple, a very interesting picture appeared before his eyes. His friends were surrounded by heavenly warriors, and a real fight was clearly brewing. Alika was the first to break the silence that had fallen on the square near the temple, wondering why her comrades were behaving inappropriately towards those who would lead the holy war. Pride is the cause of all the troubles of the winged creatures. They did not understand how some people could compete with them in strength and lead them, because this is their war and their revenge. The guy didn't have time to say anything else because he received a punch to the jaw. Jin Hyuk didn't skimp on putting a lot of force into this blow, so it's no surprise that the man broke through the nearest wall. After all, after talking with the gods, the protagonist was in too bad a mood, so he didn't feel sorry for the winged warrior, even if he suffered.